Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we had to start today's session behind schedule because this morning, together with the leadership, we had to inaugurate the Open Governance Parliament Caucus. And this is still ongoing. I just inaugurated, but they are having the discussion at the conference room of the Speaker. And so if your leaders are not here, it's because they are participating in what is going on there. It's an initiative that, as a country, we signed to make sure that whatever we do in government is open, is transparent, is accountable to the people. We're not talking about representational government. We are now talking about inclusive governance. And Parliament is playing a very important role in this matter. And so this is what has taken a bit of our time, and I'll preside for just an hour, and my colleague will take over because I have to rush to go and perform another equally important assignment. With this, honorable members, we'll go to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Monday, 27th November 2023. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, Yes, page 9.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully need your guidance with regards to item number 5II. And Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate you on the honor and your coronation. However, Mr. Speaker, the way it's been captured here, the Right Honourable Speaker also informed the House of his coronation as Chief of the Suma Traditional Area under the stool name Nana Adesioko by the Paramount Chief on behalf of the chiefs and people of Suma in the Bono region. Mr. Speaker, in the face of Article 276, Clause 1, and the recent Supreme Court decision, I am wondering if this should not be qualified as a development chief of a sort or some honor, so that it's not left this way to conflict with the Constitution, since we all know that chiefs cannot engage in politics. But, Mr. Speaker, the way it's been captured here, I'm afraid that it could lend itself to some constitutional difficulties.
Yes, honorable members, the issue raised by Honorable Samuel Okujatu Blakwa is demanding an explanation, but the votes and proceedings don't go that far. They just capture the items or decisions of the House. They don't usually add the explanations. The explanations are captured in the official report. And that is clearly stated there that this is a coronation of a development chief. The majority leader, in fact, emphasized on that point, and it was captured in the official report. So I don't think it should be a matter of worry to members. But the spelling of the Adasuoko is S-U-O, and I personally spelled it to the office. I don't know why they captured this way. It's A-D-A-S-U-O-K-O-R. Okay? I wanted it to be, everybody to be certain that it's a first. But majority leader says you don't usually put the first. I'm not too sure about that because I've read books and I've seen the first. You know, I've seen the second, I've seen the third. But he's talking about the second, the third, yes, naturally captured. But to distinguish between the second, the third, and the first, they always want it to be put there, the first. But he was Sumpahine before I became Nana Adasuoko. But my stool is senior to his. Yes, so we've noted that point, but we'll move on. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 19th sitting dated Monday, 27th November 2023 are adopted as the true record of proceedings. We will now Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, on the votes and proceedings, yesterday you gave a very significant and profound directive in the matter of the witchcraft bill and directing that it be expunged from the order paper. Speaker, premise on the three co-equal arms of government respecting one another. I'm aware that the presidency have responded. Probably I'll wait until you formally convey the presidency response, then I deal with it. But in these votes and proceedings, nothing is indicated about the directive that you gave. And Mr. Speaker, even in its diluted form, as we observe separation of powers in Ghana, there must be respect between the executive, the judiciary, and parliament. But we would be jealous of our mandate and authority being responsible for legislation. So in this votes and proceedings, I see no mention of what transpired yesterday, and it's significant for our record. I would not preempt you when we go along the line. I'm aware of some official communication from the presidency responding to Parliament, and we will equally respond appropriately. That is, if you have ownership of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you've raised a valid point. What I can say now is for us to hold on a bit because there are some developments I'm following up on, but the directive have been complied with, and so it's no longer part of the order paper. But immediately after my pronouncement, a few information was shared with me, and I'll be following it up, and I'll be in the office of the President on this matter today. So after that, we could follow up tomorrow as to the progress of the issue. Could we now acknowledge the presence of a number of visitors in the House? We have 5 schools being represented at the Public Gallery of Parliament. The first is the Wa Senior High School. Wa Senior High School. They are being led by Salifu Abdul Rashid, and they are located in the Wa Central constituency in the Upper West region. That I am a pioneer of that school. The school has produced a lot, some of whom are here in Parliament, including the Member of Parliament for Wa Central himself. He also attended Wa Senior High, and our daughter is also married to the Honorable Samuel Okujatu Ablakwa. Yeah, but you didn't attend the school. And yes, so they are here on a courtesy visit, and I want to, on your behalf, warmly welcome them. It was a good decision to come and observe how Parliament works, how we do our business, and from there I'm sure your student Parliament will be more active than it is now. You are warmly welcome, and as the Speaker, I'll be interacting with you, my alma mater, very soon. We also have students from Queen Jane's School being led by Gifty Lai, and they are located at the Krowo constituency here in Accra. Krowo is Nungwa. Their Member of Parliament is at the Open Governance Parliamentary Caucus meeting that is taking place now. She is one of the very active members there, so she is at my conference hall now in a discussion with civil society organizations and think tanks. That's why she's not on the floor. And so, on behalf of the members in Parliament and your Member of Parliament, I warmly welcome you to this house. I can see that you are properly dressed because you are not sure COVID has left us yet. Yes. And I'm sure you were advised this is a crowded place. So you are most welcome. And please pick a few takeaways from here and strengthen your students' parliament. Thank you so much for coming. We also have students from Spintex Academy. Spintex Academy, also led by one Regina Adechi. And Spintex Academy can be seen and located at the Leje-Kuku constituency. Leje-Kuku, Lejo-Kuku constituency. When you talk about Lejo-Kuku, you are talking about Teshe. And you see they are also from Accra here, so I think they've also taken measures to prevent any attack from COVID. You are welcome to your house, the Parliament House, and please, we are always happy to see you, the young ones, visiting us. Please, you may resume your seat. And we have students from Craig Junior High School, led by Samuel Ajari, and they are coming from Abuakwa North constituency. Abuakwa North constituency. Abuakwa North constituency. I didn't say Abuao. Yes. And the Member of Parliament, as you all know, one of our very active members, is at a committee meeting now, and that is why he's not also on the floor of the House. Please, on behalf of your Member of Parliament, the members of Parliament here and Parliament, I warmly welcome you to today's sitting of the Parliament of Ghana. You are welcome. The last but not the least institution is Akwiem Baptist Child and Youth Development Center. It's led by one Simon Aja. Where are they? Yes, to my right. And they are located at Ningo Prampram constituency. Ningo Prampram constituency, as you know, is represented by Honorable Samuel George Nati, who is on a very important assignment, and he is also not present here. You are welcome to Parliament, and I hope that you have a lot of good things to say when you leave here. With this, we move on to public business. Honorable members, we move on to public business. And at the commencement of public business, item 7, presentation of papers. Honorable Member, are you on your feet? Yes, please.
Right, so, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance on this issue. I have in my hands the order paper for Friday, 24th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, my question star number 1356 was advertised on Friday, it was supposed to be taken on that day. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't take questions on Friday. So I thought we were going to take the questions yesterday. Yesterday, unfortunately, we couldn't do that. And today, too, I didn't find the questions on the other paper. So, Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance and advice as to how to go about it. Thank you so much.
Yes, Honorable Member, I know you very well, but I don't know which ministry you're talking about.
Mr. Speaker, the question was directed to the Minister for Roads and Highways to ask him whether construction and graveling of a road in my constituency, a community called Sanyari, I wanted to find out from the minister whether a project that is ongoing covers the graveling of the said road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to give a general information. We have, the Honourable Member is right. A lot of questions were missed in the last few days. The ministers came. What we have planned to do, and I think we are in agreement with the majority leader, was that after tomorrow's conclusion of the debate, we will schedule those questions that we missed for Friday, Thursday and Friday, so that the ministers can, no, Thursday, so that the ministers can come to answer. I think that was the agreement. Hopefully that will be brought back.
Yes, that is the position. It will be rescheduled along with others for the Minister of Roads and Highways to come to answer, and you'll be informed. Honourable members, we go back to item 1, presentation of papers. Item 7, sorry, presentation of papers. We'll start with 7A. By the majority leader. He will take 7A, Roman 1 and Roman 2 together.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Middle Belt Development Authority for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Northern Development Authority for the year 2022.
Honourable members, the annual statement for the Middle Belt Development Authority and the Northern Development Authority are referred to the committee on this should be local government. The development authorities are under the local governments. Yes.
The Speaker, ordinarily that should have been, but they are not under local government. They are under the office of the President.
Oh. It's part of decentralization.
It's the development authorities.
Then we refer to the Committee on Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises for consideration and report to the House.
Finance. Okay.
Honourable members, I so direct that committee should handle it and report to the House. We move on to item 7D, Minister for Finance, for Health. Health.
Mr. Speaker, if I may seek your indulgence to present the paper on behalf of the Minister of Food and Agriculture. 7B. Minister is preparing for the activities on Friday, the Farmers' Day. So to present
Yes,
the paper.
minority from bench. There's an application. Any comment?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we can lay it. We've already expressed concern about the absence of these very important ministers.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw you back a bit. Concerning the referral regarding the Middle Belt Development Authority, I wish to inform you that we've been having interactions with them. So if the referral will include the Poverty Reduction Committee, it will help us to move further into their operations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will guard against entering into an arena that I might not be able to control. Was your committee, the committee you just referred to, cuts across all the sectors. And if we don't exercise caution, we'll always be adding your committee to all the other committees on referrals. And so I will guard against adding your committee to this one. But as our standing orders permit, members are authorized to participate in the meetings of any committee at all, and let your views be heard. I think there's nothing wrong with that. But to refer the matter to your committee to be part of the subject matter committee will be going too far. You may not have enough time to delve into all the sectors. So let's leave it as it is, and then go on to permit the majority leader to, on behalf of the Minister for Food and Agric, lay the items 7B, Roman 1 and Roman 2.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Cocoa Processing Company Limited for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority for the year 2022.
Honorable members, the following annual statements are referred to the Committee on Food, in fact, the Committee on Agriculture. I think 7D, the Minister is not available. Majority Leader, you want to do so for and on behalf of the Minister?
That is so, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's traveled out.
Any comment?
Mr. Speaker, he can go ahead.
You may do so now, Majority Leader.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Tamale Teaching Hospital for the year 2022.
Honorable members, the said annual statement is referred to the Committee on Health. We now move to 7E by the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation.
Speaker, respectfully, if I may seek your indulgence to present these papers in respect of D, E, F, G, and H on behalf of these ministers. The Minister for Trade and Industry is here, so he could do that himself, but the others.
Honorable Speaker, we have no objection.
Yes, Majority Leader, you may do so. 7E.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission for the year 2022.
The annual statement is referred to the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology for consideration and report to the House. 7F
Statement by the Audit Committee of the Ghana Maritime Authority for the year 2022.
The same is referred to the Committee on Transport for consideration and submission to the House for consideration. 7G.
Annual Audit Committee of the National Film and Television Institute for the year 2022.
Honorable members, the said annual statement referred to the Committee on Information for consideration and report to the House. 7H, Roman 1 to Roman 14.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Presbyterian Women College of Education, a brief for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the St. Francis College of Education for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Our Lady of Apostles College of Education, Cape Coast, for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Cape Coast for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Jasikan College of Education, Jasikan Buem, for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Accra Technical University for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Kumasi Technical University for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Riosu College of Education for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Akachi College of Education for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Takoradi Technical University for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Cape Coast Technical University for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Health and Allied Sciences, HO, for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Energy and Natural Resources for the year 2022. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the CK Tedam University of Technology and Applied Sciences for the year 2022.
Honorable members, all the annual statements of the various institutions itemized as 7H, Roman 1 to Roman 14 are referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report to the House. We now move to 7I, and I just want to add that 7I, Roman 1, the minister yesterday came to give me a thorough brief on that instrument, and I assured him that today he will be permitted to lay it. I assured him that today he will be permitted to lay it for a very good reason. I am drawing your attention to it. If you have concerns, kindly raise them for my attention. Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when we met the other day, well, we left with the understanding that there will be changes done, and then after that, the minister will come with a report, and the leadership will meet to review that report. As far as I am concerned, that engagement has not taken place. I've not seen the copy of that changes that has been done. So I don't know what we are laying. If we are laying the old document, that is the document that we had issues with. I have not seen the amended documents. And so that is a problem. And since then, Honourable Speaker, I'm also very much aware that you have been petitioned by stakeholders in the industry who have serious concerns. And so, Honourable Speaker, I think that I raise these matters because we have very strong views on this LI, and ordinarily we didn't oppose it. But as you yourself have stated, we are here because of the people of Ghana. We just met this morning, and your profound statement that you made, and I took that with me, was that everything that we do must resonate with the needs and aspirations of the people of Ghana. We have to listen to the people of Ghana on this very LI that is being laid. Honourable Speaker, I humbly submit.
Let me get some clarity. Usually we have pre-laying engagement with the committee on subsidiary legislation. Where are the committee members? Subsidiary legislation, have you gone through this pre-laying process?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We had the pre-laying as was agreed. At the pre-laying, it was decided or agreed that the minister should present to us stakeholder engagement reports to the committee, because anytime we're doing the pre-laying exercise, we would like the inputs made by the stakeholders, so that those who are going to be affected by the ILI. And that was what we told the minister to do. And as I'm speaking now, the leader or the chairman of the committee has not told us as members that that report has been presented to him. And we always make it known to them that until you present so ABCD, including the stakeholder engagement report, the LI will not be laid. So we are yet as a committee to do that. And we have also learned that some amendments have been done to the LI as presented to the committee. So I think as a committee we need to go back again and see those amendments that have been made. And that has not been done. So until that is done, I don't think it can be laid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the minister is here. I'm sure you listened to what they said. You want to add something before he comes in? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as you rightly know, this matter of pre-laying is a convention that we developed to help make good regulations in this house. So you ask whether that pre-laying has been done. Mr. Speaker, the matter at hand is a very serious and dangerous matter, which hinges on the survival of businesses in this country. Mr. Speaker, we are not just objecting, and care should be taken, and let's take reflection back to serious issues that have been raised on this floor, and minority have raised objection. Which of them didn't go back to come and bite this country? And this is one of them. Mr. Speaker, just as yesterday, 6 associations, Ghana Union of Traders Association, Ghana Freight Forwarders Association, Ghana Automobile Dealers Association, and a host of them wrote a petition having confidence in members of this house and this house that we should take that petition into consideration. Mr. Speaker, that petition must be presented to this house. We know when they did the press conference, they said they presented a petition to Parliament. What is in the content of that petition? Mr. Speaker, you know, by Article 11.7, once a regulation of that nature is laid on this floor, you need to test majority of this house to annul it. Mr. Speaker, we know. So what would be the essence of laying the regulation and going to consider it when you yourself, you know that the concerns of GUTA, the concerns of automobile car dealers, the concerns of traders association, the concerns of freight forwarders cannot be considered. Mr. Speaker, it is on that note that we are saying, let's engage them. You say, the minister says he engaged them. What were their input? And what went into the discussion? Mr. Speaker, to make a good law and make a good regulation, Mr. Speaker, promptly, this is the budget period. Where is the roadmap in this budget where you are going to fill in the gap when you restrict import? We need answers to this question. Where is your data that will convince members of this house that once that regulation is laid, we can cater for Ghanaians going forward? The Minister for Food and Agriculture himself yesterday was saying that Ghana will only be able to hit food security in 2028. Honorable Brian Champo, that is what he said, that we will be able to get food security only in 2028. So if you are restricting rice import in 2024, how are you going to cater for the gap within the 4 years? Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Fisheries, Honorable Moses Enin, in this law yesterday also said that because of the Akosobo Dam spillage, all our fish farms have been washed away, and that there's going to be a reduction in fish production in this country. So if you restrict, Moses Enin said it, that our aquaculture was washed away by the Akosobo Dam spillage on this law. So if you go ahead to lay this bill, regulation, Mr. Speaker, how are you going to cater for that gap? We are in critical period, and I need, Mr. Speaker, I want to make an appeal to the minister and to your good self. Mr. Speaker, we must be practical economists. We must make practical law, not theoretical laws. Making regulation to restrict, even if you want to ban import, nobody will restrain you. But before you go into that arena, there must be enough buffers. That's what we are saying. The Minister for Food and Agriculture doesn't agree with this. The Minister for Fisheries doesn't agree with this. So we can't just come here, Mr. Speaker, to say that, oh, I'm coming today. Yes, it's good on paper. But what practical steps have we taken? What data do you have? The minister has just gone to the ministry. Even proper handing over said, I don't think it has been done. He is not well versed in the ministry. He has just gone there. So if you allow him, Mr. Speaker, to lay this law, we may be ending up collapsing the few businesses that we have in this country. I think, Mr. Speaker, it will only be appropriate for the minister, together with the Committee on Trade and Industry and the subsidiary legislation. Subsidiary legislation, when they were doing pre-laying, trade and industry was not part. But I think the Committee of Trade and Industry on both sides, together with subsidiary legislation, must give audience to GUTA, must give audience to Ghana Automobile Car Dealers Association, must give audience to Ghana Freight Forward Association, and all those who presented the petition to this house. So, Speaker, who are we representing? Who else are we representing? We come here and just come and make law without analyzing the impact outside. So, Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think since laying that regulation on this law, we may not be able to change anything in it. Let's hasten slowly to engage the necessary trade associations involved. Else, the spillover effect, we may not be able to contain it. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a passionate appeal once again to you, so that we defer the laying and engage further. We are in critical moment, and I'm a deputy whip. If you want to be so legalistic in this budget period, it will not have the cohesion in this house. And we need cohesion. The most important business now is the budget. And the trade restriction bill is not in the budget. No provision has been made in the budget for it. So long as this is budget meeting, our concern must be the budget. The budget is going to be voted for tomorrow. And this is the time that we need consensus building in this house. Let not the Minister for Trade and Industry with this restriction come and divide the house. Come and divide the house. We need consensus. I'm a deputy whip. Much work has gone on. Much talk and consultation are going on. Why do we use this one to divide the house? Why? Why, Minister? Mr. Speaker, I think we must defer the laying of the bill for further consultation. The most important business here is this. And Ghanaians are looking onto us to pass this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case.
Honorable Yusuf Suleiman.
Your Speaker, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Your Speaker, I want to corroborate what my leader has just said, that I am the Deputy Ranking on the Trade, Industry and Tourism Committee. Your Speaker, surprisingly, myself and the other side, headed by Honorable Carlos Ahenkra, are not aware of these regulations that the Minister has brought here to be late. Ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, we are not saying that he has breached any law, but ordinarily, he would have involved us. Reasons why he hasn't involved us is only known to him. Mr. Speaker, because industry players know that we matter in this particular case, we have received quite a number of petitions. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure that your office would have been inundated with petitions. Mr. Speaker, this House, if you ask me, is here in the interest of Ghanaians. And if today, industry players, very important situations, will cry to us that they are not comfortable with these regulations, the worst we can do, Mr. Speaker, is to listen to them. The worst we can do is to engage them. But to hurriedly go ahead and lay these regulations, Mr. Speaker, we will be doing a great disservice to not just the players, but to Ghanaians. The Ghanaian consumer is the one who's going to suffer. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time this attempt has been made to restrict importations of such strategic commodities, and all efforts failed. We should not be part of the failure this time. And so I want to appeal to you that the minister should not take this as a personal project. For whatever reason, I don't know. It's a national project. Mr. Speaker, he was heard, and I watched him on Doha yesterday night, insulting almost everybody on this side. We need to be learning from people like him, and we should be learning good lessons, not lessons that we will not want to bequeath to our children. Mr. Speaker, I am appealing to you that if you allow these regulations to be laid here, I can assure you that there won't be cooperation going forward. I'm saying this because each one of us is representing a group of people, and we are supposed to listen to them. And there are traders in my constituency who are saying that this will not inure to their benefits.
Except the minister's budget.
So I don't just understand why the minister wants to hang this on our head. If he has any personal reason, we are not interested. Mr. Speaker, I have also realized that even as we sit, we don't form a quorum to take such decisions. And Mr. Speaker, if we will not step down this thing, we will raise quorum and we will make sure that no decision is taken in this House until we have the numbers. Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm grateful for this opportunity. And I know you very well. I know the kind of person you are. I know the experience you have. And now you want to ensure that there is cohesion going forward. I thank you.
Well, I'm not too sure. Your honorable member, I'm not too sure your appeal is actually an appeal to me. The words rather convey a threat, not an appeal to the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that that is an appeal, and that I'm too small to threaten. I'm just speaking out of the way the people feel. As they call me, even last night, they were still calling me. I'm just transferring how they feel to this house, so that we know that it's a very important matter. And I'm also appealing to you because I know that you are a man of integrity. Yes. That you are a man of unity. That you are a man who wants to carry us along. And I know you have never failed us. And this is not going to be the first time you fail us.
The honorable member has moved to the other side. He is now busily not yet lobbying me, but playing on my... Yes, I will take, please, if you can make it snappy, 3 of you, 1 minute each. Let me take Honorable Eric Opoku. I'll come to you, Mutala, then Ablakwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, regardless of our political persuasions, we have a shared responsibility to deliver an economic environment through which the upcoming generation can realize their full potentials. We know how much import is damaging our economy. And therefore, if government wants to place ban on some specific items, all of us would have agreed with them based on the data available to us. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, in the budget being debated on now, specifically paragraph 402, they have indicated that total consumption of poultry in Ghana is estimated around 324,047 metric tons. And currently, 2022, we produce just 15,000, constituting 4.6% of our total consumption. 4.6% of our total consumption is produced locally. We import 95.4%, and we are placing a ban on it. Almost, so you want everybody to go to the minister for permits. You are turning your place into a kiosk, into a market, where everybody from this country will have to look for one person for permit before we can import poultry. The same thing for rice and several other items. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that, yes, it's a good idea, but we have to put in place mechanisms to ensure that we increase local production to a certain level. Even in the budget, they are projecting that next year, 2023, they will do just 7.2%. And in 2024, they will do 13% of our total consumption. Mr. Speaker, how then do you think of restriction? And that's why we are saying that we are the representatives of the people. Even though we don't like the situation, we are in charge. You have the resources. Put in place the necessary mechanisms to increase local production, to convince all of us that if we take that decision, we will not subject our people to hardships. That is the simple issue we are raising. Otherwise, if we allow this to pass, Mr. Speaker, this House will be instituting Kalabule in this country. People will have to go and queue, have to look for others to talk to the minister before they can get permit to import what our people need. So, Mr. Speaker, we are pleading with you in the supreme interest of the people of Ghana and in the supreme interest of their own government. They should set aside some of these things. Let's work together to increase production of the specific items they have listed, and then we can come out with something of this nature. I recall under President Kufuor, I think Honorable Osafumafo, when he was the minister, something of this sort was done. And later on, it was reversed. It was on poultry products. I was in this house. It was later on reversed. Why do you want to do the same thing, even though you are saying that you are not producing much? So, Honorable Minister, let's all agree and then do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to state emphatically to my uncle, who is the Minister for Trade, that he can't be seeking to be the paragon of knowledge when it comes to trade and industries issues in this country. You want to bring airline, and you find members of a very important committee, which responsibility is it to ensure that trade is properly regulated in Parliament. And that committee was not consulted in the decisions leading to, or in the processes leading to the decision you take. What kind of law are we seeking to make, giving an individual, a minister, exclusive authority to determine who imports goods into this country? And the only defense the minister gave was that there is a committee, and that committee can recommend for issuance of a certificate to an importer or renewal of sale. Yet that same law says that the minister can decide to disregard the recommendation of the committee. And the honorable member is comfortable with that. GUTA, one of the bodies that will be hugely affected by this decision, says that they are not in support of it. By the way, the list of institutions the minister stated earlier that they consulted before arriving at the decision they arrived at, said that they were not consulted. So I just want to plead with the minister. We don't know what the interest is. Whatever the interest is, we have been in constant communication with GUTA members, with individuals who are affected. We have been at the ministry before, and we appreciate the challenges there. Honorable Haruna Idisu is here. He has been a minister there for 4 years. You have Honorable Carlos Ehinkra, who has been a deputy minister there. I have been a deputy minister there. Honorable Rikit has been a deputy minister there. Honorable Nilante has been a deputy minister there. We are in constant communication with those people who are affected, and it has nothing to do with politics. Our fear of this thing being abused has nothing to do with MPP or NDC. An NDC minister for trade, inshallah, after 2024 elections, can also abuse it. If an NDC minister, after 2024, NDC wins the elections, NDC minister for trade can also abuse it. And that is why we are saying that that exclusive authority should not be given to an individual. How special is it when you want to build consensus, even at home? You feel strongly about a particular decision, and your wife says, I don't think that that decision is the best. Or at least your children says, we don't think that that decision is the best. And you say, chin, 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 you want to take that decision. At a time when you have virtually consensus in opposition to what you intend to do. Honorable Minister, you have spent less than a year at the ministry. You are left with just a year to leave. I beg you, leave well. Because if you attempt this, it is going to affect everybody. In a country where the poultry industry produces just 1% of our domestic need, in a country which has agreed to go through AFTA, where the challenge of AFTA is that our industries, domestic industries, may not be able to compete because they are competing with industries that are enjoying economies of scale, and therefore they can produce at cheaper cost and sell at cheaper prices in our country because AFTA has given them that opportunity to do so. Now, why are you taking decisions and actions that will stifle this? We don't even have sugar in this country. The only factory we established that was to augment our sugar and the need for our pharmaceutical industries. What has happened to that factory? I think what the focus of the minister should be, the focus of you, Honorable Minister, should be on the bonded warehouses littered across the country, where it is embroiled with profound corruption, where people bring in goods without paying the adequate taxes, and that they pay the taxes as and when the goods are sold. That should be your focus. And by the time we left office, we left a report as to what will happen to the bonded warehouses. Why are you not interested in that report? You are only interested in leaving a legacy. That would be a very dangerous legacy. You have suffered so much for politics in this country, profound experience. I plead with you, my uncle, don't live with a legacy that is extremely disastrous. And I beg you, that legacy can lead you crying again, and I don't want to see that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah. Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I intend to ignore quite a lot of the invectives and the insults and the name calling.
To suggest that I'm not versed with the affairs of the ministry is revolting, but I intend to ignore that. Speaker, my colleagues appear to be actuated by a particular amount of pride. They make it very clear. But I'm also grateful for the gratuitous advice for me to concentrate on bonded houses and the other areas that I think the Speaker fascinates them. Mr. Speaker, this is all pretty new to me. I mean, the number of years I've been in this House, quite apart from CIs, which are meant for elections, I haven't seen any of such development in this House, the Speaker, before. Because I thought the Constitution had answered this. This is the House, the Speaker, appealing to you by way of blackmail, the Speaker, to subvert the clear wordings, the clear clauses of the Constitution. Speaker, I don't know those who might be challenged by the provisions of the Constitution, but I do know that Article 11, Clause 7 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, puts this whole debate beyond argument. There can never be a debate of this nature. I would have thought, Mr. Speaker, it was after the paper has actually been presented and it has been referred formally, Mr. Speaker, by your good self to the committee. And when it is intended to be annulled by the requisite majority of 2/3, Mr. Speaker, that is when this debate erupts. Unfortunately, the document itself has not even been laid. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, I've heard all this plea. Look at the good blackmail, Mr. Speaker, as much as they want. We are all aware of the deficiency of the numbers in this House. So there will be no peace. So there will be insanity. So there will be bloodshed. Mr. Speaker, they could threaten as much as they want. But those who wish me well, I am grateful. My nephew who thinks that I should leave a legacy, Mr. Speaker, I am so happy about the reaction of my colleagues. It tells me that, Mr. Speaker, we are doing something right. If they believe that a future NDC government minister for trade and industry might corrupt the system, Mr. Speaker, it is their headache to deal with. It is in their DNA. If that is the problem they have, we can't help them with that. Mr. Speaker, there has been so much conflation in the debate that has actuated my attempt to lay the document in this House. Mr. Speaker, at one point in time, it was suggested that I was actually bringing an ally, Mr. Speaker, to overset, I was bringing a bill to amend amendment bill or something to amend a particular bill. I didn't know what they were talking about.
Yes,
this is an ally.
Deputy Whip, minority.
The Speaker, did I hear the minister saying that corruption is in our DNA? The Speaker, who sold the Ghana's dressing and who was looking for it? Where is the dressing? Whose DNA is the dressing in? Say, where is the dressing? We don't even apologize to us. That's very offensive. You can't say that.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't say that. The honorable member Tamale, which of the Tamales? Yours is Tamale what? He did say, Mr. Speaker, to the hearing of everyone in this House, that if a future NDC Minister of Trade and Industry wants to corrupt it, he said that. I didn't say that. In any event,
Honorable Minister, you are using different words. He said it's a power that can be abused by the current minister, and even in future, when the NDC wins power, the NDC minister could also abuse that lesson. That abuse is different from corrupt. Abuse is a power that has been given to you in such a way that you become a despot. And that power is what you usually refer to as power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So that's what is being explained, but not necessarily to say that corruption is in the DNA of any particular group. I don't think that is fair. I will,
Mr. Speaker,
I'll entreat you to withdraw.
I'm quite happy to withdraw it. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that you make.
I say you should withdraw that statement.
I have withdrawn it. And I'm also saying that I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, you make the point that in that case, we are not accusing me or my party for bringing this as an indication of our attempt to perpetuate any corruption. Yes. Let's settle that, if that is settled. Mr. Speaker, the matter of grey shape, let's digress a little, 1 second. The matter of grey shape keeps on popping up. Mr. Speaker, I believe that somebody, Mr. Speaker, at least those who have grown and have been in the system for as long as I've been, should take 1 second, Mr. Speaker, to explain to the young ones over there, to explain to those who do not understand what happened. Mr. Speaker, the grey shape was sold at the time when Katie Hammond was a 3-month-old deputy minister at the Ministry of Energy. Mr. Speaker, and it came about because this the government at the time before we came to government, that was constituted by a party consisting of my colleagues sitting out here. Mr. Speaker, indulge, if you don't keep quiet, you will not listen and you continue perpetuating this mistake. Mr. Speaker, the government then preceding us perpetuated through GMPC what had come to be known as Cha-Cha. They played hedging with the financial institutions in Britain, in Paris, all over Europe. Mr. Speaker, through GMPC, when our government came to power in 2001, it became clear that there was a debt overhang of, Mr. Speaker, $47 million that the Foreign Societe Generale was claiming from GMPC and, for that matter, the government of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, what then happened was that eventually Societe Generale obtained a judgment from the English High Court which demanded GMPC and government of Ghana, Mr. Speaker, to pay. You raise the point, you should listen. To pay the $47 million plus interest. Mr. Speaker, I was dispatched to go and see if there could be a settlement. Mr. Speaker, my being sent out there was at the instance of the entire cabinet. In the process, Mr. Speaker, and this is significant, out of the debt overhang of $47 million, I was able to negotiate with those guys, Mr. Speaker, to beat the $47 million down, Mr. Speaker, to a figure of $19.5 million. That is what the creditors were prepared to accept because I negotiated on behalf of Ghana and I negotiated very well. $19.5 million out of the $47 million. Mr. Speaker, what then transpired at the end of it was that they were asking for the $19.5 million. How was it to be paid? Mr. Speaker, you will recall the very first statement made by His Excellency President Kufuor when he came to this house. The hollow state of the economy that had been bequeathed to the MPP. Where were we to get that $19.5 million from? Mr. Speaker, it also happened that the Societe Generale had actually impounded the so-called grey shape in Amman. The grey shape was actually not being used by GMPC. It had been impounded in Amman and would not be released until that amount was paid. It is for this reason that the government, the finance minister, the attorney general, the president, my minister, cabinet decided and mandated me to ensure that it was sold for $24 million, out of which, Mr. Speaker, $19.5 million was used to pay the creditors. Mr. Speaker, out of the balance, so much of it was also used to pay the unpaid debt of GMPC. This matter has been going on and on and on. I kept saying about I expended, I sold some treasure like tomatoes or pepper or some onion or salt. That is the background. I tend to leave it like that. They can wallow in their ignorance. I won't dignify this matter any further. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, back to the document. There has been so much. Back to the document.
Honorable Minister, I gave you enough time to react to what they said.
But they brought up
there were many, you are just one. So I gave you sufficient time to do that.
Sorry,
Majority Leader.
I can't hear you. Sorry, I couldn't hear because they were shouting.
I said I'll give you enough time to respond to what they said.
Yes.
And so I want to listen to the Majority Leader on this issue. Then I can now guide the House as to the way forward.
Well, but I haven't, because they brought in the relationship, I haven't really done justice to the subject, Mr. Speaker. I think you can indulge me.
Sorry.
Because they diverted me through the relationship matter, I haven't been able to digest the matter. So if you...
No, you haven't laid it yet. We have not reached there yet. We have not reached there yet. No, we have not reached there yet. So you hold on. I'll listen to them before I come back.
Well, thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to remind you that you had earlier on indicated that you will hear from our colleague, the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa. And so if you can give him an opportunity to speak before I speak, and then the Majority Leader can also speak to the matter. Thank you.
All right, yes. Honorable Ablakwa.
I wanted to speak very
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is important to emphasize that the matter before us is a very, very serious one. Mr. Speaker, if this matter is not handled well, the consequences are dire, Mr. Speaker. This country could be plunged into a situation which has occurred in history. It can lead to hoarding. It can lead to kalabuli. Mr. Speaker, you remember the essential commodities era. It can lead to hoarding, kalabuli. And Mr. Speaker, it will then lead us into the abyss of massive corruption. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the first schedule attached to this airline, this instrument, Mr. Speaker, we are not speaking about just a few items, 2 or 3 or 4. Mr. Speaker, it's a very wide spectrum. 22 listed strategic products, Mr. Speaker. And for the avoidance of doubt and for our records, rice is on the list. Guts, bladders, and stomach of animals. 3, poultry. 4, animal and vegetable oil. 5, margarine. 6, fruit juices. 7, soft drink. 8, mineral water. 9, noodles and pasta. 10, ceramic tiles. 11, corrugated paper and paper board. 12, mosquito coil and insecticides. 13, soaps and detergents. 14, motor cars. 15, iron and steel. 16, cement. Number 17, polymers, plastics and plastic products. Number 18, fish. Number 19, sugar. Number 20, clothing and apparel. Number 21, biscuits. Number 22, canned tomatoes. So, Mr. Speaker, what has been presented to us is a wide spectrum. As I speak, as a country, we do not produce a cube of sugar. Not a cube. Not a drop of sugar, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the efforts we made to establish the Commander Sugar Factory. as we speak, nothing has been done to operationalize the Commander Sugar Factory. I thought that the Honorable K.T. Hammond, as a first step, we are all for strengthening local production and making sure we reduce our import burden and strengthen our foreign exchange regime so that the pressure on our currency will be addressed. We are all for that. The principles are noble. But before you get there, there are steps you must take. You cannot even take steps to operationalize Commander Sugar Factory after we have done all the heavy lifting. We don't produce a cube of sugar. And then you say that you are going to restrict sugar. Mr. Speaker, I am from a constituency where, as I speak, Aveime rice, Aveime we all know, is a major rice hub for our country. Aveime rice has collapsed. Under the Akufo-Addo government, they have looked on for Aveime rice to collapse. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the smallholders who are on their own producing rice, because of the VRA-induced floods, the entire irrigation system has been damaged. So they have suspended the production of rice, even at the smallholder level, after Aveime rice collapse. And yet, we have rice on this list. Mr. Speaker, another shocking item here is the garment sector. Again, if you come to my constituency, Japan Textiles, they need capital injection to revive Japan Textiles. So, Akosombo Textiles. That has not been done. As I speak to you, they are less than, at the peak of Japan Textiles production, they had about 1,400 workers. It's in my constituency. Currently, they have less than 200 workers. They are struggling. They are on the verge of collapsing. And yet, we have put textile and garments here. So, the steps that you must take, give them incentives. Assure them that you are making sure that you give them the right interventions to boost production. Address buffer stock. Make sure that we have enough in our warehouses so that as we take on this restriction policy, we are not going to have shortage. Mr. Speaker, all these things have not been done. So why is the Honorable K.T. Hammond seeking to put the cart before the horse? Mr. Speaker, there are provisions in this regulation as I round up, Mr. Speaker. For example, Regulation 13. Despite the work of the 10-member Restoration Committee, the Honorable K.T. Hammond has the final say. He can throw their work away. He has the final say, the final discretion. The work of the committee doesn't matter. And Mr. Speaker, under Regulation 18, what is even more bizarre is that when you are aggrieved as an importer and you want to go for review, you want redress of the K.T. Hammond decision, you still go before him. You appear before the same K.T. Hammond under Regulation 18. That's how we so Mr. Speaker, this matter, this ally is only seeking to have one man control our import space. And that is why as many as 6, Mr. Speaker, 6 credible institutions, GUTA, as I speak to you, has sent in a petition. The Food and Beverages Association of Ghana, FABAC, has sent in a petition. Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana have sent in a petition. Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders, Chamber of Automobile Dealership Ghana, and the National Chamber of Commerce.
Ablakwa, I think you've said it all. So your conclusion has been too long.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
So that's the end of it. Minister for Communication.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the LI has not been laid. So I have no idea what we are debating in this House today. There is nothing before the House. So as you indicated to the Minister that we are not yet there, I was of the opinion that you would tell the colleagues on the other side that there's nothing before us. I have no idea what the references are being made.
Were you here from the very beginning?
My understanding is that...
Were you here from the very beginning?
No, I've been here since morning.
Please, can you... You've been here since
I've
morning.
been here since morning. I've been here from the very beginning. Today, I was
So
here
why did you say
when
no?
the prayers were being
If you were
said.
here, why did
I
you
have
say
been
no?
here all morning. I had no idea what you meant by the very beginning. But I have been here. I was here before you entered the chamber. I was here for prayers. I have been here throughout.
Minister, do you
My
really
understanding is
listen
that-
to yourself when you are talking?
Yes, I do. I weigh my words very carefully before I speak.
If you were here from the very beginning before we started, and I asked you, were you here from the very beginning? You said no. Then you continue. And now you are telling me you were here even before I entered.
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
I've been
so
here
it meant that
before you
are not
entered.
listening to
I
yourself.
had no idea what you meant by very beginning. I haven't been here this week. This is my first time I'm appearing in the House this week. I've been here since the beginning of proceedings today. And I do listen to myself very carefully and weigh my words carefully before I speak. You don't think so? You are entitled to your opinion. But I beg to differ.
Honorable Minister, this is not the Ministry of Communications. This is Parliament.
I'm very well aware of that, sir.
Resume your seat. Honorable members, I raised the issue. And I raised the issue because the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry came to me and presented his case. And I was convinced, but I hadn't heard from the House. So I put it across. There have been a number of attempts to lay the instrument here, and there have been objections. But I didn't know what was happening. So he came to give me his side of the story, and I agreed with him. But before I could permit him to lay the instrument, I wanted to hear from the House. What is the challenge? And that is what occasioned their reaction and submissions. So I had to listen to them to be able to guide the House as to whether to lay the instrument or not to lay the instrument. That is the issue. And that is why I asked you the question. Please, because of your submissions, it's not. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, last week, Friday, the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry attempted to lay the regulations. Mr. Speaker, it was at that point that the majority leader engaged us and made certain amendments to the regulation and promised that the minister responsible for trade was going to incorporate those amendments, present it to us before he will lay it. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have not seen the changes that he promised to make, to effect in the draft regulation. Mr. Speaker, so I'm at a loss why he wants to lay the same regulation today. But Mr. Speaker, apart from that, I have seen a copy of the regulation, and the regulation was not accompanied by the fiscal impact analysis according to the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, I refer you to the Public Financial Management Act, Section 100, Fiscal Impact Analysis of Legislations and Proposals. Fiscal Impact Analysis of Legislations and Proposals. Section 101 says that any legislation to be laid before Parliament or proposal
submitted for the approval of Parliament shall be accompanied by a fiscal impact analysis stating the estimated effect on revenues and expenditures for the financial year in which the legislation or proposal is expected to come into force. The Speaker, as we speak, there is no fiscal impact analysis. The LI that I have seen, the Speaker, according to Section 100, any legislation, LI is a legislation, the Speaker, or proposal to be laid before Parliament must be accompanied by fiscal impact analysis. So I've heard him say that it is not a legislation. If it's not a legislation, the Speaker, it is certainly a proposal. The Speaker, whatever it is, it should have come together with a fiscal impact analysis. The Speaker, before the document is laid before Parliament. So Speaker, I urge you to ask the Minister responsible for trade and industry to submit to us a copy of the fiscal impact analysis before he can lay the LI. So Speaker, we demand to see a copy of the fiscal impact analysis. And aside that, the amendment that was effected by the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have not seen those amendments. So can we also have a copy of those amendments for us to be sure that those amendments has been effected? But Mr. Speaker, in any case, the legislation before us or the LI before us, Mr. Speaker, certainly there's a lot wrong with it. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot wrong with it. Mr. Speaker, can the honourable member behave herself and stop shouting at us when we are debating? Mr. Speaker, this is how this is Parliament. You can't speak like that to us. You can't speak like that to us. Mr. Speaker, our position on this LI is simple. Mr. Speaker, if they want to go ahead to lay this LI, in spite of the objections we have raised so far, Mr. Speaker, we will not be part of this. We will not be part of this. We will wash our hands. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, clearly, if you are to consider Order 48, we do not have enough members even to proceed with the business of the House. We do not have that. Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to have at least one-third. 91. Mr. Speaker, I have counted the numbers here. Mr. Speaker, we do not have 91. We do not have 91. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge him. I want to urge the Minister to stand this LI down. There's a lot wrong with it for him to continue engaging us. Mr. Speaker, 1, there's no fiscal impact analysis. 2, the so-called amendment has not been effected. We have not seen copies. Mr. Speaker, 3, there are issues raised by stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, and we insist those issues must be addressed before the LI is laid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm really taken aback by the turn of events. I thought that we were making good progress. I must say that I'm taken aback by this sudden insurrection in the House. We had a sudden insurrection in the House. Mr. Speaker, insurrection in quotes. Mr. Speaker, I'm beginning to hear some threats. And let me remind my colleagues who are signaling threats of the imperatives of Order 30, of the 30L. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'll read Order 30L. 30L provides: the following acts or conduct shall constitute a breach of privilege or contempt of Parliament. And L says
L says attempted intimidation by threats. Attempted intimidation by threats of members in the conduct of their duties. The honorable member, the minister, is a member of this house. He wants to perform a simple duty, and he's coming under serious threats. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind colleagues that they cannot do that. Mr. Speaker, now the issues have been raised about the need for the Minister for Trade and Industry to have maybe involved the Committee on Trade and Industry. Mr. Speaker, whilst I agree that that may be a legitimate request, the Minister, we must understand, is not under any obligation to do, because this is an instrument and it is a subsidiary legislation that has charge for it. And I thought that, Mr. Speaker, you are even going to provide space for the chairman of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to be heard on this matter. And the ranking member. We've not even heard them. We've not even heard them. Because they have that specific charge to deal with this matter. Mr. Speaker, I believe, because for now the instrument has not been laid in this house, all that we are doing is pre-laying consultations. So people firing guns at what is not before us in the manner they are handling it, as far as I'm concerned, is incomprehensible. It's incomprehensible. This is backroom consultation. We should limit it to the backroom. But we come on the floor as if the thing is before us, and we are firing guns. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the infinite wisdom of this house, that if the matter comes before us and is so appalling the way some members are describing it, we have the collective wisdom and integrity to stand together and Mr. Speaker, decapitate it. If we can't stand together, it is so appalling. You don't believe in the collective wisdom of this house? So the matter has not come before us properly. So all that we have been doing, Mr. Speaker, it has to do with import of some items. Listening to some colleagues is made to appear as if overnight the ministry and the minister is going to ban all these products. Nothing can be further from the truth. Let's not misinform the general public. At the heart of this legislation is import substitution. You want to protect local industry. That's at the bottom of it. How do we do it? Progressively? How do we handle it? I think that should be the preoccupation of this house. But people are taking positions as if, oh, we are for this, these people are against this. It's most unfortunate. It's most unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, the order 166G of this house again comes into play. For the 166, the Speaker, with the greatest respect, it says, it refers to the position of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee. There shall be a committee on subsidiary legislation which shall consist of so and so. And then 3G provides whether the legislation that is to be introduced appears to make some unusual or unexpected use of the powers conferred by the Constitution, or that act pursuant to which it is made. If we believe that the regulations are conferring some some unusual powers on a minister. Our orders provide for us to relate to this and take a decision on that. So really, what you are doing, Mr. Speaker, I can't just comprehend. Because we have options open to us that we can resort to. We have options open to us that we can resort to. We do know of the import of Article 11.7. After we've done these backroom consultations, it will come to this House. And if the options, some of them have already related to, if you are listening to me, the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can stand together as a House on this matter. Now, where are we? The matter came before us last Friday. And Mr. Speaker, indeed, I must confess, that was the first time I was having a closer look at the regulations. I observed some challenges and proposed some amendments. Had a discussion with the chairman of the Sectoral Legislation Committee, who agreed with me. The minority leader I consulted, who agreed with me. The minister is here. The minister also agreed. And then we said, with that agreement, the minister should factor those amendments, those proposed amendments, into the document and resubmit them. What caused the brouhaha on Friday was maybe some mistrust. Some members saying that they wanted to see the amendments find expression in the instrument before the minister reintroduces it to the House. The minister was saying that was appealing, that we could trust him to do what he was required to do. That was the point of departure. Mr. Speaker, so I thought that we had made considerable progress. My colleague, the Honorable Minority Leader, is now bringing another matter that he has not seen the document. First, our orders provide that as soon as sufficient copies of this are available with the clerk's office, the minister could do the presentation. It's not for you to see it first. It's not for you to see it first. But Mr. Speaker, that's technically how it's supposed to be. But because maybe there are some disagreements, if you want to progress on the line of maybe the minister showing what has been done finally before it is late, I would not have any fixation on that. But we must be mindful of the time ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, between now and the 22nd of this month, when we intend to adjourn senior D, we have only 18 days. We have only 18 days. Even if we conscripted Mondays to sitting days, we only have 18 sitting days, which then will mean that we will need further 4 more days, 3 more days. That perhaps may mean that we may have perhaps to sit on some Saturdays, so that the bill will be able to mature on the 22nd of December. So, Mr. Speaker, if there are no fundamental challenges, given how far we've traveled and amendments proposed, then I think the only thing left would be, as the minority leader is saying, if the minister can get it printed out today, for him to bring it. Because, Mr. Speaker, from the initial consultation that the minister did with the Sectoral Legislation Committee, I've seen the report that they submitted. But again, because it's not formally with us, there's a difficulty quoting from this. But if you have to quote from this, the conclusion is clear, that the committee had no reason to believe that the 2 draft regulations were not within the ambit of the parameters set under Article 11.7 of the Constitution and the Standing Orders of Parliament. That is the clear determination of the committee. It's your memo. It's not your memo. It's from the chairman of the Sectoral Legislature. Yes. It's public document. Mr. Speaker, so that's where we are. So I'll plead with my colleagues. I think the only thing that is left is maybe the minister factoring everything into the instrument and presenting it. The additional matter that the minority leader states, unfortunately I cannot go along with him, when he refers to the fact that there may not be any fiscal impact analysis. Tell me, all the bills that have come before us, have you had any fiscal impact? Mr. Speaker, in any event, Article 11.7 is clear on this. That is the Constitution. You cannot use statute to amend the Constitution. You cannot. So, Mr. Speaker, let's rest it there. I think with how far we traveled, as I'm saying, the only point that I will agree with you, the day is not spent. Maybe you can urge the minister to produce the one that carries, the one that bears the amendments, so that we can then present it to the House. As for watching, because the issues raised by the Honorable Kujetu, they have all been factored into it. You spoke about the role of Guta. Well, it's been factored into it. Food and beverages, that committee, they are now part of it. We've considered all these things. So, Mr. Speaker, I observed some wild gesticulations from the usual quarters. I will disregard them. Mr. Speaker, so respectfully, I guess we can provide a useful direction and we'll move on as a House. Mr. Speaker, we need to conclude for the members the contributions on the debate on the budget to pave way for us to bring the questions down tomorrow. So if you can provide the usual useful direction, we can then make progress. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, thank you so much for the information. I did state earlier that the Minister for Trade and Industry briefed me last night on the instrument. I'm aware that since last week, this item has been on the order paper. And I'm aware that there have been some resistance to the minister laying the instrument. So last night he gave me the brief, I got convinced from his submissions that there was a need for him to lay the instrument today. And I told him so. But we initiated this issue of pre-laying consultations. And that's why when I started, I called on the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to tell us whether they've been that pre-laying consultation. The chairman was not on his seat then. So a member stood up and gave us the position. That was the Honorable Oju Kotoi. And that is where the issues cropped up. That yes, there are a lot of issues still pending, undetermined, and the minister has been asked to do 1, 2, 3. Members got up to amplify on it, and these are all news to me. These are news to me. And so the conversation here, as the majority leader said, is part of the pre-laying consultation. Now, if at the end of the day, leadership and the minister had agreed that there was a need for some amendments to be carried through before the instrument is laid, which I was not aware of, then we'll have to cross-check from the committee whether those things have been done and whether the committee has agreed on it. If that is the situation, then we proceed. Now, I see the chairman of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation, and I'm being given now a copy of the draft LI. I want to know whether that has been brought to your attention and whether the concerns raised have been factored into the LI. Then we can move on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for a record, the pre-laying consideration of this instrument took place before the committee. And when the minister appeared before the committee, one of the critical issues that we normally want ministers to brief the committee on is the policy rationale, the policy justification for the instrument. We also always want the minister to tell us if the minister is not acting ultra vires the powers conferred on the minister by Parliament under the Substantive Act. And so when the Honourable Minister for Trade and Industry appeared before us, we looked at the Import and Export Act and evaluated the instrument against the powers granted the minister under the Act. And from a legal technical point of view, we came to the conclusion, the entire committee, that the minister had not exceeded his powers under the Act. We also evaluated it against the Constitution and came to a similar conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Majority Leader is right that the criteria for the committee's work is set out very clearly under Order 166 of our standing orders. We are not the ones who evaluate the proper, or let me put it this way, whether the regulatory policy is sound or not. Whether the regulatory policy is sound is the remit of the Committee on Trade and Industry. Our duty is bounded by Order 166. So when we evaluated the instrument, we came to the conclusion that it is within that remit. Now, did we have any issues with the policy justification? Yes, we had issues, Mr. Speaker. The minister gave two reasons. He gave two rationales. One is that they wanted to conserve foreign exchange and then preserve our balance of payments position. And I asked the minister whether in terms of Article 12 of the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, we are within our right in order to do this. And he said yes. I also asked the minister whether his ministry had looked at the WTO agreement on import licensing procedures. And the chief legal officer of the ministry replied that they had done that evaluation and come to the conclusion that it was not in violation of the WTO agreement. Mr. Speaker, I also pointed out to the minister that this is going to affect a lot of stakeholders. And therefore, there was a need for stakeholder reports to be submitted to the committee. As we speak, the committee has not yet received the stakeholders' report. We also raised the issue, and I personally pointed out to the minister, the fact that this instrument could serve as a source of rent-seeking behavior by not the minister in particular, but those in charge of issuing the licenses, the issue of corruption. And for the first time, I pointed out to the minister that there is a report of the Olenu Committee of Inquiry into malpractices and irregularities in import licensing procedures at the same Ministry of Trade. The report is dated 1967. And I also told the minister that it was because of that report that the case of Republic versus Kenya came before the courts of this country, where corrupt practices relating to import licensing procedures were the subject matter of the prosecution of Mrs. Akenya. And so, Mr. Speaker, I made it abundantly clear that there was a need for us to look at the instrument and modify it in ways that will make sure that these concerns are addressed. The minister and his technical team agree with me. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, the amendments that the committee proposed, especially the substantive ones, for instance, we propose that cement be taken out because we have already addressed the issue of cement in an earlier instrument, and so there was no need for cement to be repeated in this a particular instrument. All right. So, Mr. Speaker, we made it very clear that subject to these amendments, the House could then take a decision as to whether the instrument should be laid. And Mr. Speaker, it is not the power. It is not within the power of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to clear instruments for laying. This is for Mr. Speaker and leadership. So I submitted a comprehensive memo to leadership of the House, that is specifically the minority leader, outlining what we decided as a committee and leaving it to yourself and the leadership to take a decision whether or not this instrument should be laid. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what took place within the committee, and the memo that was submitted to leadership was for their attention and for decision by this honorable House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to clarify the situation.
Thank you so much for the information. Now, I believe the House now have the opportunity to assess the situation. I didn't want any further delay in the presentation of the instrument, and I didn't want to go back to do a backdoor consultation on this matter. This is the first time I'm hearing all this, and the report you talked about has not been made available to me, so I'm not aware of it. But my concern is to get business of this House going. And it's good sometimes we iron out these differences, not backdoor. But backdoor is transacting business in secret. We are operating an open door policy now. And we just inaugurated the Open Parliament, Open Governance Parliament Caucus. So these things will be done openly, so that there are no suspicions and rumor mongering and allegations. Clearly, what they've made available to me doesn't include cement. Cement is not there. So it meant that this instrument is not the initial one that came before the committee. What I can say is that, Minister, kindly make available copies of this new draft to the committee. As rightly stated by the chairman of the committee, all the points that the chairman stated are correct. I was a chairman of that committee before, and I know how the difficulty of implementing the Article 11(7) and the laws thereafter are posing serious challenges in implementation in the House. So we just do these things to try and iron it out, because when the instrument is laid, you need to test majority to annul it. And the partisan nature of the House is such that you scarcely get to test majority to annul such instruments. And what many of you don't know, that some of these instruments have led to holders of public offices being prosecuted and imprisoned. You don't know this. As a leader, I had the opportunity of advising ministers and public servants on some of these instruments, and they did not listen to me. They were laid and passed. And at the end of the day, those instruments caught up on them. And because it was the implementation of the instruments where offenses were committed and they were prosecuted and convicted. So what we're doing is not just politics, it's real life situation. I will plead with the minister that in spite of my earlier promise to him, he should make available copies of the instrument to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee for them to ensure as the majority leader also stated, some of those amendments that were agreed upon have been taken on board. Then we can lay the instrument and move on with it. Any other, Ahmed, okay, Harun, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much. I ordinarily would not have made a comment, but having listened to the chair of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, the Honorable Dominic, I'm compelled, whilst you guide this House and leadership on what to do, that the Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, pursuant to his powers in the Import-Export Act of 1995 and Article 11 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Ayeni draws attention to an important matter, and I want to place it on record that probably his committee have been misled. When it comes, Ghana is a signatory to the World Trade Organization, WTO. And we are signatory to WTO with a liberalized market regime. If you want to impose import restrictions, as I listened to the chair of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation, Mr. Speaker, it offends Article 11 of GATT 1999, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs. They call it quantitative restrictions. That is what you are seeking to do. So when you are responding to the committee, you must find responses to that the World Trade Organization is against quantitative restrictions under GATT 1999. Mr. Speaker, I will come to exceptional circumstances. Even the import licensing regime, WTO requires that it's automatic and that your system is simple, transparent, predictable, and says that the power should not be conferred on the minister, but an independent judicial committee, not the minister. That is what WTO protocol says. So whatever information the Honorable Ayeni got, Mr. Speaker, I will go with the Constitution, I will go with the law. The principle to protect infant industries is important. We should build consensus on it. But Mr. Speaker, he should hold on and respect your directive. Go back to the committee, fine-tune it, do proper consultation. Then, Mr. Speaker, my final caution as former Minister of Trade and Industry, you may by this legislation be inviting retaliatory measures by other countries, be guided by it. Other countries may decide that you have said that, okay, I'm restricting import of rice and sugar. We will restrict the import of your processed cocoa into our trade regime. That will have consequences on the very balance of payment and export regime you want to regulate, particularly from the EU. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought that he has powers, but the powers must be in pursuit of the public interest of Ghana. The stakeholders of Ghana have expressed disquiet, and Mr. Speaker, the WTO protocol also requires that there must be extensive stakeholder consultation. So as I listen to the Honorable Leader, Honorable Atufosin, he says that copies of the stakeholder report is not made available to him nor to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation. We are a member of WTO. The minister must respect all the protocols, including the import licensing regime. But my worst fear is using this to invite retaliatory measures from other countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the matters that the former minority leader raised, particularly on the WTO rules, Speaker, we were very conscious about that. There is an exception under the Article 12 rule. There's an exception under that, particularly when you're talking about the balance of payment issues. Clear exception on that, Mr. Speaker. And then the question of stakeholder consultation. Mr. Speaker, we started dealing with this particular document when I first got the ministry. It is taking us about 4 months, Mr. Speaker, to run through the country for consultations all over the country. It now surprises me that everybody is suggesting that they were not consulted. Maybe it's obvious that every single particular grouping, every single individual, Mr. Speaker, may not possibly be consulted. But I can assure the House that, Mr. Speaker, there was a broad sweep of consultation among all the individuals who now are possibly coming out to say that they might not have been consulted. Mr. Speaker, that story seems to be one-sided. It seems to be one-sided. I have also heard other groups, the AGI and others, who are very happy that this is now coming to the floor, and that they appreciate the extent to which this is important. Mr. Speaker, they talk about Guta and others. Mr. Speaker, I have had so many meetings with Guta. Mr. Speaker, they are now, Guta is actually part of the committee that will take the decision. Mr. Speaker, let there be no doubt in anybody's mind, and this matter is troubling me. I take Katie Hammond out of the equation. Mr. Speaker, it is not for the minister to take the decision, and I've said it consistently that there is a committee, Mr. Speaker, which now comprises about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 groupings, ministries, institutions, organizations, including, Mr. Speaker, the Beverages Association they are talking about, Mr. Speaker, including the Ghana Union Traders, that is the Guta, Mr. Speaker, they are all there. And then ultimately, one Honorable Akuyetu Ablakwa says that it is for the minister to take the situation. It is not. Mr. Speaker, you look at the instrument, Mr. Speaker, you will see conspicuously by its presence that it is the committee that makes the recommendation. The committee decides to either grant or not to grant. When they decide, Mr. Speaker, then it comes to the minister. The minister may. I don't particularly see the troubling aspect of the word may. It's all over the place. But what is, Mr. Speaker, critical? They talk about checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, Regulation 19 deals with the review of the decision of the minister. Mr. Speaker, when the minister has refused whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, 3, a person dissatisfied with the decision of the minister under the regulation numbered may seek redress in the court. Mr. Speaker, I can't see how explicit it can get. How can a minister arrogate unto himself the decision to do this or to do that when he has the sword of the court hanging around his court? That is the remit of administrative decision-making process. Mr. Speaker, they asked me to include the cement. We shouldn't include cement. I did indicate, Mr. Speaker, incidentally, Mr. Speaker, there were 2 allies that are presented. One of them had to do with the cement, specifically with cement. So I indicated that cement shouldn't have been there because we have a special, specific ally for that. So, Mr. Speaker, we agreed to delete it. It has been deleted. There were other instances that they said we should change a few, tweak a few of the sentences around. Mr. Speaker, we dealt with all of that. The committee report that Honorable Dr. Aine, Mr. Speaker, talks about is very clear. The legal position, they said we are not contravening any regulation. We are not contravening the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it's simply the fact that my colleagues simply do not want it to be late. And then they make the point, which, Mr. Speaker, is completely unfair. Consistently, they have been saying that they represent the good people of Ghana. I have been wondering which people that we do represent on this house. I obviously don't represent the bad people of Adansi Asopa. I represent the very good people of Adansi Asopa in the Ashanti region of Ghana. My colleague here represents the very good people of some part of Blekuma. So this whole business of them representing the good people of Ghana, it's unfair. It's unfair. Mr. Speaker, it's entirely in your hands now. We've gone through all the, Mr. Speaker, all the
Honorable members, I think we've had enough.
Thank you very much
on this matter. I decided to devote this time for it because the instrument is very key to the health of our economy and a number of sectors in the country. That is why I allowed this time, space for us to have a discussion over the instrument. I want to reiterate that the minister who is exercising a delegated power, we have delegated the power to him. He has gone through all the requirements of the law. It's the process, the procedure that we now ironing out. You have discussed, you have disagreed on some issues, you have agreed on some. Those, according to the information I have been factored into the new draft instrument. Kindly make that available to our committee. Once they agree with you that legally you are right, legally you are right, but you also agreed together with the majority leader and the leadership that there are some renditions that have to be captured. Now you have captured them. Just make copies available to the committee and they will say they've been captured. And then we can then proceed to lay the instrument tomorrow. Please, tomorrow. Members. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Just a quick correction. When the discussions were made last Friday, the agreement was that, and specifically, I've just looked at the new document. This is the minister who told us we should just take his word for it. He was going to implement all the changes. It was agreed that those aggrieved could either go to court or seek redress in Parliament. He did not incorporate that.
Oh,
you see?
Deputy,
were you informed?
Please,
I just want to make sure.
Please. We have passed several laws. Parliament is not an arena of litigation. You don't advocate these things in Parliament. So if there have been an earlier agreement on that issue, it was done in error. And we should not factor that in. So please make the copies available to honorable members. I can't continue to be listening to you.
I'm grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in wrapping up respectfully, Mr. Speaker, there are two important issues that came up, but we need your guidance on that. The fiscal impact analysis, because it's a matter under the Public Financial Management Act. And then, Mr. Speaker, the petitions that have come, 6 strong associations, GUTA and the rest, FABA, Mr. Speaker. So at least they should listen if the minister and the trade committee can engage them. Let's not be seen leaving them out. So I just played with you, Mr. Speaker.
The Act cannot amend the Constitution. That is not part of the requirements under the 1992 Constitution. So that one doesn't apply. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to thank you for your good counsel in bringing the House together. Just to add that if the leadership of the Trade and Industry Committee or the leadership of Agri Committee will assist the subsidiary legislations in doing their final pre-laying, I think it will do us a great favor.
I want to repeat, any member of Parliament is at liberty to attend the meetings of any committee and to make input. If we have to keep on creating joint committees of this nature, it will be difficult for us to run the House. Once you have concerns on a proposal, a bill, or a matter before the House, you are at liberty to attend and make available your concerns to the committee. You don't need to be joined to that committee before you attend the meetings of the committee. So I'll plead with you, Honorable Deputy Minority Whip to urge the members to appear before the Committee of Subsidiary Legislation to assist the committee come to the final conclusion. Because if you do that for trade and industry, you may need to do that for food and agri. Because the items that I read, a lot of them deal with food and agri. And then the other committees. My good son from Bole, is there something?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a very brief comment with respect to the stakeholders or industry players who have taken this house as a very serious house, a house that they think that they can seek redress from this place. It is that respect that motivated them to petition this house and to petition your good self. So for us to ignore them, Mr. Speaker, we will be setting a very bad precedent for ourselves, because then the next time they wouldn't see a need to call on you, and that is my worry. My second issue is that...
Honorable Member, actually I have not received any petition from any of those groups. The petitions might be to you, but not to me. Again, what you have done, even today on the floor, is clear and loud evidence that you listen to them and that you've taken their views across. So they cannot say you have ignored their petition. We have an environment we operate within. There's a limit to which you can reach out. You can't go beyond that limit. And so when you get those concerns and you bring them on board, that is factored into the final decision that is taken by the House. And that is what has led to the delay of the laying of the instrument for over 1 week. And that's why I'm giving enough space for all of you to air your views. And you have done so. So they can't say they'll be ignored. Please, this has never happened. But it's because of the importance attached to the instrument. And I think that I will end up here, and let us move to the other business, please. Because the committee will look at the new draft instruments and then come back to us. It will be laid if everything is done, and then at the end of the day, a report will be presented by the committee to the House. If there are still concerns to be raised by members on the floor, you will still be entitled to do so. But at the end of the day, the House will take a decision. Please, I just thank you all for your understanding and cooperation. So we move on. Yes, honorable members, so we will defer laying of the instrument to tomorrow, and then we will proceed to the other business. The major business for today, or we will have other papers to lay. Many more papers. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, so that we will have time to consult sufficiently, I'll plead that we give the indication to the Minister that rather he does it on Thursday and not even tomorrow. So we have sufficient time for consultations. Yes.
You prefer Thursday instead of tomorrow?
Yes, so that nobody complains thereafter.
Honorable members, Thursday, the item will be programmed for the consideration of the House. In other words, it will be laid on Thursday. Chairman of the committee, please, you've heard the directive. So immediately you get copies, you call a meeting of your committee and you go through it. And then on Thursday, the instrument, if cleaned up, would then be laid in the House.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, further papers to be laid.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman has indicated to me, the chairman of the Committee on Lands and Forestry, has indicated to me that the committee is not ready yet on these documents. So we are not taking them. That is item 7J, all of them. We are not taking them. 7J, all of them, from Roman number 1 to Roman number 11. We are not taking any of them. If the others are ready, the chairman could present them, but those of them that I know I've spoken to. I'm saying from K, L, M, N, O. I don't know the status of those ones. If they are ready, they could be presented. If they are not, then Speaker, we can move on to the debate.
I propose that we move on to item 8. Honorable members, item 8 at page 10 of the order paper. Motion, debate to continue. I have the list from members. The majority have submitted 7 names for today. The minority side have submitted 12 names. Sorry, they've added some 2 other deputy ministers, Andrew Mesa and Owuraku Edu. So that makes it 9. 9 against 12. We will start from the deputy minister, Honorable Andrew Mesa.
Speaker, let me
Please, honorable members, I have to rush to perform another very important duty. So, first Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, please.
Speaker, let me acknowledge your magnanimity in
10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Space to contribute to the motion number 8 on page 10 of today's order paper, to the effect that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Speaker, this motion, as we all know, was moved on the 15th of November by the Honorable Finance Minister and seconded by the Honorable Minister for Information and Member of Parliament for Ofuasi Ayebi on the 21st of November 2023. Speaker, even before I begin, last Wednesday I was not in the chamber, but with the benefit of technology, I followed the debate in the House, and I was startled when I heard my good friend, the Member of Parliament for Elembele, and the Deputy Minority Leader make assertions in the chamber with respect to the media role that he played, which is not in doubt as minister at the time. He made suggestions with respect to PDS, spoke on take and pay, and also made some input with respect to the upstream sector and the contribution that the NDC had made relative to his claim that the Akufo-Addo government had added nothing to our upstream sector. Speaker, I was baffled and startled because the assertions relative to the upstream sector that the deputy minority leader made to be charitable was far from the truth. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that within the 8-year period of the NDC administration of Prof. Mills and Mr. Mahama, they signed some 11 petroleum agreements. None, Mr. Speaker, none of those 11 or so petroleum agreements is producing oil to date. None of them. All the producing fields that we have in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, the 3 of them, Jubilee, 10 fields, and the Sankofa GMA fields were all signed during the era of President Kufuor. Mr. Speaker, the Jubilee fields, which is indeed a unitization of 2 wells, the Shedwa and Mahogany, were signed under 2 petroleum agreements in 2004 and 2006. Mr. Speaker, the Westgate 3 Points Petroleum Agreement resulted in the Mahogany discovery, which was signed in 2004 under President Kufuor, and then the Shedwa 1 discovery was made in June 2006 under the Deepwater Tunnel Petroleum Agreement, which was signed in 2006, also under President Kufuor. So, Speaker, the Sankofa GMA field.
Please hold on. Yes, leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on the 91. The Deputy Minister for Energy, stated that we signed 11 agreements and none of them is producing. Let the record be very clear. The NDC negotiated and found me ENI, the lead producer. Honorable, that is not a challenge of a fact. It is a fact. No. That is now the lead producer. 2009. Right, Speaker.
What I'm saying is that it does not belie the fact he made. This is your contribution. When you get the opportunity, you contribute. So I'll tell somebody who will contribute. Yes, Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Sankofa GMA field was signed in 2006. That is the offshore Cape 3 Points Petroleum Agreement that brought into existence the Sankofa GMA fields was signed in 2006. In 2006, it is a matter of record that it was the NPP government under President J.A. Kufuor who was in government. So, Speaker, indeed, of the 11, and of course, the current Minister for Trade was then the Deputy Minister for Energy. He handled all those transactions at the time. This is a matter of public record. So, Speaker, indeed, of the 11 or so petroleum agreements that the NDC administration signed, 4 of them have been terminated for non-performance. 4. So to sit in the chamber of parliament and suggest that NDC left 3 producing fields when none of the agreements that is producing this oil. In fact, the Speaker, if you recall, when President Kufuor's area we discovered oil in commercial quantities and a portion of it was brought into this chamber, members on this side described it as Adjongo. Members of the NDC minority described it as Adjongo. Yet, today, they want to claim credit for the work that President Kufuor's government did. When they had opportunity at the time they were in government to explore our upstream resources, Mr. Speaker, we all know what their focus was on. They decided to invest in game parks and mining concessions and the like, and took their eye off the ball of what really they were supposed to do. So, Speaker, the Deputy Minority Leader also asserted that the Akufo-Addo government in the Jubilee Southeast project is not a new development. I was surprised that he, of all people, would make that assertion in this house, knowing very well that within every block there are potentially one or more discoveries in a block, and that if you make one discovery and you make another, you cannot attribute those two as one project. Indeed, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the document that the Jubilee partners presented to the ministry when they were applying for the Greater Jubilee Plan of Development project, this is what they said, and if you permit me, I'll quote. Mr. Speaker, the Greater Jubilee Field partners request the Honorable Minister to approve the Greater Jubilee Field Development Plan, GJFFDP, to enable full, integrated, timely and economic development of the reservoirs of the Jubilee Field unit, mahogany and teak to proceed. Mr. Speaker, clearly it was evident from this document that beyond the Jubilee unit, these two discoveries, mahogany and teak, were separate and distinct. Part of the Greater Jubilee, but they were distinct discoveries that had been determined to be commercial, for which, because of the exigencies of ensuring an economic development of the field, they applied to the minister to allow them to tie in to the existing infrastructure. But it makes sense, Mr. Speaker, because it cannot be expected that when you discover food in near fields, or you discover oil in near fields, you necessarily ought to go and put new FPSOs in that same enclave to produce from. So it cannot be said that the discovery in Jubilee Southeast is not a new discovery. Mr. Speaker, indeed, if you refer to paragraph 163 of the budget, and if you permit me, you will see clearly that the work that has been done in Jubilee Southeast is what has led to the increase in production between August and September from the 2.67 million that we were producing from Jubilee to 3,036,000. Clearly, that is an addition to.
Sorry, Honorable Leader, kindly hold on. Let me listen to. Yes.
I had to rise because we have school children around, and we need to make sure that we give them the right information. Right, Honorable Speaker. Everybody knew the Jubilee field. Additional remediation works, additional wells were part of the work in Greater Jubilee that led to that 80,000 barrels that he's talking about. It cannot be a new field. We knew. So don't tell the people of Ghana that you have developed a new field. I am saying that it was part of the Jubilee field, the Greater Jubilee, and you added that. That's good, but it is not a new field. Don't miseducate young students who have come here. You did not add a new producing field. This is part of Greater Jubilee.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would beg of my respected colleague to lead the way the right way. He is a leader. He knows what to do when a member is debating. He knows what to do. Obviously, the member on his feet talked about this take or pay agreement that has cost the country so much, which you signed. But you've not questioned that. Look at how much Ghana has lost under your leadership as a Minister of Energy. Have you gotten up to question why Ghana is spending so much? Allow him to flow. This is bad faith. Under what order did you write? Mr. Speaker, we must not encourage him to do this. This take or pay agreement that you signed. You know how much it's costing Ghana. You know how much it's costing Ghana. Where are you?
Honorable Leader, kindly take your seat. I think I was expecting the leaders to support me to manage the House. But unfortunately, the leaders who are jumping into debate and raising issues which are
are not needed interjections. I'm going to be very firm. Unless I perceive that there has been a factual miscalculation, I will not admit anybody intervention. Yes, you have 1 minute, 31 seconds more. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, beyond the Jubilee Southeast, under the Akufo-Addo administration, Peckham Southeast has been discovered in 2018, AGN's Yankum 1 in 2019, Springfield's Afina 1X in 2019, ENI's Akuma 1X in 2019, ENI's Eban 1X in 2021, and ENI's Apokuma 1X in 2022. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we have indeed increased our reserves. Mr. Speaker, I also heard my good friend speak to excess capacity and take-or-pay contracts. Mr. Speaker, I'm on record to have said that take-or-pay contracts are not necessarily bad. But it's the quantum of take-or-pay that you contract that comes at a cost to you. That is the key issue. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that in 2015, even during the period that we're sleeping in darkness, we had excess electricity, up to 905 megawatts of power, 47% excess, and we're sleeping in darkness. Why? Because they just did not have the resources to buy fuel to power the plants. Mr. Speaker, their solution was to contract additional power, which led in 2017 to 69% excess power in this country. So if the finance minister says that we spent 32 billion, all signed by the NDC administration, Amma Kofi and his colleagues.
You have 1 minute more. 1 minute more.
Thank you very much. So the fact of the matter is that this is a good budget, Mr. Speaker. We've kept the lights on. We've increased our oil resources, and I call on my colleagues to support this budget and lend their support in approving it so that we can build a better Ghana under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. Akufo-Addo for the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
It's the turn of Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement on the floor. Mr. Speaker, in doing this, I'll be very brief, but I will touch on few issues. Mr. Speaker, I've looked through the budget. I've read extensively the budget by having been here for 15 years. I look at the state of the economy in 2009 when Professor Mills took the baton. Look at his budget. I've looked at the state of the economy in 2013, and I've looked at it in 2017 when it was being given to the MPP-led administration. And I've looked at it, Mr. Speaker, when the MPP-led administration was handing over to themselves. Mr. Speaker, the country has never been the same. And Mr. Speaker, you can only do this by comparing the records and comparing the data. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to come to inflation. When inflation was being given to the Professor Mills-led administration in 2009, it was 18.1. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, when we were handing over the baton to the new Patriotic Party-led government, Mr. Speaker, we had reduced inflation from 18.1 to 15.4. Mr. Speaker, within 7 years, Mr. Speaker, they themselves, from 15.4, they did transposition of figures. As at December 2022, they had brought inflation to 54.1. Mr. Speaker, compare the two. Who are the better managers of the economy? Mr. Speaker, I know, as a good lawyer of your caliber, who would have been in the Supreme Court by now, by judgment, you know that we who brought inflation down from 18.1 to 15.4, are better managers of the Ghanaian economy than the MPP-led administration who brought it to 54.1. And Mr. Speaker, when we gave them the 15.4 economy, their comment was that we were giving them a rundown economy. What is the inflation now? We gave you 15.4, you took it to 54.1, now you are prouding yourself that you have brought it to 35.2. And when you look through the budget, inflation figure is now 35.2 by October 2023. And you are proud of that. Mr. Speaker, if this is what Ghanaians knew that they were coming to do, then they would have maintained the MPP administration in their 15.4 inflationary figure. Mr. Speaker, then I come to growth, the GDP. Mr. Speaker, normally when my colleagues on the other side are speaking, oh, in the first 3 years of our administration, we were doing well. The economy was growing well. Mr. Speaker, in mathematics, you group like terms. Take your first 3 years from 2017 to 2019, and take the first 3 years of NDC from 2010 to 2011, and compare the growth rate. We are better managers of the economy than you. Mr. Speaker, the figures are here. And I've done the weighted average of the GDP growth rate in the last 8 years of the MPP administration, and the growth rate on weighted average in the last 7 years of their administration. Mr. Speaker, the weighted average growth rate, Mr. Speaker, for the last 8 years of the NDC-led administration, from 2009, 2010 to 2016, Mr. Speaker, it is 6.46. 6.46. Mr. Speaker, on the same weighted average method, from 2017 to 2023 as we speak now, on the same weighted average, on the same formula, the MPP performance on the GDP growth rate, Mr. Speaker, is 4.73%. Who are the better managers of the economy? Are you proud of this, your records? Inflation, we've beaten you. GDP growth rate, we've beaten you. So what can you do better? Are you proud of these records? And Mr. Speaker, what pains me is that, oh, in the last 3 years you were doing well. Did Ghanaian give you the mandate for 3 years? You were given the mandate for 4 years, and you failed woefully by recording the worst GDP growth rate performance in the history of this country, 0.5%. And you have an excuse. We gave you the economy, and you can never have any excuse. Mr. Speaker, these are the records. In 2009, 4.8%, 2010, 7.9%, 2011, 14.0%, 2012, 9.2%, 2013, 7.3%, 2014, 2.8%, 2015, 2.1%, 2016, 3.37%. So, Speaker, take the records. The records are there. Then you go to their records. The Speaker, in 2017, 8.1%. 2018, 6.2%. 2019, 6.5%. 2020, 0.5%. 2021, 5.3%. 2022, 3.2%. 2023, 3.2%. When you find the weighted average, your performance, your weighted average growth rate is 4.7%. And you claim to be better managers of the economy. It's only you who will prefer 4.7 to 6.4. Mr. Speaker, having done with the GDP growth rate, Mr. Speaker, and having done with the inflation, I will come to their performance in fighting corruption. Mr. Speaker, I've checked the budget, and I've recorded the corruption perception index from 2009 to date. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's best performance in fighting corruption, the cleanest government in the history of this country, was in 2015. And who was the president of Ghana in 2015? Who was the president of Ghana? Mr. Speaker, it was only 2015 that Ghana was able to record 48/100. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, in 2015, we recorded 47. In 2015, we recorded 48. In 2013, we recorded 46. In 2012, we recorded 45. Mr. Speaker, when we gave them the baton to go and fight corruption, you claim, oh, we've established special prosecutor, we've passed this law. You have done all the legislation, but you are the worst and the pettiest performance. We are the cleanest. You are from 0 to 100, they rate you. If you are able to record 48, most clean. If you record below, you can make. So when you do the assessment, if Ghanaians had known this, and the Speaker, this is from the Transparency International. Ghana being headed by President Mahama was adjudged as the cleanest government and the cleanest president. We gave it to you. Your best performance is 40, 41, 43, 41, 43, not even 44. Mr. Speaker, so when it comes to fighting corruption is not just about passing laws. Fighting corruption, Mr. Speaker, is about walking the talk. And that is why the international community has recognized us as the cleanest government or the cleanest president in the history of this country. Against you, Mr. Speaker, because why don't you mention yours? Then, Mr. Speaker, having spoken about fighting corruption, I will come to our performance in press freedom. And between we and you, we will see who are the best Democrats. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to press freedom, the best government in the history of Ghana, that one too was in 2015. In 2015, who was the president of this country? NDC, led by President Mahama. So, Mr. Speaker, fighting corruption and granting the press their freedom, Mr. Speaker, the best performer is the NDC and when we are in charge. Mr. Speaker, in doing this, I have to come to governance. And in governance, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I can see they are jittering, and when old bones are being mentioned, old women feel uneasy. If you dare, I will lay this. We gave you the economy, and now you are not running from your performance. Mr. Speaker, you come to still coming to the budget. I will go to paragraph 552, and that is on the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, it is very pathetic that in the budget, no mention was made on the district level elections. Meanwhile, you and I know that this year we have a district level elections. Mr. Speaker, no mention was made about it here. And when you mention the budget, Mr. Speaker, you came to meet us here. You talk about the performance of 2023 budget before you go to the outlook of 2024. That is how budget is prepared. Mr. Speaker, the lawyer doesn't understand. The budget talks about the performance of 2023 budget and the outlook for 2024. Honorable Senor, you don't know. I'm teaching you, and this orientation for you, free of charge. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 552, Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission conducted by-election in Komawu and Asin North. But let me jump to 553. In 2024, the Commission will undertake the continuous voter registration exercise and conduct the presidential and parliamentary elections, in addition to provide citizens access to electoral education services and inspect political party offices. The Speaker, beyond this, the Electoral Commission is talking about embarking upon electoral reforms in the electoral laws. The Speaker, what Ghana needs now is not about reforms of laws, but what Ghana needs is to making sure that we scrutinize the people who occupy the Electoral Commission itself. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been described as a beacon of democracy and an oasis of peace in West African sub-region. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, in the electoral reforms, I want to point this to the Electoral Commission. They must reform themselves first before they reform the laws.
why am I saying this? Mr. Speaker, it's very pathetic that as a parliamentary candidate in the Blue region, I came face to face with the head of the political party's electoral officer in the region. Only today, for me to come and meet that same person in the electoral commission office, describing himself that I'm now the board member of the electoral commission. What kind of loss? Mr. Speaker, people will dispute this, and I hold in my hand profile of Dr. Peter Apiahine, the best person for the regional elections and research job for the MPP in the Blue region. This is, you are talking of reforms. We must reform the persons occupying it first. And Mr. Speaker, in the profile, political positions held and services to the MPP. Political positions held and services to the MPP. Member of the 2022 Blue Regional Elections Committee. Blue Regional IT Director for the election 2020. Blue Regional D-Day Coordinator for election 2020. Member of the National Research and Data Analysis Team for election 2020. Regional Coalition Officer representing MPP at the Blue EC office. Mr. Speaker, we made this man in the Blue Regional office representing MPP against NDC. And you take this person to the Electoral Commission office and say you are reforming laws. Mr. Speaker, do you love Ghana? Do you care for the peace of this country? If this is how Ghana has been governed, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't have been here for us. Mr. Speaker, not all, only that. Regional Coalition Officer, MPP, Internal Coalition for election 2020. Member of the Blue Regional Communication Team. This person came face to face in radio stations against NDC communicators. Today, you present him that he's your electoral officer for Ghana or for MPP. And you are saying you are doing electoral reforms. Mr. Speaker, are we do we care about the peace of this country? Not only that, Mr. Speaker, member of Let Man Vote Count Alliance. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, organized training for Bunu constituency big day coordinators, parliamentary candidate, chairman and secretary for election 2020. Organized training for all Bunu constituency IT coordinators and polling station officers in election 2020. Founding member of UNE TESCOM. Patron of UNE TESCOM. TESCOM member at the University of Education, Winnipeg. Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
let's
hold on.
call
Yes.
a spade.
Kindly hold on. Let me listen to his objection. Yes.
Let's call a spade.
Honorable, kindly hold on. He is on his feet. Let me listen to him.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Whip was referring to a matter which is in court. The matter is in court. I would want to discourage you from proceeding on that part. And besides, we are enjoying your debate. Let your tone come down. You are too loud. Mr. Speaker, that's my humble suggestion. Just a very humble suggestion. That if you let the backbenchers are listening, and I'm sure if you take the screaming out and turn down, if the screaming is out and he comes down, Mr. Speaker will enjoy the debate. I just thank you.
Sorry, can I be guided? What matter is in court?
Mr. Speaker, he cited the case where a plaintiff is challenging the appointment of a member of the Electoral Commission. And as far as I know, unless he can apprise his house with the latest information he has, but I'm not too sure whether the court has decided on the matter. And if the court has not decided on the matter and you are making certain pronouncements on saying, the Speaker, they join issues there. Parties have joined issues. So I just wanted the member to be guided, However, if he holds something superior to what I'm saying, he may say so. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House,
I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. Honorable Leader, I'm sure you are aware of Order 93(1), that reference shall not be made to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interests of parties to the action. So let this guide you in your comments. I won't say don't, but I'll be watching. If you stray into prejudicial comments, I will stop you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know this may not prejudice the interest of the matters under discussion, and we are not taking the decision on this. But the essence of me bringing this to the attention of the House, Mr. Speaker, was to ask a rhetorical question: how can they be political neutral? How can they be political neutral?
That is the question the court will determine.
Mr. Speaker,
so may I advise, once you've drawn their attention...
Mr. Speaker, you see that all of us are even running away from it. It is not good. That's why he's running away from it. We are not taking decision on it. It is not good. What is bad is bad.
Honorable Ahmed, these comments are prejudicial. It is sufficient that you draw attention to such a situation, but you must recognize that whether good or bad will be made by the court. So please be guided. That's all I want to draw your attention.
Chair, we don't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take that on board. But Mr. Speaker, coming back still on the Electoral Commission, Mr. Speaker, most of the times when we raise objections on the floor of the House on sensitive issues, it is not that we want to obstruct government business, but we want the good for this country. The Honorable Harun Idrisu is here. And I remember in 2020 when the Special Budget Committee met the Electoral Commission about the registration of voters for the 2020 election. The estimates that they brought, they said they were going to register 50 million Ghanaians. We said, no, it will be more than that. Mr. Speaker, by the end of 2020, before they finished compilation of the voters register, they had registered 17.something million Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, this year, the Electoral Commission said they were going to register about 700 Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, by the time they finished, they had registered 900,000 Ghanaians. Their calculations is always wrong. And Mr. Speaker, when this House, led by the Special Budget Committee, insisted that the Electoral Commission should not take away the guarantor system from the registration of voters, a lot of people didn't understand us. We call the Ghana National Identification Authority people here, Mr. Speaker, when they came, oh, government will give you money, government will do this. With all this, Mr. Speaker, the number of these offices that the registration took place was 268. GC projected number for new voters to be registered was 700,000. Total number of registered at the end of it all was 910,996. You estimated for only 700,000. You had in excess of 210,966. We told him that the people were more than that. And Mr. Speaker, if the registration of voters had not been restricted to only the electoral offices, we could have gotten more than this. So still, I want to put it here to the EC that there are still a number of Ghanaians who could not get the opportunity to register because they didn't get transportation to be transported from their villages to the district electoral office. And therefore, the allocation of 165,000 cedis alone, 165 million, for the National Identification Authority to embark upon their registration, Mr. Speaker, is woefully inadequate. Yes, the Ken Oforata is allocating only 165 million to the National Identification Authority in the budget. And I'm saying that it is woefully inadequate. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, out of the 910,000 registered voters, 61.9 of them could not get Ghana card, and therefore they made use of the guarantor system. And these were the people the EC was going to disenfranchise. So, Mr. Speaker, you can't control what does not lie within your jurisdiction. And it is on that basis that we were giving the EC the wise counsel that he should not eliminate the guarantor system. Thank God, Mr. Speaker, you gave direction and the House resolved. And after that, we were able to protect the right of the 61%. That is 563,906 Ghanaians to have the opportunity to register. Not only that, the Speaker, only 37.8% of the 910,000, representing 344,000, were able to register with their Ghana card. What would have been the plight of the 5,000 people? So sometimes, when you are making regulations, consider the impact of the regulation you want to bring, and if you go outside, it should not just be making law for who. So with this, I want to re-emphasize that the 165 million cedis, which is being given to the National Identification Authority to embark upon their continuous registration of Ghanaians to procure their Ghana card, is woefully inadequate. And when it comes to registration, we must make sure that at appropriation, we must appeal to the Minister for Finance to add more money. If National Identification Authority is giving more resources, more money, to be able to register Ghanaians everywhere, we will have no problem. But so long as it has not been done, and more allocation has not been made to them, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it will be right and appropriate. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to call on this House that we must tell Ghanaians the truth. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the budget from 2017 to date. As a Christian, I've been looking for the amount of money for the construction of the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, nowhere and no year have we budgeted for the National Cathedral. And when the Minister for Finance came here, Mr. Speaker, my pain is how he's misleading the clergy and how Ghanaians are taking them on. Tell them the truth that you didn't budget for the National Cathedral, but you took money from the contingency board. Yes, Ghanaians will agree with you. The pastor themselves will know that you did the wrong thing. But you told them you start before cameras and before God and said you budgeted for it. And they said, where? You said contingency vote. Mr. Speaker, we must do things right. And when the professors appeared here in the orientation process, when I asked them, should we do it this way? The professor said, this way I can't answer. The Minister for Finance personnel, when they came here, they said they can't answer. Mr. Speaker, we must not reduce religion to the public ridicule. Religion should be sacred, and therefore the credibility and integrity of our pastors must be protected. This year, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance is allocating over 1 billion for contingency vote. He should be clear with us. The 1 billion contingency vote, how much of it is going to be built at the National Cathedral? Is the National Cathedral inclusive or exclusive? It must be made clear to us. We cannot bring the image and hard-earned reputation of our pastors into disrepute. And they don't understand our budgeting process. And the money was not given to the pastor to go and build the cathedral. But you are using their integrity and their image to regularize your things. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to end it here and to call on the Minister for Finance. He must come clear what is going to be the detailed composition of the contingency vote of 1 billion Ghana cedis. We need to know. And how much has been allocated for the National Cathedral in 2024? Mr. Speaker, if it is inclusive, let us know. If it is exclusive, let us know. But don't hide under national contingency vote when the tidal waves strike at Aflao. You said no money. We forced you to give them 10 million. Now there's voter spillage. You said you are allocating 220 million. Meanwhile, you are allocating 1 billion for contingency vote. Why don't you do transposition?
You have a disaster account to manage. You are saying you are providing for unseen disaster. The one you have to account, no money for it. Mr. Speaker, we must do things right.
Honorable Orokwedu.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the floor, which was ably moved by the Finance Minister on the 15th of November 2023. It's been 2 weeks since the motion was moved, and there has been quite a number of debates that has ensued. Mr. Speaker, I am totally convinced that this budget is the right budget for the time that we are in. Totally convinced, absolutely convinced that this is the right budget for the right time for this country.
Honorable Deputy Minister, hold on. The timer is not working. Still recording Honorable Ahmed's time. So can they please fix that so that I will not be misguided, please? Can they start? I'm sure they are fixing it now.
Even better. Mr. Speaker, like I was saying, I'm totally convinced that this is the right budget at the right time for the good people of this country. And I do know the day of judgment will be as at December 2024. And I'm very sure that the good people of this country will favorably judge us, and they will reject the past. They reject the past president. They will reject His Excellency John Mahama. He belongs to the past, and the mantle of this country will be given to this to Honorable His Excellency Bawumia to continue to handle the affairs of this country. Mr. Speaker, all this budget, I say it is a good budget because we all know. I mean, our friends on the other side may put their heads in the sand and pretend they don't know what is happening, just to protect the agenda that they have. But the whole world knows that we are in very difficult times around the world. And under these circumstances, for this budget to make commitment for 3 billion cedis to a great 3.5 billion for roads, 720 million for LEAP to take care of the very unfortunate members of our society, 1.4 billion for school feeding. That is a whooping increase from 969 to 1.4 billion. This is the government that thinks about the people. This is the government that cares about the people, and this is the government that the good people of Ghana will renew its mandate for His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia continue to handle the affairs of this country. Mr. Speaker, permit me to correct some erroneous statements that were made by, unfortunately, he's not here, the Deputy Minority Leader on the 15th, on the 22nd of November during his debate on the energy. Unfortunately, he made an assertion to the fact that, notwithstanding our criticism of their signing PPAs on take or pay basis, we had gone ahead to do same with AXA 1 and AXA 2. That is palpable falsehood. Indeed, the agreements that we have signed with AXA for AXA 1 and 2 is clearly a take and pay with better tariff regime, which is well below the 10 cents as opposed to 13 cents that they signed to in the earlier AXA deal. The AXA deal in Kumasi, that's the AXA 2, we've managed
to sign the deal without any government financial commitment, no government guarantees, and indeed no tax waivers at all. And it's going to be purely on take and pay basis. The take-or pay, which my colleague, Honorable Mesa, has alluded to earlier, is now become a bane of this country and is weighing down the economy of the country. But for the intervention of the Finance Minister, the Minister of Energy, this country's economy would have been buried by this take-or-pay agreement that was signed to by President John Mahama and his team. Secondly, my younger brother, he's left the house, honorable member from Bongo, he also asserted that between 22nd September and September 2022 and June 2023, lives were increased by over 100%. That also, it's not true. And I confirmed that today before this morning, before coming to the house from PURC, and that was totally falsehood. That was peddled in the house. And the worst one, Mr. Speaker, was from my dear friend, oh, she's just left. My dear friend, Honorable Dela from Pando. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I would like to quote what the Honorable Member said during the debate on the 15th of November. And I quote, 22nd of November, "No heads have rolled at VR. The command to spill comes from the cabinet. The president is the only one who can tell them to spill." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, this statement was made by no less a person than the deputy ranking member of the Mines and Energy Committee. And it's a shame she's not here, but this probably may be some of the reasons why his party's people at Pando have decided to give her an early retirement from politics. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to talk about the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely proud.
Hold on. Yes. Can you turn your time off so your time stops?
Mr. Speaker, usually I may not be taking objection. However, Honorable Member for Pando is not here. But for my colleague to say that a statement made by the Honorable Member during the debate was probably the reason for which the constituent rejected her. Mr. Speaker, I believe we are not being fair to the Honorable Member. I urge on him to honorably withdraw the statement and probably apologize to Honorable De La Soa. I mean, this is not a statement to be made during a debate of the budget. Is that statement part of the budget to be debated?
Honorable, can you guide me? You and I are rules persons, so which of our rules is that offending? So I'll be guided.
Mr. Speaker, it is by the standing orders. But, Mr. Speaker, this is very derogatory remark. If a member of parliament contested an election and lost the election, it will be an unguided statement, very insulting and derogatory for you to say that a member's comment during debate was the reason for the member losing the election. Mr. Speaker, if this is not a derogatory remark,
very well,
very offensive and unbecoming of a member of parliament, what else will it be?
Order 93.2, offensive, abusive, insulting, blasphemous, or unbecoming. Which of them is the basis?
It's unbecoming. It's unbecoming, it's very offensive, it's very derogatory, and it's personal allusion. All has come within the ambit of the order. It's personal allusion. This is personal to Honorable De La Soa. It is not part of the budget. to be debated, if a member should lose an election for whatever reason, that cannot be attributed to the member's contribution during
Way after
the debate, way after the election. I mean, this is personal allusion.
Honorable Kuedu, I direct that you withdraw that part of the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to withdraw. Now, the point I was trying to make was that my sister, Honorable Delasoa, has become a shadow of herself from the day we entered Parliament together in 2013. That's all I was trying to make.
Can you withdraw the part about that's the reason she may have lost her because the event of losing her primaries happened before the statement. So can you withdraw?
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw unreservedly and I apologize.
Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I am particularly proud to be part of the team at the Ministry of Energy that has chalked so many successes over the past several years. We have kept the lights on and we've got the nation moving. And today, the world doom saw belongs firmly in the past with the past President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the long queues for fuel that other countries have been experiencing, Ghana has been spared from these long queues, all because of the good policies that have been put in place, and no less of them is this goal for oil. We all remember back in November last year when fuel prices went up as much as 22 cedis. Through the efforts of my minister and his team, we've managed to bring the cost of fuel down to 11.9, and that is no mean achievement when you consider where we were and where we are today. Mr. Speaker, we have invested and continue to invest significantly across the power value chain, as well as the various reforms to ensure a power sector that is robust and fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, in particular, we've moved from the obnoxious, like I said earlier, take or pay regime in our relationship with independent power producers to the more favorable regime of take and pay, of which I've given example recently, what happened between us and APSA. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important point I'm going to make on local content and local participation. 10 years from the passage of LI 2204 by this House, guiding local content and Ghanaian participation in our upstream petroleum sector, we are proud of the remarkable progress that has been made with the passage of LI 2435 under this government. This is expected to be further deepened to ensure that Ghanaians continue to play major roles in the exploitation of our God-given natural resources. Through the Petroleum Commission and other stakeholders, we have enhanced the training of Ghanaians to enable them obtain necessary technical skills vital for the petroleum upstream. Hitherto, all the welders, I'll give just one example, all the welders in the upstream subsector were foreigners because Ghanaians were not certified to become welders. And through this intervention, we sent some Ghanaians abroad to NAIT, that's the North Alberta Institute of Technology, to be trained, and now tens of Ghanaians are gainfully employed in the upstream welding business, and they have become trainers of trainees. So, Mr. Speaker, we've made several interventions that is making this country shine abroad. And wherever you attend conferences, everybody wants to be friend of Ghana, just by sheer policies that has been put forward by this government. On electric vehicles, we are working with the Ministry of Transport and other stakeholders for their smooth introduction into this country. And with the announcement in the budget statement of an 8-year tax waiver on them,
this will aid sufficiently this goal. Several other initiatives, Mr. Speaker, are ongoing, and we will, in this conversation about energy transition, ensure a balance between our commitment in this direction and the need for us to continue to benefit from our hydrocarbon assets. Under the leadership of my minister and the Honourable MP for Menchia South, Dr. Prempeh, we will continue with necessary programs and initiatives to make this vital sector even stronger. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this government has kept faith with the people of Ghana over the years, and we have been candid with our challenges and sought to inspire hope in our people. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is in the right direction, putting our country on the right path to sustainable growth, and I recommend this House to adopt this budget. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for your indulgence. Thank you.
Very well. Now, it's a turn of Honorable Erico Puku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate with the motion on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, the budget contains government policies and programs, as well as financial allocations for the actualization of these programs. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the number of interventions in the form of policies and programs and the allocations made for the implementation of SAVE, we'll have to be concerned about the outcomes. And you see the outcomes in the economic sectors as captured in the budget. Mr. Speaker, when you look at paragraph 239, they are projecting a slow growth in agriculture in 2023. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, they are also saying that growth in agriculture will slow down. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that when you look at paragraph 254, an amount of 700 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the implementation of the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, this is supposed to trigger some growth, but you go to the agricultural sector under the sectoral GDP growth, and we are projecting slow down in growth under the agricultural sector. Mr. Speaker, why is it that at the time that we are pumping so much into the sector, we are anticipating decline? Mr. Speaker, and they are saying that the decline is on the back of lower growth in the crop subsector. That is where the full impact of the Planting for Food and Jobs must be felt. They are also saying that they are expecting a lower growth at the livestock subsector and also fishing subsector. Mr. Speaker, my worry is that I can never understand why you pump so much into agriculture, looking at the higher multiplying effect of the sector, and you anticipate a decline. Because when you go to paragraph 240 under industry, and they are saying that the industry sector will contract by 1.2%. And they are saying that this will come from contractions from all the subsectors, except mining and quarrying and electricity. And they say mining and quarrying will grow at 0.4%, and then electricity by 3.0%. Mr. Speaker, contraction in the industrial sector has a lot of consequences on the Ghanaian economy, especially at a time when we are committing 123 million under the 1D, 1F program. And Mr. Speaker, you go to services. Under services, paragraph 242, they are saying that growth will decline from 5.5% recorded in 2022 to 4.6% in 2023. And Mr. Speaker, in 2024, they are saying that growth will decline further to 1.9%. Now, my worry is that you are investing so much, and you are saying that you have turned around things. You are saying that this is in Kunim budget, but under Kunim budget, you are anticipating decline in all your sectors. Decline in all the sectors means decline in economic activities. Mr. Speaker, that means that this year, 2024, businesses will collapse.
Yes.
Unemployment is going to rise. Unemployment is going to rise. Cost of living is going to rise. Mr. Speaker, poverty is going to be widened. Mr. Speaker, then you go to paragraph 394. Paragraph 394. They are lamenting over food inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is strange that Ghana is now recording food inflation above 50%. Food inflation above 50%. Because it is 51.4%. When you read paragraph 394, you are saying that food inflation is above 50% from your own budget. And Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been listed, in spite of all the agricultural potentials we have been listed among 10 countries with the highest food inflation in the world. This is from the World Bank. And this is your record. This is your record. And Mr. Speaker, when you come to Africa, it is even worse. You look at the African countries.
Honorable Mbakali, hold on. Turn off your mic so you save your time. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side quoted paragraph 394, saying that food inflation is about 50%. But you don't pick and choose. You complete it. It says due to importation of staple foods, not what we are producing locally, but importation of staple foods such as poultry, rice, tomatoes, and onions. But currently, as we speak, food inflation has come down to below 50%, Mr. Speaker, just to set the record straight. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, are you proud of it? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. And Mr. Speaker, my colleague has done very well for inviting me to speak about food importation. That is an area I wanted to handle later on. But once you have requested, I will do that immediately. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, we handed over an economy to you under which, in the poultry sector, we were producing 20%. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, Ghana was producing 20% of its total poultry consumption. This is from the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. That in 2016, we produced 20% of our total poultry consumption in Ghana and imported 80%. Today, after read your own budget, paragraph 402, you have indicated that Ghana's poultry consumption is estimated at 324,047 metric tons. And Ghana is producing just 15%. 50% is 4.6%. So you see what you have done, the damage you have done to the economy. Reducing local production from 20% to 4.6%. You are shrinking the sector. Mr. Speaker, total collapse. What is even annoying is this. Resources meant for the poultry sector are sometimes diverted.
Just take notes.
Take notes. I'm saying this.
Take notes.
Resources meant for the poultry sector are sometimes diverted under your watch. Mr. Speaker, I have the Auditor General's report here. This is the report. Year ended 31st December 2022. And I'm referring to page 18, specifically paragraph 64. Mr. Speaker, when Ghana witnessed the outbreak of the avian flu, it started from 2016 during our time. And then when you assumed office, you complained that we did not pay compensation to the farmers. We said, yes, we were preparing to pay, we lost election and couldn't pay. Immediately, a budget was raised for you to go and pay compensation to the farmers. Minister of Finance released the money, and this is what the Auditor General is saying. So, Speaker, with your indulgence, I read. Paragraph 64, the Ministry of Finance released an amount of 1.9 million Ghana cedis for payment of compensation to farmers affected by the outbreak of highly pathogenic avian influenza disease from 2015 to 2018. We noted that only 191,730 was paid to 10 farmers, leaving 1.8 million unaccounted for.
What's the money? What's the money?
This is the reason why the sector is collapsing. And then you also talk about You also want more information about food imports. Mr. Speaker, rice importation.
You don't read your own document.
In 2016, in 2016,
You don't read.
in 2016,
Protect him. You understand me?
in 2016, when we were handing over, Ghana's total import of rice worth $300 million. 2016, Ghana used $300 million to import rice. Mr. Speaker, $300 million at the time was 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Today, you have reported under paragraph 401 that total rice demand for 2022 was 1.4 million, 1,444,000, and Ghana is doing 685,000, leaving almost 800,000 tons imported. And that one, we are spending $560 million, CD equivalent of 6.8 billion Ghana cedis on the importation of rice alone. So you see that you are not getting your agricultural priorities right. You have mismanaged the entire agricultural sector, and that is why every Ghanaian is suffering. Mr. Speaker, what even saddens me is this: you have captured in your budget, specifically paragraph 401, that even pepper, Ghana is unable to produce enough pepper to feed our people. And you sit here defending this pepper importers after 6 years of investing 3 billion Ghana cedis in planting for food and jobs. You are importing pepper. Get up and defend it. It's in your own budget. Mr. Speaker, they said that 2022 total pepper consumption in Ghana was 314,000. And they were able to produce 121,000, leaving a gap of 193,000 tons. Mr. Speaker, that means that Ghana imported pepper at a cost of $355 million. And look at your budget. Your own budget. Your own budget.
What about
Mr. Speaker, you see, when you look at the agricultural potentials we have in this country, and then we have handed over government to these people, they have formed the government, they are in charge of all the resources, and they come to this house, for this house to approve for them monies to change the agricultural fortunes of our nation, to reduce the importation of basic staples. Mr. Speaker, look at the amounts we have given them. In 2018, they came to this house for 400 million Ghana cedis and they're planting for food and jobs. 2019, they took 380 million Ghana cedis. 2020, 400 million Ghana cedis. 2021, 439 million cedis. 2022, 640 million cedis. 2023, 660 million cedis. And then 2024, 700 million. And still you are importing pepper.
And you are still importing ginger.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, another important point is this.
Look at
Mr. Speaker, I was talking about food inflation in Africa. All countries in West Africa here were affected by COVID-19. But after COVID-19, let's all look at food inflation in countries around us, just in West Africa here. And then you have a better appreciation of why you have failed Ghanaians.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Burkina Faso is doing 6.3%.
Oh.
Cote d'Ivoire 6.5%. Food inflation. Togo 2.1%. Niger 12.7%. Niger 12.7%. Liberia 16.51%. Mali negative 0.8%. Benin negative 4.7%. Guinea 14.0%. Senegal 4%. Nigeria 29.3%. Ghana 51%. Finance Minister, you see the problem. Your agricultural policies have failed.
Yes.
So we are importing almost everything we consume in this country. And that is the reason why your exchange rate is ballooning.
Yes.
That is the reason why now you need more than 12 cedis to be able to get $1.
and every part of our economy has been seriously affected. Mr. Speaker, my last point has to do with the serious matter that concerns every Ghanaian in this country. The banking sector cleanup exercise that you embark upon. Mr. Speaker, from mid-2017 to January 2020, we heard that the government was implementing a banking sector cleanup exercise. An exercise that saw the reductions of our commercial banks from 34 to 24. 347 microfinance institutions lost their licenses. 15 savings and loans and 8 finance households have their licenses withdrawn. Then in 2020, you came to this house with a budget under paragraph 142 and reported to us that the sector was solid. You have done assessment of the banking sector and that the banking sector was solvent, liquid, and profitable. And you indicated that they even had buffers, adequate buffers, to moderate any liquidity and credit shocks. Mr. Speaker, we are also aware of the establishment of the Ghana Financial Stability Fund, under which an amount of 750 million has been committed to cushion the stressed banks after the implementation of the DDEP. Today, under paragraph 258, you are inviting this house to approve another 4 billion Ghana cedis for you to continue with the banking sector cleanup. For what?
Again.
For what? So you won't finish. You will never finish. After expending 21 billion to destroy our banks, you want additional 4 billion to continue with the destruction. This has never happened in the history of this country. Your records are very, very bad. I wanted you to mention the NIB issue so that I deal with you. Because the NIB issue is even worse. Mr. Speaker, you recall that the same people came to this house in 2022 under paragraph 211, 221. You said that paragraph 221. What they said was that they had done an arrangement with NIB to swap their shares, their interest in Nestors. And under the arrangement, government has succeeded in injecting 500 million into NIB. Again, under paragraph 224, you invited this house, 2020, to approve 2.2 billion for GATT, Ghana Amalgamated Trust, to be able to raise adequate funding for NIB. That is what you told us. So, having approved the 2.2 billion for you, for GATT to raise that funding for NIB, you are still seeking refuge in the name of NIB to demand 4 billion.
Thank you, Honorable.
Why? Why?
It is the turn of Honorable Katie Amont, Honorable Minister for Trade.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues seem to sympathize with me. I've been debating the whole week, but it's important that I conclude it by debating today. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the budget debate. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues are threatened. They are threatened. But I can understand. If you are looking right through the barrel, and Mr. Speaker, you are seeing a perpetual stay on the benches opposite. Mr. Speaker, you clearly get pretty frightened. It's going to be the new normal. The party opposite, Mr. Speaker, is going to sit there for the very first time a third consecutive defeat and remain on the benches over there. Mr. Speaker, I am pleading with members of the House a very serious note. We should all have the humility to appreciate the extent of our ignorance or of our knowledge We might be the first to admit when we are not so clear about some events, some information, some knowledge. We should not be the first to rush to pass judgment on matters that we basically have no knowledge at all. Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting in this room and been listening to my colleagues debate the budget, and the budget has been described in all sorts of uncomfortable names. In fact, the worst of it I heard the last time, Mr. Speaker, was that the budget was useless. Clearly, somebody hadn't been reading it at all, hadn't been reading the first pages, and yet described the budget as, Mr. Speaker, useless. This budget document cannot be useless at all. Mr. Speaker, we will reiterate the point, and it is simply this. My colleagues should sit down in the mornings before they have their cups of tea, if they do. Those who eat the garis and those who eat the watches and those who eat whatever. Sit down to the news, get your ears glued to the televisions, and Mr. Speaker, listen to world news. Mr. Speaker, the various frequencies, various television stations, tell us continuously about what is happening in other parts of the world. Ghana cannot claim to be an island completely separate from the entire world. We have been talking about a particular item, and the whole world is talking about it. Somehow, Ghana, and for that matter, our colleagues on this side, don't seem to be taking notice at all. And I'm talking about the issue of pandemic, COVID pandemic. Make fun of it. Indeed, if my position was anything to go by, it has been justified. But all the speeches that my colleagues have rendered today, particularly by my colleague over there, is laughing. Look at all the matters that you talked about. We don't have this, we don't have this. That is why we're asking that we'll share a lot of the imports and, Mr. Speaker, concentrate on a bit of our own internal production so that these matters are resolved. But you don't understand. Mr. Speaker, it is the reason of COVID. It is the reason of COVID that the growth in the economy from about 2019 up to 2021, Mr. Speaker, was truncated. And it's all over the place. You listen to British news, you listen to American news. Look at the amount of money that these economies have had to invest, have had to plunge back into the economies to get some semblance of tracking. Mr. Speaker, when our president made the famous statement that we know how to grow the economy, but we do not know how to bring human beings back, Mr. Speaker, he meant every word of it, and it was such a monumental statement. Mr. Speaker, the country had to pump in so much money, all in the process of saving lives. But having saved lives, we go back to growing the economy. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget statement and you look at the pages, the very first paragraphs, you're looking at the very first paragraphs. The paragraph 8 talks about the difficult contest. We don't have a lot of time, so I won't be quoting its entirety. But Mr. Speaker, particularly paragraph 10, it says this: 2 out of the 7 years, the Ghanaian economy has faced challenges. The economy growing at an average of 7%, with the 8-digit inflation, declining interest rates, and stabilizing currency, suffered unforeseen shocks like other economies, and then it goes on to explain how it all dropped. Mr. Speaker, but then it goes on to paragraph 15 and make the point that the economy is turning around the corner. Inflation, which was at 54.5.1, Mr. Speaker, is now declined to 35.2% in October and further declining. The economy is picking up. Thank God the pandemic now belongs to the history books. And so the economy, Mr. Speaker, is picking up. My colleague, Mr. Speaker, is making all sorts of statements and making them out of context. He says, for example, that the industry was the contract. Mr. Speaker, it's against a certain background. 2023 economy industry is going to contract by a certain percentage. What he didn't do in following his own edit is that he didn't then go to the next one. He chose and then decided which ones to go through with. He looked at paragraph 240. Mr. Speaker, he looked at paragraph 240. This is what he said. Industry is expected to contract by 1.2% in 2023. But that is fine. The very next paragraph, 241. The industry sector is expected to turn around in 2024, growing by 3.7%, improve further to 4.2% in 2025, and 5.2% in 2026, and it goes on and it goes on. A moment ago, he was telling about agriculture production. Let's go back to paragraph 401. This is what he said. He said that poultry, rice, and other products had declined. What he didn't tell the House Speaker, in the same table that he was looking at, clearly production in maize appreciated, in cassava appreciated, in yam appreciated, in plantain appreciated. I don't know where they're getting the figures from. Why do you close your eyes to the figures are here? The figures are here. Mr. Speaker, I was so appalled the other day when I think the Honorable Deputy Leader, Minority Leader, was going through 1D, 1F, and indeed my friend from Bolibamway, Mr. Speaker, fell victim to the same disease. They did not have the facts, and yet they were challenging the validity of fact that has been produced. Both of them got up to tell the House that the figures that we are mentioning, we are talking about from our ministry, trade and industry, with respect to 1D, 1F program, the figures are not true. Quite where they got the figures from, quite how they got the validity or the otherwise of it from, I have no clue. Mr. Speaker, the government in coming to power made the development and industrialization of this country a priority. For that matter, quite a lot of attention was placed on the 1D, 1F program. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, we are proud to announce that there have been 169 companies which are certified. They are producing, along with a considerable number of employment. Mr. Speaker, we have about another 143 of the companies which are about just completed. Mr. Speaker, we have had about 168,000 employees. Somebody got out from there the other day to say that, we said that we will produce 375 employees by the time that it is done. Well, 1D, 1F is not done. We just about started. It's only 7 years into the program, and you're telling us that we have done 168, we have done 168. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will call the bluff in a minute. Somebody had the strength, the courage to mention in the course of the earlier debate about the airline I intended to lay that there is no sugar in the factory, in the country. They then talked about the Commander Sugar Factory. Of course, there's no sugar in the factory. Thanks to you lot. Mr. Speaker, listen to their record. Mr. Speaker, in about, would you listen to your record on sugar production, and then on your attempt to do some factory, to do some industrialization in Ghana? Mr. Speaker, in about the year 2016-17, they attempted, 2015-16, they attempted, Mr. Speaker, to produce some sugar. Whether that was the attempt at industrialization, I don't know, but to produce some sugar in the country. Look at a whopping amount. Now you listen to this and listen carefully. Mr. Speaker, a whopping amount of 35 million United States dollars was put to the disposal of this particular company. Mr. Speaker, this was supposed to produce 1,250 tons of cane sugar per day. Mr. Speaker, having constructed or attempted to construct this factory, another figure, a big one, another whopping figure, this time of 56,150,000 cedis per speaker, had to complement the original money that went into the establishment of the sugar factory. You know why, Mr. Speaker, it is not working? It is not working because when the MPP took over and decision was made to take inventory of what had been set up, Mr. Speaker, you know what we found? We found that some of the pieces of the equipment that had been put in the machinery, Mr. Speaker, had actually been truncated. They had been turned upside down. Mr. Speaker, I can see Mr. Speaker is not very comfortable. Listen to Mr. Speaker, the information I'm going to give you. Critical issues. Mr. Speaker, the boiler section, based on the automation system, it was not commissioned. There was no computer or software in the system. Mr. Speaker, the boiler ESP, the transformer and the panel had not been commissioned. They were not present. Mr. Speaker, the boiler, the chimney refractory lining, Mr. Speaker, it was not done. Mr. Speaker, the mill automation, PLC HM45, Mr. Speaker, was not commissioned. The temp sensor was not available. Mr. Speaker, the BE continuous fan was not commissioned. It was not completed. Mr. Speaker, the lime slacker was not commissioned. It was not completed. There was no motor. There was no gear. Mr. Speaker, in any form, and any of the electrical whatever, Mr. Speaker, was not in place. Mr. Speaker, and then commissioning to the turbine, the power section, the commission of the turbine, Mr. Speaker, was not done. And Mr. Speaker, the UTP plant was not found. Mr. Speaker, this is what they bequeathed to us at the Commander Sugar Factory. Mr. Speaker, you know the horror of horrors. The horror of horrors. Mr. Speaker, listen to the horror of horrors. Quite recently, we decided that we would do a further inventory and commissioning a better inventory to find out what exactly has gone on with this Commander Sugar Factory. Mr. Speaker, we checked from India. Do you know what we were told when we checked from India? A factory of this capacity, of Commander's capacity, the 1,252 TCD that I've complained about, I have just described, Mr. Speaker, today cost 14.8 million. 14.8 million, Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you today. Mr. Speaker, at that time they said $38 million plus addition of 50. What was the figure I said? 51. Tell me. 51. 56. Of 56, Mr. Speaker, million cities in addition to that. Mr. Speaker, as we check, he's panicking. He said source. I'll give you source. Mr. Speaker, I'm Minister of Trade. What does he think I am? I'm the Minister of Trade, and I'm giving you the fact. Mr. Speaker, and then where's of it? Equipment, the capacity of which is twice what we are talking about, which is about 3,200. Calm down, 3,250 capacity, Mr. Speaker. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, before I forget, let me complete this before you call him. Mr. Speaker, I'm advising that you have 1 minute left. Yes.
I'm advising that you have 1 minute left. I was not going to admit him. So conclude. Please conclude. Mr. Speaker,
yes. So the equipment of that capacity, double the capacity that is installed at Commander, the Speaker, is now 18 million. By today's stand, 18 million today. Half of that, 2016, Mr. Speaker, was 38 million. That is this people. And somebody had the nerve, Mr. Speaker, to complain about corruption, complaining about industrialization not taking place, complaining of lack of sugar in the country. Mr. Speaker, I have decided to refer this matter to the appropriate authority, to Yoko, to whoever, to investigate how is it that it came about that they were able to behave the way they have behaved. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't sit in the mouth of the Lord over there to castigate the Lord of us here for, Mr. Speaker, not putting that company into productive use. Mr. Speaker, it gets worse. The company is sitting down there. It's become an albatross. I said it the last time. As a colleague of ours here who is now become a specialist in asking questions on our commander. Commander is now become an albatross. We got a company, we call it, there's a company.
Your time is up.
My time is up. Let's get the last one, the last sentence. This company to look after it to get investment. Yes. All the investors come there, the speaker, they do the due diligence and they are called.
Thank you very much. It is the turn of Honorable Ukujeta Black.
Out of respect for the minister, I didn't want to interrupt the minister. Out of respect, I didn't want to interrupt, not to him, but to his office. I didn't want to interrupt. But just information for this house. He talked about $38 million.
No, Honorable, I suggest that you give it to your next debater, share the information with him to use it. It is the turn of Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Blakwa. What is it? Honorable Okudzeto Blakwa, it's your turn.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would need your guidance. I noticed that the timer is running. I think when Honorable Boa spoke.
It started when we switched on your mic. Before that, it wasn't running.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in contributing to the 2024 budget statement, I would like to remind all of us, Mr. Speaker, of the constitutional imperatives, the whole essence of this budgeting process, and really what the responsibility is and what must guide all of us in this debate and, Mr. Speaker, in the approvals that this House will be granting when we come to the principles and the estimates and the appropriation. And Mr. Speaker, Article 36 of our Constitution provides very clearly what should be the spirit and what should be the parameters within which we should proceed. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read Article 36, which are the economic objectives. And Mr. Speaker, it provides, the state shall take all necessary action to ensure that the national economy is managed in such a manner as to maximize the rate of economic development and to ensure the maximum welfare, freedom, and happiness of every person in Ghana, and to provide adequate means of livelihood and suitable employment and public assistance to the needy. Mr. Speaker, Article 36 of the 1992 Constitution is very clear that in all of these budgeting processes, in all of this debate, this is what should guide us. The maximum welfare of the people, their freedom, their happiness, adequate means of livelihood, public assistance to the needy. Mr. Speaker, it is within that spirit of the Constitution that I approach this debate with a heavy heart, an extremely heavy heart. And Mr. Speaker, it is very depressing to place on record that as I speak on the floor of this House, there are 12,633 constituents of mine who have been displaced by the VRA-induced floods. Across the country, NADMO tells us 39,000, almost 40,000 people displaced. And Mr. Speaker, as I speak, 9 weeks down the lane, these displaced persons are still putting up in schools, in the most inhumane conditions, in sanitary conditions. They are living like destitutes, like refugees, in their own country. And Mr. Speaker, if you had any doubt, I hold in my hands here some latest pictures I took, Mr. Speaker, from these displaced camps. And I'm glad that the Honorable Finance Minister is here. He can see this for himself. This is a picture of a 92-year-old Felicia Agbobada, Mr. Speaker, sleeping in a classroom for nine weeks and counting. I also have here 82-year-old Yawusi Dukbaza at the Agbetiko Basic School. They are sleeping rough at the vagaries of the weather. Mr. Speaker, I also have here 68-year-old Georgina Dogo, a farmer, a retired teacher, and Mr. Speaker, this is her plight. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and show you pictures of thousands of displaced people who have lost their houses, have lost their properties, have lost everything they have worked for all their lives, and they are living in classrooms, living in tents with their children. This is a child who is barely a year old, crawling, Mr. Speaker. This is the plight of our people. About 40,000 of them displaced across the country. And you ask yourself, Mr. Speaker, what really is the essence of all of these huge allocations, all of these budgeting, these debates, when it really matters most? The state appears helpless and cannot provide for the vulnerable, cannot provide for the distressed, for the devastated, particularly when it is of no fault of theirs. Mr. Speaker, that is what brings me to discuss the contingency vote. And I hold in my hands, Mr. Speaker, the Appropriation Act signed by the Honorable Finance Minister dated 21st December 2022. And Mr. Speaker, in this Appropriation Act that we passed for this year, this fiscal year, this House approved an impressive sum of 533,387 Ghana cedis, 840 cedis. So 533,837,840. So, Mr. Speaker, 533 million for contingency. That is what this House approved, for contingency. Mr. Speaker, contingency has been defined by the Encarta Dictionary as an event that may occur in the future, especially a problem, an emergency, or expense that might arise unexpectedly and needs to be dealt with, and therefore must be prepared for. The Oxford Dictionary also provides, quote, a future event which is possible but cannot be predicted with certainty. So, Mr. Speaker, we all know that the contingency vote is for emergencies like this. And if for 9 weeks, Mr. Speaker, all we hear, and the records of this House, if, Mr. Speaker, you pay regard to column 52 of the 8 November Hansard, what the Minister of Energy told this House, if you read the 4th paragraph of column 52, is that so far the Volta River Authority is the institution that is supporting and has made 20 million cedis available. They are using that for relief items. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge that from page 8 of the Minister's budget, they have provided a sum of 220 million cedis from page 5, pardon me, paragraph 27, a sum of 220 million cedis for the 2024 budget. I acknowledge the applications to the World Bank. I also acknowledge the applications to the Global Shield Against Climate Risk Fund as contained at paragraph 30. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue is that this House has approved a contingency vote of 533 million cedis. Why are we not feeling the impact of that money? Why can't we use the contingency vote to immediately resettle these people who are stranded in classrooms? And as I speak to you, one of them has died at the Mafe Presby camp. A 27-year-old lady, Faustina Crown Abule. I'll be attending the funeral next week. Mr. Speaker, the conditions, the Ghana Medical Association has been there. They have warned, they've put out a report that already people are presenting with typhoid, they are presenting with cholera, they are presenting with respiratory diseases, with skin infections. The Ghana Education Service is also warning that the only secondary school in Mafa may be closed down because parents are withdrawing their students in droves. Schools reopened about 5 weeks ago, but it's being used as a displaced camp. So where is a contingency vote in this emergency situation? When life is at stake, when we have a humanitarian crisis. And Mr. Speaker, the last time the Honorable Finance Minister appeared before your vote of censure committee to discuss matters relating to the President's Cathedral, some call it the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, we were shocked at how much money had been taken out of the contingency vote between 2019 and March 2022 for a cathedral, which clearly does not qualify as contingency. It cannot be seen as an emergency, an off-on-scene project, something that you didn't plan for. I mean, when we all know that the president said, look, he had a pact with God, he has appointed board of trustees, he has consciously set out to build this project over multiple years, and yet our finance minister very cleverly managed to put this under contingency. And Mr. Speaker, if you see how our national resources have been dissipated in the name of a national cathedral project, which now has created the world's most expensive pit, as it is referred to. One architect by name David Ajayi, according to the finance minister in documents submitted to Parliament on the 21st of November 2022, it's important. We are discussing the contingency vote. What you decide to use the contingency votes for. And when we have a real emergency now, we don't feel the presence of the contingency vote. David Ajayi alone has received a whopping 113 million Ghana cedis. On the 7th of June, this finance minister released 445,000 cedis to him. 7th June 2019. 5th March 2021, 80.5 million. 10th February 2021, 32.7 million. And interestingly, this 32 million, it was just for the design of a restaurant, adding a restaurant to his original design. We paid $5.5 million, and that's 32 million cedis. The National Cathedral Secretariat was given 225.9 million. So in all, 339 million Ghana cedis of our resources taken out of the contingency vote. And Mr. Speaker, what is shocking is that when you interrogate the 225.9 million that was given to the National Cathedral Secretariat, you will even be more outraged. Mr. Speaker, you have Carrie Summers receiving $6 million, 28.2 million cedis at the time. They organized 2 Bible symposia for 790 million. Site preparation and demolitions, 5.1 million cedis. And Mr. Speaker, when we discuss the National Cathedral, we must understand that so many national assets were destroyed to create space for this project. As we speak, the passport head office is gone, scholarship secretariat is gone, judges bungalows is gone, judicial training institute is gone, the Mali ambassador's residence is gone, Shraj deputy commissioner's residence is gone, the Comsys IT firm is gone, Waterstone Realty apartment complex all gone. And we had to pay 5.1 million cedis for that site preparation. for properties that, like the judges' bungalows, that had been constructed a few months ago and were in very good shape, in pristine condition. Mr. Speaker, this is what the contingency vote was used for. And yet, what do we see? The world's most expensive pit. And you have the clergy leaving, resigning. And I want to salute the Reverend Sud Anaba and Archbishop Duncan Williams, who are the latest to have resigned. And Mr. Speaker, I take note that for the 2024 budget, there is no allocation for the National Cathedral project. And I hope that it is not another scheme to use contingency. But Mr. Speaker, what further troubles me is that a suggestion has been made that looking at the very devastating conditions under which these displaced persons are living, it is less than 40 kilometers to Saglemi, the Saglemi housing project, which the President Mahama government, and we all know he's the incoming president, inshallah, on the 7th of January 2025. They have spent considerable amount of money, about $200 million, in constructing the Saglemi housing project, which is really all but completed. The last time the Works and Housing Minister was asked about this, he said he was just left with a few electricals and plumbing works. So more than 95% complete. We can't use the contingency vote, Mr. Speaker, to complete this project. And what is shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that when you go through paragraph 722 and 723 of this budget under Works and Housing, this government finds resources to go start new housing projects. They are promising that in 2024, they will start new housing projects in Pokuase and in Dadeso, in the Ashanti region, when we should be urgently completing the Saglemi housing project and relocating these displaced persons. So you wonder, what are the thought processes? What are our priorities? And what really...
1 minute to conclude, please.
And what really, Mr. Speaker, is the essence of all of these long debates, if it cannot be felt, particularly when our people need us most, when they are in distress, when they are devastated, when they are helpless, when they have been rendered destitute by no fault of theirs, by an institution we decided really to be negligent. We cannot stand up for them. But for corporate Ghana, but for individuals, and I salute the Ghanaian people, corporate Ghana, foundations, embassies, who are really rallying. And because of that, we even have a 300 capacity private housing initiative, which I spearheaded, which will be ready in the next 7 days. But for that, I wonder where our people will be. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a time to urge the President and the Vice President to remember their oath of office. As I conclude, in that oath of office at the second schedule of our Constitution, they took an oath that, quote, and that I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. They should look deep in their conscience. Are they doing right to these displaced persons? I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. The next is Honorable Eslausu. It's not okay. Well, I'll go to Honorable John Asaf from Pong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for 2024 financial year, presented to Parliament by the Finance Minister on behalf of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Mr. Speaker, we all know how the economy is today, where we came from, and where we intend to go. Mr. Speaker, economic growth is one of the economic indicators that every country seeks to achieve. The GDP rate is the most important and valuable indicator of economic health. Mr. Speaker, it has a direct effect on businesses, jobs, and personal income. Anytime the GDP growth is positive, Mr. Speaker, it has a direct effect on the businesses and the income of the people. Mr. Speaker, one of the sectors which contributes immensely to the economy is agri. Mr. Speaker, the agri sector contributes on average, about 38% to the total workforce of Ghanaians, and contributes on average about 20% of the GDP between 2017 and 2023. That was the contribution it made to the GDP. Mr. Speaker, the sector GDP grew at an average of 5.9, let's say 6%, between 2017 and 2022. This was boosted by the flagship project or the program that the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo embarked on when he took office as the president. Mr. Speaker, the data for comparison that I want to draw the House attention to is for the whole regime analysis from 1993 to, Mr. Speaker, 2023. Mr. Speaker, the government of MPP has performed very creditably than the NDC if you take the average in agri sector from 1993 to 2023 as we speak. Mr. Speaker, from 1993 to 2000, when His Excellency, the late Jerry Rawlings, was in power, his regime churned out an average growth of GDP of 3.6. Mr. Speaker, when it got to the turn of His Excellency John Ajekun Kufuor, the average GDP from 2001 to 2008 was 4.5. Mr. Speaker, when it got to the turn of the second regime of NDC from 2009 to 2016, the average GDP was 3.2, the growth in agri sector, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the MPP government, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has been able to grow the agri sector with average GDP of 6.0. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has proven to have the nation at heart. We all believe and understand that the chunk of our import is centered around the staples and other food items that we import. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the policies this government has profiled in this particular budget, especially the second phase of the planting for food and jobs, Mr. Speaker, you can give every credit that this government deserves by simply saying we are on course as a country. Mr. Speaker, we all know the policies that we undertook under the first phase of the planting for food and jobs had some lapses. The second phase of the planting for food and jobs, which was launched about 2 months ago, is in to take care of the lapses that we observed. And that is a sign to show Ghanaians that we are resolved as a government to push the nation forward with respect to agri. Mr. Speaker, the second phase of the planting for food and jobs hinges on 4 principles. Mr. Speaker, the private sector focus, value chain approach, market-driven, and industry. Mr. Speaker, the PFJ Phase 2 is designed to accelerate efforts towards modernization and competitiveness of the food and agri sector. It places greater emphasis on value chain approach and focuses on strengthening linkages between actors along the eligible agricultural commodity. So, Speaker, these commodities have been broadly categorized into grains, root and tubers, vegetables, and poultry. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague, Honorable Eric Opoku, during his debate, claiming that government spends annually about $2 billion on importation of food items. Mr. Speaker, that is true. But the policies that we have listed under the agri sector will in no time solve, if not all, part of these problems that we have identified. Mr. Speaker, the food inflation that was mentioned will be reduced, as we have all seen the main inflation figure being reduced by the pragmatic policies that this government has put in place. Mr. Speaker, we facilitate competitiveness in import substitution, promote exports, create jobs, and also ensure food security and resilience. Mr. Speaker, under the second phase of planting for food and jobs, the government, through the ministry, has facilitated the procurement of seeds, improved seeds for distribution under the input credit model, comprising 5,000 metric tons of maize, 450 metric tons of rice, 300 metric tons of sorghum, 4,071 metric tons of soya, 13 metric tons of pepper, and 4 metric tons of onion seeds. Mr. Speaker, from what I've indicated here, it clearly shows that the government is on course. Looking at the provisions made in the budget, especially for the planting for food and jobs, 700 million Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, tackling the poultry sector by providing the day-old chicks to feed Ghanaians during the festive mode because of what we normally do during these festivities, and then making sure that it creates jobs for the youth. I believe with this succinct policy, Ghana will get onto the track that we intend taking Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, if we cast our minds back to successive governments, if you take out the former and late President Echampo, who came out with the Operation Feed Yourself, you cannot mention any other government, especially under the NDC regime, which came out with a policy in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, if you cast our minds back to His Excellency President Kufuor's tenure, he brought the Presidential Special Initiative, which captured oil palm, cassava, and the likes. Mr. Speaker, we saw nothing of that nature during the time of His Excellency John Mahama, and then we saw again when this particular government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo took office, bringing in the planting for food and job. NDC is touting whatever values they had under economic growth. Mr. Speaker, they cannot say anything to food production, because if you look at the averages that came out during their time, it doesn't compare anywhere to what we are doing now. Even in this current year that we have done only half, we have about 6.3 average growth rate to talk about in agri sector. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch on cocoa. Mr. Speaker, cocoa has been a strong contributor to the economy. We recently had a meeting in Côte d'Ivoire where we spoke about the Côte d'Ivoire-Ghana Cocoa Initiative. Ghana, together with Côte d'Ivoire, has been able to fashion out an initiative that will inure to the benefits of the two countries, which produce about 60% of cocoa on the world market. Mr. Speaker, through the initiative we have established, the Cocoa Board has established a permanent headquarters of the initiative in Accra here. Mr. Speaker, by the agreement, Côte d'Ivoire also takes the executive secretaryship permanently until other members, other cocoa producing members join the association or the initiative. This is the way the structure is. And recently, Mr. Speaker, I crave indulgence to congratulate Honorable Brian Echampo, who on Wednesday last week assumed the chairmanship of the initiative. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is doing very well in terms of cocoa. I also want to commend Cocoa Board. Even in the midst of their difficulties, they have been able to come out with innovative ways of dealing with the problems they have. One of the problems, Mr. Speaker, is the syndication. For the first time in the history of Cocoa Board, they have been able to fashion out a strategy that gave them the opportunity to take a smaller amount of syndication to undertake the cocoa activities in the country. Mr. Speaker, this year we all know we only went in for $800 million. Mr. Speaker, this is to take care of about 36.2% of the total amount of $2.2 billion that we needed for the operations for this cocoa season. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board has been able to deal directly with the buyers of cocoa, and in so doing has been able to take out some of the interest that will have accrued on the syndication. That if you compare with the immediate past season, Cocoa Board took only $1.13 billion. This year is far below, and we all know it will yield positive results for Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, the second thing that I want to mention, which indeed was mentioning, is the pricing scheme. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board used to take out the cost of transacting business, which includes seed production, cocoa research, disease control, quality control, haulage, cocoa roads, and others before they give the producer price to farmers. Mr. Speaker, for the first time under Cocoa Board, they decided to take out the farmers' income.
I have 1 minute more.
Take out the farmers' income, Mr. Speaker, before they took out other charges. Mr. Speaker, this made it possible for the increase that we saw, which amounted to 2,600 per metric ton for the cocoa farmer. Mr. Speaker, currently cocoa prices, or the price on the market, is up. Whatever comes out as the final figure, Mr. Speaker, cocoa farmers will see a quantum jump, and that will boost their morale to work harder, whilst also encouraging the youth to take to agriculture, especially cocoa production. Mr. Speaker, the Cocoa Board has undertaken a lot of initiatives, which I think brings out a lot of goodies to the cocoa farmers. the scholarships, and the rehabilitation of farms, and the irrigation program, the mass pruning, the spraying, and digitalization of cocoa sector, which will also make it easier for input to reach the cocoa farmers wherever they find themselves. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well. The next question is Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the motion numbered 8 on today's order paper that this Honorable House approves the budget, statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, permit me to correct some factual inaccuracies in the budget. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget per page 175, national health insurance is established by law, and a tax component of 2.5 is supposed to be given to them. Get fund is also established by law with a tax component of 2.5 to be given to them. The projection for the get fund, 2.5%, must be the same as the projection for the get fund. However, at page 175, the projection for national health insurance is 7,932,327,340. However, get fund is 7,932,327,334 cedis. There is a shortfall. If two entities are supposed to take the same percentage of 2.5, then the projection figures must be one and the same. And I believe this is clearly an error. Mr. Speaker, let me then move to page 148 of the budget statement. Under the marginal notes, Public Safety Sector, Office of the Attorney General, and Ministry of Justice, with particular reference to paragraph 851. And with your permission, if I may read. In the fight against illegal mining, the office prosecuted 21 persons, both locals and foreigners, and found guilty by the court and sentenced to a total of 340 years in prison to serve as deterrent. Mr. Speaker, this is also factually incorrect. In this country, nobody has been sentenced to 340 years imprisonment. Regarding...
You said in total.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we know how sentences are supposed to be calculated. It's either running concurrently or consecutively. In this case, all the 21 people made up of foreigners and the locals, the maximum sentence to a local person is 15 years. And then the maximum for a foreigner is 25 years. And by the judgment, the sentences are to run concurrently. So there is no way by which a total sentence to any of them will be 340 years imprisonment to serve as deterrent to any other person. So that is why I'm saying that it is factually inaccurate.
So guide us. For the number of how many? 14 people that have been...
21 people.
21 people.
Yes.
The highest is to serve how many?
25 years.
25 years.
Yes.
And the lowest is
15 years.
15 years.
Yes.
How many are 25?
They are 21.
How many are to serve 25 years? How many of them?
That classification I have not done.
Okay.
But Mr. Speaker, if 100 people are put before court and they are sentenced, and the maximum sentence is 25 years, and to run concurrently, you don't add A sentence to B sentence in order to arrive at the total sentence that the person is going to serve. That is not how it is calculated. If one person is being charged for several offenses, and then the maximum sentence is 25 years, and the sentence is to run concurrently, the maximum that the person will serve is 25 years.
I get you. So
yes.
If I'm serving 25, you're
yes.
serving 15.
Yes.
Together, how many are we serving?
You don't add my sentence to your sentence to get to the total
that is
the person will serve.
That is our legal argument.
Yeah, but yes,
for the person
that
who is not a legal person,
wrong. It doesn't happen in any country that when you are prosecuting 40 people and each person is sentenced to 20 years imprisonment, you add the sentence for all the 40 and put in a national budget that is the total sentence that a person is going to serve as a deterrent to others. This is nothing but a factual inaccuracy. That is not how a sentence is supposed to be calculated. Mr. Speaker, I also hold in my hand the records of this House from table office, indicating the number of bills that we have passed into law. But Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget at page 148, paragraph 853, Mr. Speaker, it reads, Mr. Speaker, the office initiated, drafted, and facilitated the passage of a number of essential bills. The office prepared 358 pieces of legislation made up of 14 substantive legislation and 343 subsidiary legislations. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you with authority that the number of the subsidiary legislation passed at the third section 2023 are all 14 in number. However, the budget is telling us that the legislative instrument that was passed by this particular House is only one, and that one is also factually incorrect. Mr. Speaker, I have the record showing that we have passed 7 substantive legislations, but this has also been doubled in the budget to be 14. And Mr. Speaker, this is also factually incorrect. Mr. Speaker, we have been warning the government under legal education that you cannot budget for the number of people to be called to the bar. Last year, we were told in the budget that 1,000 people are admitted into the law school. However, they are telling us out of the 1,000, it is only 900 that will be called to the bar. Mr. Speaker, a call to the bar depends upon you passing examination and fulfilling other conditions. So are we saying that if all the 1,000 people pass and fulfill other conditions, it's only 900 that will be called to the bar? Why are we failing 100 people in advance? Mr. Speaker, we do not budget for the number of people that we would have to be called to the bar, knowing very well that less than the people admitted may pass exams, all of them may pass exams. So at the time that you are preparing a budget, you cannot convincingly say that you are only going to call 900 people out of 1,000. Mr. Speaker, we keep warning them. Mr. Speaker, if you come to page 175 again of the budget, Mr. Speaker, the projection of the 2.5% that Ghanaians are going to pay to get funds to support educational sector Mr. Speaker, Get Fund is established by law, and the 2.5% is also established by law. And the budget is telling us that the 2.5% at page 175 would amount to 7,932,327,334. Mr. Speaker, however, if you go to page 176 of the budget, the expenditure allocation for Get Fund is 3,273,770,000. Mr. Speaker, what happened to close to 5 billion? That is the projected collection for the 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, we know that Get Fund is highly indebted to contractors. We know that Get Fund was mortgaged by this government, and we are now told that the government is taking over the mortgage. Mr. Speaker, if the Get Fund is heavily indebted and Ghanaians agree to pay 2.5% VAT, which is supposed to be given to Get Fund, and this amount is projected to be almost 8 billion, why are we projecting to give them only 3.3 billion? Mr. Speaker, my plea is that Get Fund is on its knees, pleading with the government that whatever amount that Ghanaians pay towards Get Fund to enable them perform their valuable contributions creditably, that amount of money subject to the capping, which is 25%, should be given to them. Mr. Speaker, the amount projected, even if you apply the 25 capping to them, it will not come to about 3.3 billion. So the rest, Mr. Speaker, I plead on behalf of Get Fund that Get Fund has to be given that amount of money. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting you to know that by Article 88 of the 1992 Constitution, the Attorney General's Department is responsible for prosecuting all criminal and civil offenses in Ghana. And today, in Ghana, people are being prosecuted for driving vehicle without insurance license. But by the performance report of the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General's Department, they do not have money to insure their vehicles. If you do not have money to insure your vehicle, what moral obligation will you then have to be prosecuting the poor Ghanaians using vehicle without insurance when you are claiming that you do not have money to insure your departmental vehicles?
Which agencies are that?
The Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice. In a clear terms, they say they don't have money to insure their vehicles, and they have not been insuring their vehicle. Yet, it is the same department on whose authority the police are prosecuting us for driving vehicles without insurance.
Has the policy changed that government vehicles are insured by government?
Government vehicles are not insured by government. If that is the case, why are they saying they don't have money to insure their vehicles? And as we speak right now, the vehicle of the Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice have not been insured.
I'm sorry, I'm not engaging in this debate. I think there's some policy. I remember taking a matter to court on this, and the position was that, I think it was against Auditor General, said government is the insurer. So once you get a judgment against them, you proceed against them. The Ministry of Finance.
Yes, but
paid.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that under the Motor Vehicle Third-Party Insurance Act, the third-party insurance is compulsory for everybody, including the government. So the government cannot decide it. Mr. Speaker, if you look at even the new Insurance Act, one of the compulsory insurance under that particular law is third-party motor vehicle, in addition to the commercial vehicle and the liability vehicle. So it is an insurance which is compulsory for everybody, including the ministries, agencies, and departments. There is no two ways about it. If you fail to do it, it is then that they will proceed against you as an individual. But there is a cogent reason why third-party insurance is compulsory by law. It is for we, the Ghanaians, the individuals, we the poor people, that the law is supposed to protect, so that in the event of the risk, we will be indemnified. Now, in the event of the risk, who would then do the indemnity? Then you call on the government to do the indemnity. Can I today ask myself that I have so much money, because of that I have decided not to do third-party motor vehicle insurance? Why would I be prosecuted? Why would I be prosecuted? Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General again is supposed to prosecute all civil and criminal cases. It will surprise you that in the department, the Department of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, they are telling us that somebody has benefited from unearned salary, which means that in that particular department, an officer will sit down and validate somebody who is not working. And Mr. Speaker, that person is known, but till today, no effort is being made by that particular department to recover the amount of money. Mr. Speaker, laws are made.
Your time is up.
And the laws are supposed to be obeyed by everybody. Why is it that if agencies are engaging in expenditure overrun, Attorney General and the Minister of Justice under his office, they will also be engaging
Your time is up. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Hassan Diapia could be spoken. Okay, let him call Honorable Kokwam Brechum Sapon. Yes, Honorable, you are Deputy Minister. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I'm going to use 15 minutes. The honorable ranking is there, so definitely I'll have to. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise to support the motion for the approval of Parliament, the 2023 annual budget estimates for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration to the sum of 1,283,513,180 Ghana cedis, 70 pesos, for the program of activities for the fiscal year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the amount proposed is expenditure for the ministry's headquarters and 68 overseas missions and 3 subvented organizations, namely Legon Center for International Affairs and Diplomacy, National Africa Peer Review Mechanism Governing Council, and the All African Students. May I take this opportunity to thank the members of Parliament and the Foreign Affairs Committee for the support they have consistently given the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to enable us undertake the functions of the ministry as enshrined in the constituency, in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Foreign Affairs, we have the mandate to interface with the rest of the world on behalf of the government of Ghana. And in the course of doing it, we have played a key role in ECOWAS matters
in the United Nations, in the AU, and other international organizations. In the ECOWAS region, Mr. Speaker, peace and security has become a very topical issue. There are serious problems in the Sahel region and in the Gulf of Guinea. There has been a lot that has happened on the front of unconstitutional changes in government. There have been coup d'etats, as we have experienced, attempted coup d'etats, as we experienced in Guinea-Bissau, coup d'etats in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and Guinea-Conakry. Ghana has played a key role in all this, in trying to arrest and to contain all these unconstitutional changes. Our president happened to be chair of the ECOWAS for 2 terms. And during this time, he championed the issue of preventing and putting in place the necessary mechanisms to ensure that the unconstitutional changes in government and coup d'etats are controlled or abated. He rose to a high point. His peers acknowledged his great leadership role. That is why he was fortunate enough to be given a 2nd term. Ghana, in the course of trying to champion or play the leadership role in containing these unconstitutional changes and coup d'etats, initiated what we call the Accra Initiative, which became a center in Ghana that brought together other West African nations in intelligence and information sharing, and to ensure that there is a mechanism in place that, or through which the ECOWAS leadership will be able to deal with matters of unconstitutional changes to government. Mr. Speaker, some of the activities that the ministry has worked on is passport administration. Passport has been the front or the face of the ministry. From my end, the ministry is judged whether we are doing a good job or a bad job from how we undertake the administration of passports and consular services. The ministry has a program areas where it has undertaken tremendous and great strides in bringing efficient services to the doorstep of Ghanaians. In the course of doing this, we have undertaken a lot of initiatives. Not too long ago, somewhere in August, the Honorable Minister had to make an unannounced visit to the passport office because of the activities of Guru Boys. And he had to introduce some measures to try and arrest the situation. We have made great improvement in that direction. And as we speak, the activities of the Guru Boys appears to have been contained. And the other measures in place, we will continue to do whatever we can to make sure that we bring the activities of the Guru Boys, or we succeed in controlling it completely. The ministry in the course of the year the ministry in the course of the year is introducing a chip-embedded passport. Our current passport is a biometric passport.
The ICAO have been calling on all countries to try and up the state of their passports from biometric to chip embedded. And as we speak, come the first or second quarter of next year, we will be rolling out the chip embedded passports. The chip embedded passport will run alongside the old biometric passport for a period of time before the biometric is finally phased out. The ministry, again, to improve services for Ghanaians, is also introducing machine readable visas. Our current visa regime is a sticker which does not connect with any of our immigration points. The machine readable visas are a type of visa, once you are issued, connects with any of our immigration points or any of our missions abroad, so that before a person who has been issued even the visa gets to Ghana, we have the details of that person. Mr. Speaker, one critical area that we will be coming to the Parliament for their support is the creation of a consular fund. Our compatriots outside Ghana from time to time get into very critical situations where they need assistance and support from the government. And also from time to time we have situations where we have to deal with evacuations. In the time past, we have had to deal with evacuations from Ukraine when the Russian-Ukraine war broke out. And then also when the internal conflict in Sudan broke out, again we have to move in under emergency to evacuate Ghanaians. Now in all these cases, whenever we are called upon, it happens to be in emergency situations, and we don't have any money sitting down or available. And also when our compatriots outside call upon us for our missions for support in critical situations, it might be personal, again we don't have any funds. They are under the illusion that since we are the ministry, we must have something in our kitty to be able to support them, but we have none. Fortunately, the Foreign Affairs Committee over the last couple of years have been telling the ministry that there is the need for a consular fund to be created. And Mr. Speaker, we are hoping that in the coming months we will be coming to Parliament to ask for their full support for the creation of a consular fund with a seed money, probably from the Ministry of Finance, so that we will be liquid to be able to attend to some of these emergencies. Mr. Speaker, economic diplomacy has also been one area that the ministry has been championing in cooperation and partnership with MDAs like Ghana Investment Promotion Center and Ghana Export Promotion Agency. Together we've undertaken a number of investment missions to various parts of the world. We've been to the Nordic countries, we've been to the Scandinavian countries, we've been to the Far East or Southeast Asia, we've been to Latin America, we've been to parts of Europe, all in furtherance of promoting economic diplomacy and selling Ghana as an investment destination, and invited investors to come and invest in Ghana, and also to take advantage of the positiveness of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. Speaker, although the ministry has struck a lot of achievement and positives, we are faced with a lot of challenges, and especially in the administration of passport matters. We all are aware of the complaints that the general public puts out against the ministry for not being able to honor its obligations in giving people's passport within the timeline that we have promised. Mr. Speaker, it's not a deliberate thing on our part not to be up and doing. It's simply because we have some serious challenges of resources of financial nature. Mr. Speaker, passport fees in Ghana is the lowest in the West Africa region. It costs $8 for a passport. The second lowest is Liberia. It is $40. The supplier of passports to Ghana and Liberia is the same company. So company A supplies Ghana and supplies Liberia. Liberia currently biometric passport they charge $40 and it's under review. Ghana we charge $8. The passports are heavily subsidized. So with the resources that we need to be able to buy the equipment, to be able to up our game in service delivery, is being diverted to support passport acquisition at the $8. We don't have printers to print passports because we don't have the money. We don't have the resources because the small money we get, as I mentioned, is diverted to subsidize the acquisition of passports. These discussions have come up at various meetings with the Foreign Affairs Committee. And at the committee level, and I have to thank them, they have advised and recommended that we try and put something together and bring it to the floor for your consideration. So in due course, Mr. Speaker, the ministry, in conjunction with the Ministry of Finance, we will bring something to the floor here for your consideration. And I pray that when it comes,
Honorable Deputy Minister, begin to descend for landing. Your time is almost up.
I'm almost landing, Mr. Speaker. I pray that when we come to the floor, we will take out the partisanship from it and look at it as it is. $8 is unsustainable. Members will look at the realistic figure that we need to charge for passport acquisition. People are prepared to pay Guru Boys $2,000, $3,000. If we were to charge the realistic price, at least to break even.
Honorable Minister, address me, don't talk to them. Anyway, your time is up. Yes, let me now invite Honorable Dr. Dominic Ayini. Honorable, you are a ranking member. You have 15 minutes. You have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the motion for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I always keep reminding ourselves in this House, and the political class in particular, that there is the powers of government in the Constitution must be exercised in the name of and for the welfare of the people of this country. The budget is one of the principal mechanisms for enhancing public welfare. So, in this House, our assessment of the budget has to always be benchmarked against whether and the extent to which it enhances public welfare. Mr. Speaker, the budget is also a mechanism of accountability. And you know that one of the fundamental principles of the Constitution is the principle of accountability. That those who exercise public power must do so in an accountable manner. And that is why the Honorable Minister, after we had approved the budget for the previous year, is here to account to us for how he utilized the public resources that were approved and to ask for us to vote resources for him to be able to run the affairs, or for the ministries, departments, and agencies of government to be able to run the affairs of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, in situations where we are not exacting accountability by invoking the Constitution and laws of this country, we are failing the people of this country, and the budget cannot be used to enhance public welfare. And Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this? When the Honorable Member for North Tongu was on his feet, he mentioned one particular project that has been a very thorny project in the public domain, and that is the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, I am on record as being the first person to have raised the red flags about the National Cathedral. When it was first put into the budget for 2018, I stood on this floor and I asked why, as a country, we are going to spend 100 million United States of American dollars to build a national cathedral when we still have people studying under trees, when social services were being underprovided and undersupplied in this country. Why were we going to spend 100 million United States of American dollars to build a national cathedral? And I'm on record as having said that God did not need that cathedral. What God wanted was for us to follow the edicts, if you are a Christian, of the Bible, and if you are a Muslim, of the Quran. That we should, as much as possible, allocate maximum resources to those who have minimum access to those resources. And therefore, I was against the allocation of 100 million US dollars for the construction of the National Cathedral. To the credit of the Honorable Member for North Tongu, he has made the National Cathedral project one of a serious scrutiny, and he has gotten all the resources, information on all the resources that have been wasted on the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, development is not rocket science. It is not. It is just about how we utilize public resources judiciously in order to enhance the economic welfare of the people of this country. I will say, without mincing words, that allocating so much resources to the construction of a cathedral that is supposed to be to the glory of God, but to the detriment of the people of this country, is an affront to the principles of Christianity. Mr. Speaker, in this year's budget, the Honorable Member for North Tongu has made clear that last year the contingency vote was 533 million Ghanaian cedis. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer you to the Constitution of the Republic. That is the fundamental law of the land. Mr. Speaker, Article 177 of the Constitution is very clear. It sets up something that is known as the Contingency Fund. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I read Article 1771. It says as follows: there shall be paid into the Contingency Fund monies voted for a purpose by Parliament and advances may be made from the fund, which are authorized by the committee responsible for financial measures in Parliament, whenever the committee is satisfied that there has arisen an urgent or unforeseen need for expenditure for which no other provision exists to meet that need. Mr. Speaker, Article 1771 provides a mechanism of accountability that when monies are allocated into the contingency fund, any expenditure issuing out of that fund must be approved by the Finance Committee of this House. Mr. Speaker, what the Finance Minister has done, and the Honourable Member for North Tongu pointed it out, is to simply circumvent the structural restrictions of Article 177 of the Constitution by allocating monies to something that he calls a contingency vote. And usually these are huge sums of money. Mr. Speaker, this year alone, the allocation to the contingency vote, Mr. Speaker, is more than 1 billion Ghana cedis. 1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I want to get you the exact, at page 234, 234. Yes, 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Appendix A, 4A, MDA expenditures allocation for 2024, Mr. Speaker, contingency vote alone is 1,058,732,451. Mr. Speaker, what this means is that this House is simply giving the Minister of Finance a blank check. We are signing a blank check of 1 billion, over 1 billion Ghana cedis for the Finance Minister to spend at will. Mr. Speaker, when he spends out of this contingency vote, he does not come to this House to account for how that money is spent. Mr. Speaker, I looked through the entire budget, and I did not see a single vote for the so-called National Cathedral. Is it the intention of the government that they are not allocating resources to its construction because they are abandoning it? And if they are doing so, what about the millions of Ghana cedis and millions of dollars that have been sunk into the world's most expensive pit? Yes, Speaker, the Finance Minister must answer this question.
What are you doing?
If they are abandoning the world's most expensive pit,
tell us.
then he has intentionally, recklessly, and negligently caused financial loss to the state. That is it. So, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Minister has allocated over 1 billion Ghana cedis in this budget to a contingency vote means that he is simply trying to hide something from this, August House. And Mr. Speaker, we should not allow that to happen. We should not allow that to happen. We should have a situation where the specifics of expenditure relating to the contingency vote are made available to this House for scrutiny. And if it includes the National Cathedral, that will be another bridge that will cross when we get there. But the Minister should not hide under the auspices of a contingency vote in order to hide the expenditure relating to the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, as I said, development is not rocket science. It is about how efficiently and effectively we utilize public resources that are made available to us.
Honorable Dr. Ine, I decided I wouldn't allow anybody to interject, but for the sake of the lady, I want him to. Yes. Honorable Abna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to put on record that monies in the contingency votes are also part of public funds. And public funds are guided by the Public Financial Management Act. So I just want to put on the table that contingency monies are not outside public funds. They are public funds, and there are rules guiding public funds. So just to put on record that the fact that monies have been put in contingency votes doesn't mean that we are not guided by the Public Financial Management Act as to its utilization. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honorable Dr. Indi.
Mr. Speaker, I do
Contingency fund are part of public funds.
Mr. Speaker, I do have a lot of respect for the Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance. Very diligent Deputy Minister, if you ask me. But what she has said does not detract from the point that I'm making. I do know that the contingency vote is guided by the Public Financial Management Act. I do also know that it is also guided by the Public Financial Management Regulations. For a record, I shepherded the bill, the Public Financial Management Bill in this House as Deputy Attorney General. And I chaired the Subsidiary Legislation Committee to enact the regulations. So I do know that that is a statutory and regulatory framework for the utilization of public funds. But, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister knows that the contingency vote is unallocated public funds. Yes. They are yes. And so the point I'm making is that there is too much discretion. There's too much discretion in how that money is spent. Yes. And they do not come back to Parliament for Parliament to scrutinize how they have spent the money. I will put the ministers to strict proof, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the 533 million that was voted last year. Can she rise up and give us the details of how that money was spent? Yes. Can she do that? Detailed breakdown. A detailed breakdown of how the 533 million was spent. They cannot. And whether or not Parliament had a hand in how the expenditure took place.
I hope you are not inviting him.
Oh, we are ready. It's a rhetorical question.
Rhetorical question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Other than that, I'll ask him to respond. Can he? Honorable Deputy Minister, do you want to say something?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we usually look at these things during the estimates. And so once we're looking at the estimates at the various committees, and this will be looked at there, and then it will be brought on the floor of Parliament in the form of a report for all and sundry to look at it. But it's usually discussed at the committee level and then brought in the form of a report for all of us to look at it. So these are monies that can be accounted for. These are monies that will be laid bare on the floor for all of us to see how much government has spent on the contingency fund. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
You see, he's our sister. Almost everybody in the House wants to guide.
Mr. Speaker,
no, I haven't invited
what the Honorable Deputy Minister has said basically confirms my suspicion. It confirms my suspicion. Because if she had the breakdown of the 533 million, she would have given it, to us on this floor. But, Mr. Speaker, having said that, I am inviting this House to scrutinize the contingency vote for this year. We will look at the contingency vote for 2022 and also look at the contingency vote for 2023 and ensure that 2024 and ensure that the Honorable Finance Minister is not going to get away with murder. Mr. Speaker, my second point is that in scrutinizing the budget, I notice that measures are being taken in conjunction with the International Monetary Fund in order to stabilize the financial sector of the economy. Mr. Speaker, the measures that are outlined in the budget are three, mainly. They include temporary regulatory forbearances, the establishment of what is known as the Ghana Financial Stability Fund, and banking supervision. Mr. Speaker, temporary financial forbearances in banking regulation simply means that the Bank of Ghana, as a regulator of the sector, and the Ministry of Finance are going to relax the rules. They are going to relax the rules so that otherwise insolvent banks can continue to operate. Banks that would otherwise have been declared insolvent will continue to operate. Mr. Speaker, that is the meaning of regulatory forbearance. And I want to ask a number of questions.
Have you seen her?
Mr. Speaker,
have you seen her?
If your eye has caught her, that is a different matter.
We are not inviting her.
Well, I haven't invited her because my statement has not mentioned anything that she has done.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister. At least for you alone, I'll give you the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to put make this correction on the floor.
Honorable Minority Leader, I haven't called you.
It's not a regulator. Ministry of Finance is not a regulator in the financial sector. It is Bank of Ghana, so it has nothing to do with Ministry of Finance. We are not regulating the financial sector. It is the sole responsibility of the Bank of Ghana to regulate the financial sector. And so just to put on record that we are not part of, we are not a regulator when it comes to the financial industry. It is the sole responsibility of the Bank of Ghana. Just to put that on record, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Yes, my lawyer.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. Maybe I am in a hurry to make my point, and I'm not drawing clear distinctions. I have said that the regulatory remit of the financial sector is that of the Bank of Ghana. The Ministry of Finance is in charge of the financial sector of the economy and works in tandem with the Bank of Ghana in order to ensure that the financial sector is healthy and stable. So that the ministry, as a matter of policy, agrees with the policy of temporary regulatory forbearance. And Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making here is that regulatory forbearance is not today's notion in the banking sector.
Honorable Rankin, your time is up, but I'll give you 1 more minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The point is that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, let's take note of this. When one interjects, it doesn't affect the speaker. The time stops. So I'm very careful about all these things. But because of interruptions, obviously his thoughts will be disturbed. That's why I'm giving him additional 1 minute. So, Honorable Rankin, take 1 minute. No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the point clearly that I want to make is that this is not a new policy within the global financial system. So how come that there was no regulatory forbearance when Unibank was closed down? There was no regulatory forbearance when UT Bank was closed down. There was no regulatory forbearance when Capital Bank was closed down. There was no regulatory forbearance when Heritage Bank, that was fully solvent, was closed down. These are all questions that need to be answered by the Minister of Finance and the Bank of Ghana as the regulators, the regulator of the sector. So, Mr. Speaker, my basic point that I made earlier is that we need to hold the executive branch of government accountable for how they utilize public resources, for how they manage the financial sector. Because, for instance, they are going to be allocating $750 million United States dollars to give to, so-called indigenous financial institutions. Does that include data bank? We will want to know. Does that include data bank? Will data bank also get the $750 million United States of America dollars?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Let me now come from the chairman of subsidiary legislation. I jump to the ranking of subsidiary legislation. So it is the turn of Honorable Andy Apiakubi. You are ranking, and therefore you are entitled to 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes I sit here and I wonder the lessons that we want to show to the public when we engage in unprintable words thrown at each other. Sometimes I feel so sad that we don't show the people of Ghana what we want them to do. Indeed, even in the debate here today, I've seen people talk finance, the next moment they talk subsidiary legislation, the next moment they talk in trade. Why are we doing this? The people of Ghana expect us to pick a topic, discuss it, and bring alternative views so that they will have a structured debate, and they will learn from us, and they will also place emphasis in the various areas of the economy. But unfortunately, we are putting what Professor Kumedo will say, an input-on-put approach. Everything goes. And you don't expect a house of records like this to behave this way. Mr. Speaker, now my understanding is that my debate is in the area of foreign affairs. And that's exactly what I will do. And I will crave the indulgence of my colleagues that when we pick an area to discuss, let's see how we are attacking the various issues in the areas. So that even the students of politics, students of finance, will find space to learn something out of here. If we continue to mix issues like that, we end up confusing the public. Mr. Speaker, some of the times, even the debate on issues that have happened before, we replicate and attempt to use propaganda. This should not be a house of propaganda. This is a house of records. No, I'm advising all of you because I have not enjoyed the debate today. I'm advising all of you that our children are listening to us. It's important that we comport ourselves.
What is the issue? Time to admonish members. The problem,
Mr. Speaker.
Leader.
I continue to do.
Honorable member, let me listen to leader. Okay. I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, the motion before us is the budget statement and economic policy of government. Mr. Speaker, the issue of relevance is extremely important. This is a budget statement that will shepherd our lives, our livelihood into the year 2024. But my colleague is giving us a sermon. Mr. Speaker, this is a complete sermon. Please, if you want to speak to us, Mr. Speaker, let us call for a committee of the whole. Then you can preach to us. But this is a budget. Debate the budget. Don't give us a sermon.
Honorable leader. Honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker.
The sermon is also very important. Very, very important. To the extent that it will even admonish Ghanaians to do what is right. So, Honorable Abiyakubi, move on.
Mr. Speaker, upon this understanding, I will start my debate on issues affecting our foreign ministry. Mr. Speaker, the minister just concluded his debate by pointing to the priorities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And he emphasized that the priority of the government of the day is to rely on investment promotion and also creating markets for companies in Ghana. And put together the two, we are embarking on diplomacy in the international arena. Mr. Speaker, it is knowledge tight that the country has received a lot of investment inflows over the last few years. And this is because of the aggressive marketing of the potential of Ghana as a destination of choice. Indeed, if we are successful in selling Ghana to other countries, we will soon see the inflow of investment into the country. That is not to forget the markets that this administration has created into international areas. Indeed, the AGOA that was championed under President Kufuor has opened a lot of markets for Ghanaian produce. The foreign direct investments have been coming, and in recent times, you see the motor industry, giants in the industry coming to Ghana and opening assembly plants in Ghana, creating jobs for our citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, diplomacy has moved from ideological diplomacy into economic diplomacy. And this is what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has specialized and has prioritized in its endeavor over the last few years. Mr. Speaker, we have talked variously about passport application and the centers where the applications go and the timelines in securing passports for our citizens. It is interesting to note that this ministry in the last few years have concentrated on creating passport application centers. Now we have a center in Tema, we have another center in Koforidua, all creating access to citizens who want to acquire passports. Mr. Speaker, added to this is the online portal where citizens can access passports by application through the online portals. Mr. Speaker, the addition of biometric system to the online and the application centers expands the access of Ghanaians to be able to acquire passports without rushing to the passport office as it used to be. Mr. Speaker, one thing that interests me the most in this budget is President's participation in the UK African Summit in June of this year. Mr. Speaker, it interests us to know that an amount of £326 million was procured or was acquired or was granted to Ghana in various developmental areas. But what interests me the most is an allocation of £120.5 million dedicated to the Okomfo Hospital for its rehabilitation, and that's a teaching hospital for its rehabilitation and development. Mr. Speaker, recently we saw Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II launch Okomfo Development Fund, and I commend him for doing that, inviting all Ghanaians to contribute our quota to the development of Okomfo Teaching Hospital. And that will also complement the effort of the UK government in providing this assistance of $120.5 million. We need to congratulate the President sincerely for his effort at bringing this money to support our economy, particularly going into the areas of health. Part of the money, 26 million, is to support water filtration systems in Ghana. $80 million pounds is to support the Tema Aflao Road project. But, Mr. Speaker, 60 million of the money is on a hospital in Koforidua. Mr. Speaker, I will just emphasize on the two health projects, the Okomfo Teaching Hospital and the Koforidua Hospital. Koforidua Hospital is a 285-bed hospital. It is the reference hospital in Eastern Region. And if the President's participation in one summit can bring such an amount for the development of this hospital, what more do we expect in economic diplomacy? Again, if we're getting £120.5 million to support Okomfo Teaching Hospital, the people from the northern part of Ghana through to Kumasi and beyond will have access to this hospital. And we need to commend the President for doing so. That is not to belittle the contribution of all of us, including even members of Parliament and even the Ashanti Regional Caucus, contributing to develop rehabilitate the Kofanuchi Hospital in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, in this year, through the ministry's efforts, we have had scholarship for 26 Ghanaian students who are participating or are enrolled in universities in Turkey. This has brought to the number to 436 Ghanaians who have been admitted to various institutions in Turkey through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the maintenance of our missions abroad. Recently, I went to South Africa, and I was very proud to walk into the High Commission in South Africa because they have maintained the place such that it is an edifice within the enclave where the embassies are. And Mr. Speaker, there are other jurisdictions where we don't have such edifices being used for our embassies. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I will support the call for the consular fund to support our ministries, our embassies abroad, because it is heartwarming when we walk into your embassy and you find that people who have come there, even as foreigners, seeking services within the embassies, feel very comfortable and they sing praises of the country Ghana. Ghana is the place we have, and Ghana is a place we have to serve. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the call for a consular fund that will continue to maintain the beauty of our various embassies. Mr. Speaker, going forward, we need also to increase access to consular services in the other areas. And this year, it is worthy of note that we have been able to open an embassy in Japan, of all places. So Ghanaians in Japan and investors who want to come to Ghana, coming from Japan, they have an embassy to access the service, the consular services. So, Mr. Speaker, above all, apart from building new embassies, we have also renovated of the dilapidated ones which were inherited by this administration. Mr. Speaker, I think that we have to continue in this endeavor. As we rehabilitate the old ones, we also acquire new ones so that we can market Ghana from wherever we are in the world. Mr. Speaker, let me mention a few of the new embassies that have been acquired in the last year. We have reconstructed the embassy in Seoul for South Korea. The embassy in Paris has been renovated. The chancellery in Rome has been renovated. And Lancaster House in London has also been renovated. Mr. Speaker, in the light of all this renovation, in the light of all this acquisition, in the light of all this expansion, the budget continues to be that which was approved for the ministry. We expect the ministry to do more. The minister talked about the cost of procuring a passport and the charge we put on the applications for passport. Mr. Speaker, we cannot go to heaven if we don't die. We want the passport for our people, yet we don't want to pay for it. The minister gave statistics of the payments in respect of passport applications and acquisitions by other countries. Yet we are in Ghana, we are refusing to pay commensurate charges for the service we require. Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I support the minister in bringing an application here for us to look at it and ensure that we upgrade the fee structure of the ministry for the acquisition of passports. In fact, doing that,
Honourable Member, the term is almost up. Wind up, please.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. But before I end, let me also bring to your attention the 220 Ghanaians that have been evacuated pursuant to their being stranded in foreign lands by the same ministry. We will see that these interventions are made not subject to any approved budgets. These are emergency interventions that we make to bring Ghanaians back home. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would think that the House must be supportive of the ministry so that the work of the ministry will bring us more returns in terms of investment promotion and market creation. The last but not the least is the
Yes, Honourable Member, let me now invite Honourable Hajia Ladi Ayamba. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable, hold on. Are you a ranking?
No, please.
Okay, then you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion on the budget statement and economic policy that was ably moved by the Minister for Finance on Wednesday, November 15, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to describe the budget as empty or useless or not making sense or whatever, but to say that the budget has actually not been needed. It is not needed at all. It's not needed. Because, Mr. Speaker,
what did you say?
Mr. Speaker, it's not needed.
What?
It is not needed. So I'm not saying it's useless. I'm not saying it is whatever, empty. But I'm saying it is not needed. It is not needed because, Mr. Speaker.
So you are saying a country like
Mr.
Ghana,
Speaker,
a whole financial year shouldn't have a budget?
Mr. Speaker, because you see, you talk about things that are real, things that should really happen, things that are on the ground, things that is worth it. But if it's not worth it, is it needed? It is not needed, Mr. Speaker. And that is where I'm coming from, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether I'm chopping my time or your time, Mr. Speaker, because Mr. Speaker, I go straight to the budget statement on page 145, paragraph 828, where it is brilliantly stated about the affirmative action bill. And it is stated as if it's something that can just be brought to this house and passed. It is not possible, Mr. Speaker. At least we have come a long way. I was the chairperson for gender and became the ranking. And I know what it means on this affirmative action. Mr. Speaker, no stakeholder consultations have taken place, no discussions with any organizations. Political parties are not involved. Nobody can say anything about these things because at the end of the day, we need all hands on deck for affirmative action to the bill to be passed. It has not been done. Then we stated here that for it to be passed as if it is something that you come and then you meet me and then I just say, yes, let's go on because I'm a woman. No, it needs a lot. So this budget statement hasn't helped us in any way. Mr. Speaker, let us go back to the issues that could have helped we women. I go back as far as 2017, when this government took over power from us, and what we have actually done on the ground to support women and, for that matter, girls. And I'm taking you straight into the Accra market area, where we have our sisters, whom we call and daughters, nieces, and what have you. We call them Kayai. Mr. Speaker, it is an eyesore if you think that you need women to move forward and you go to this market in particular. They are in Kumasi, they are in Tokradi, they are even in Tamale. But Mr. Speaker, what help has this government put in place to support these girls and women to get out of Kayai? Mr. Speaker, when we were in power, we had trained not less than 400 Kayai. And out of the 400 Kayai, only 2 were employed. Only 2. And it was stated clearly. If you go to page 118, paragraph 685, it is clearly stated there. When the MPP came into power, my big brother, for that matter, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and of course, a Muslim brother, if I may so put it, mentioned to us that they were going to build hostels for the Kayai. Mr. Speaker, we said that that was not necessary. These are people who have come to Accra to earn a living and go back. Most of them have come just to earn a living and go back. Some of them have come there because of some cultural and traditional practices that are affecting them, and they have run here. So they only need the support to ensure that they are able to go back to their places. So what they need is training and other financial supports for them to be able to go back. He said he was going to build hostels for them. Are they school children? What are they going to be in those hostels doing? Are we encouraging them to all get up from their individual homes, from wherever they come from, and to join us in Accra because now they can get hostels? We condemned it to do uncertain terms. Nobody listened. Today, I need us to talk about one single hostel that has been built for the Kayai. Nobody is even talking about them. Mr. Speaker, the budget is here. As I said, it is not necessary, it is not needed. Mr. Speaker, if you take the trouble and you go through the budget, there is nothing about the Kayai. And that is a pity, it's a shame. Because we shouldn't be talking about things that we could not do and we cannot do. If it had been taken from what we did, from the 400 women, I believe that by now, who were trained by now, women would have been trained or girls would have been trained, and they will go back to their individual villages and take care of themselves and support the economy of this country, because most of them come from farming communities. But that support is not there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the same page 118, Mr. Speaker, you would find that the NDC government, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, realized that women actually need a lot of support. And so, he ensured that we gave support to women who had fistula. And so we went in collaboration with the Women's Hospital in Mankasim. And women who had fistula were supported and operated upon. We had not less than 125 of them, some from Brong Ahafo, others from Upper West, others from Volta and Central regions. Mr. Speaker, in that same page, under the same paragraph 686, the MPP in 2017 said they would continue. Since then, we haven't heard anything. No support for these women. And Mr. Speaker, it's rather unfortunate that this is a sad situation with women who are actually poor and then are in trouble with their health because of childbearing. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't have liked to be saying this, but I'm compelled to, so that you can help us to get support for these women. And it's very important. They get fistula, Mr. Speaker, that during childbearing, they tear because they are not able to get to hospital. They tear beneath the, excuse my language, up to the anus. So they have their own defecation coming out and all those things. So they need that support, but they don't have the money. They are divorced. They are sent away by their husbands, by their families because of that. Today we don't have it. Almost 8 years. This is the 7th year. Nothing is being said about these women anymore, Mr. Speaker. Then you think you want the support of women. You are even saying that you want the affirmative action bill to be passed. When you are not supporting us to even exist, let alone to live, Mr. Speaker. So the NPP, for that matter, under the leadership of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is the leader and the one who talks more about whatever money you talk about. I will not even talk of economy, because if I talk about the economy, I will veer into other things. He should have at least talked about these things and made sure that women are supported. Mr. Speaker, if I may ask, I'm asking all of us because we all here have to work for them. Mr. Speaker, today we are sitting and we are talking about issues that really need to be taken up seriously and which should have been contained in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, if you go back to the budget of 2016, you would see that there is an emergency leave program. Mr. Speaker, emergency leave program that helped people who were flood victims, people who were affected by this thing in Kumasi and other places.
Member, your time is up. Please wind up.
Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, we have heard and we listened to the economic management boss himself saying that he is going to build what have you for the Muslim communities, the Zangos. And up till now, the secondary schools, not even one. If the Zangos are to be grateful to any political party in Ghana, it must be the NDC.
Honorable leader, you wanted to say something. You see, earlier on, I asked her. She herself said it's not a ranking. So I gave her the time, 10 minutes.
Yeah. She used to be a ranking member. So once a ranking member or chairperson, always a chairperson.
Yes. Now, from Pusiga, who is a lady, I'll come to Abuakwa South, Abuakwa North. Who said North? Okay, thank you. I'll come to Abuakwa North, who is also a lady. But incidentally, he happens to be a deputy minister. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, you are entitled to 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the 2024 budget as presented by the Honorable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, as a woman, I will start with the affirmative action bill. Mr. Speaker, affirmative action bill. A lot of consultations have been done many years. And you know, change is inevitable though, but change is something that nobody wants change. So in a country where we have male-dominated societies, it is important that the bill had to go through multiple consultations and stakeholder engagement. Even this afternoon, some was done. Mr. Speaker, to get an affirmative action bill that will have no flaws. You know, if it must be done, it must be done well to start with. That is why it has delayed. And in our local parlance, we say that, Mr. Speaker, permit me to say it in our local, then I will explain. Sister Obache Wejaya, no, sister, when a woman keeps longer in the dressing room, it means she wants to dress up properly without too many flaws. That is why the special bill had taken a longer period. Mr. Speaker, with my experience with the Gender Ministry and Education Ministry, Mr. Speaker, I could say that this bill had gone through a series of stakeholder meetings, and I want to assure the House that, yes, we're going to get it, and when we get it, it's going to be good and going to be good. Mr. Speaker, just before the budget, a lot of females in the political domain and also the CSOs and others spoke about the cost of sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, cost of sanitary pads even were issues that, as a typical Africans, we don't discuss this in public. But now with modernizations, we are able to talk about all these things. The government, being a listening government, has done something, and it has done it in a way that it's going to have multiple beneficial effects on the economy, on the individuals. Mr. Speaker, just to talk about the sanitary pad, zero VAT, and the tax waiver that the budget is going to give it to locally produced sanitary pads and those who usually import their raw materials elsewhere, is going to improve and expand these industries. By so doing, we're giving power, we're giving upliftment, we're giving leverage to local industries. For this reason, the local industry are going to produce many more of these sanitary pads. They're going to reach all our markets. They're going to employ a lot of Ghanaians. And a long run, the Ghanaians they're going to employ are also going to pay tax. In addition to this, if the taxes are reduced and the cost of the sanitary pads are reduced, Mr. Speaker, in the areas of education, we're now going to have more girls staying in school. So, Mr. Speaker, with this zero VAT and tax waivers given to the locally producers of sanitary pads, we're touching on education to ensure that with the parity that we've achieved this academic year, Mr. Speaker, we're also going to ensure that we're going to maintain the girls in school for those who have challenges with heavy flows and inability to stay in school 7 days in the week because of this natural, wonderful phenomenon we call menstruation. Mr. Speaker, still talking about education, with the quality and mass education that we're doing in the country under President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the free SHS, even though there are a lot of financial constraints globally, because we are very much committed, we are still continuing with the free SHS. And Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to say that in the history of Ghana, at the second cycle level, by catering the free SHS and the commitment of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's government, we have achieved parity at second cycle level. It is something we've been struggling with all these years, but now we have achieved parity. Why has this contributed to achievement of the parity? Mr. Speaker, we live in a country where, when there are financial constraints, girls are asked to stay at home, support mothers with commerce, for boys to go to school. But thank God about this intervention, we have the girls. And I'm also glad to say that the girls in our schools, comparatively, are doing better than the boys. Mr. Speaker, even with this year's BEC, we enrolled or we registered more females than men. That shows that by the free SHS, the females are motivated to continue with the basic school and then move forward from there. Mr. Speaker, still with education, With the free SHS, we're not just making it free, but also at the basic level, we're supplying a lot of furniture at that level. And registration fees of the basic schools are still being paid. Mr. Speaker, from information gathered as well back as 2019, when I was a gender ministry, a lot of lower to middle income peoples, when they get to JHS2, they stop schooling because nobody will have money to pay the registration fee. Mr. Speaker, the Nana Akufo-Addo and the Bawumia government have also been paying all the BEC registration fees. So these have been motivating our young people, especially our females, to remain in school and move higher to the levels. Mr. Speaker, it is not only those in the mainstream that we're considering. The individuals that are falling out of classroom due to distance they have, distances from school, and also some unfortunate incidents that have sent them home. We have another project in the Ministry of Education to ensure that those who are out of classrooms, we're bringing them back to ensure that it is not only those in classrooms that we're concentrating, but even those outside, we're bringing them on board to ensure that we develop our human resource properly. Mr. Speaker, the President, Nana Akufo-Addo, says the best resource any country could have is not a gold, is not a diamond, is not a timber, is not the land, is not the sun, but it is the human resource. Therefore, we're making all that possible within all the constraints that we have globally to ensure that under a new project we call Ghana Education Outcome Project (GEOP) and complementary education agencies, we are ensuring that from age 7, people and adults who fall out of school, we're spending so much on them to ensure that we enroll them back to school or give them an alternative form of education to move along with. Mr. Speaker, still with education, no government, absolutely no government, has been able to invest quantitatively and qualitatively in TVET education than Nana Akufo-Addo, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia government. Mr. Speaker, as you're talking about free SHS, a number of people think that it's only the drama education. We've invested hugely and mightily in the TVET sector. And as of now, we have as many as 300 plus TVET second cycle institutions, and all the 10 technical universities are very much resourced to ensure that we train our young ones in quality, competitive, global skills to have advantage or benefit from the dividends of a young population we have as a country. Mr. Speaker, about the Zongos, I can also say that this government is the only government who has developed a fund for Zongo and inner city. And Mr. Speaker, the number of young Zongo individuals benefiting from scholarship and other interventions is unprecedented. So this is a government who has budgeted for everybody, especially for human resource development. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore incumbent upon us to look at the budget by principle and support the government, get this budget accepted, approved to ensure that we continue to get a human resource developed to the highest level. We always talk about countries like Korea and others, and this the emphasis on the human resource development. Also, with all these, we ensure that we have peace within the country and we have peace with countries around us. If you look at the whole of West Africa, many of the countries surrounding us do not have a lot of peace. But for the vigilance and the grace of God, Ghana is enjoying peace because the diplomacy of the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the agencies are working so hard together with the security agencies to ensure that we have peace. For we say that when there is no peace, we can't develop. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. I wish everybody would cut his time for all of us. You had 15 minutes, you spoke 11.5 minutes. Thank you very much. So I will turn to Oyomi Kwabena Mensah. Oyomi, you are ranking, eh?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
So
20 minutes.
So we'll give you 15
grant
minutes.
me 20 minutes.
15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the motion on the floor. And, Mr. Speaker, I also want to use the opportunity to thank my colleague and brother, Honorable Kujeto, for bringing this matter to the fore. The manner our brothers and sisters that have been totally inundated with this VRA-induced flood, and the manner they've handled situations to today. And the abysmal manner is such that, Mr. Speaker, let me look at paragraph 27 of the budget statement, where the Minister for Finance announced, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the government has budgeted an amount of 220 million Ghana cedis to support what they call the relief phase. And Mr. Speaker, let me dwell on what they meant by relief, and also look at the definition of relief under the circumstance, and see whether the government has actually lived to that word. Mr. Speaker, the definition of relief from the Oxford Dictionary indicates, and the first definition is, and I quote, financial or practical assistance given to those in special need or difficulty. And the second definition also says that a feeling of reassurance and relaxation following release from anxiety or distress, from the Oxford Dictionary. From the two, Mr. Speaker, it marks a sense of agency that must be seen from the government's intervention in getting some relief extended to our people. Mr. Speaker, the announcement that 220 million Ghana cedis will be released, in this case, is a projection. And they're being called relief. To me, I prefer if they would rather call it a projected support for our brothers and sisters that are in distress. But rather, they've chosen to call it relief. And so relief, what is the agency? In fact, they are even lucky and must thank the corporate Ghana, the NGO sections and various organizations that have arisen to occupy the vacuum that is created. Because in fact, the response from the sector government in this matter is so abysmal, to say the least. So, Mr. Speaker, we should even be asking, and this is totally missing in the statement that was read by the Finance Minister, that many of our brothers and sisters and mothers, fathers who have been inundated by this flood, some of them have lost certain documents. The national ID cards, for instance, I'm aware some of them are struggling to get it back because the flood waters have taken those away. And for them to access various services, either at the bank or the Momo joints. In fact, Mr. Speaker, their health insurance cards have also been taken away by the flood waters. So how do they access medical care and continue as well as the voters' ID cards? So, for instance, it would have been in place for them, for the minister to announce to the general public that those in the affected areas and then the affected persons must be identified and be granted free access or some means to get some of these cards as a replacement as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, this is very key and important, but that was basically because, of course, the way they treated or went about it is a matter of much concern. That they do not care. That is what it marks. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to paragraph 15, where the minister was talking about the economy and indicated that they've turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, turning the corner when you have inflation still hovering around 35%, and then the cost of borrowing currently is around 30%. It's also another matter to be looked at. So right now, if a businessman wants to go and then look for a fund to be able to invest in his business, he's going to buy money at almost 30%. And of course, investing that 30%, money that is bought at 30% in his business, and at a rate of inflation hovering around 35%. Other incidentals also come on board. Mr. Speaker, at what price will he sell his products and be able to make profits and keep his working the workers also at least motivated? Clearly, the situation is the reason why many businesses are folding up. And so I do not know what the minister meant by turning corner. Probably they are turning the corner in the valley that's probably created by they themselves. And so that will be one thing that they must appreciate and know that no, they haven't gotten to where they intend to take the economy. Mr. Speaker, it will be good to look at the youth sports and the youth and sports sector. Issues in sports relate to administrations, management, technical infrastructure, governance, funding, focus, direction, and vision. Mr. Speaker, the ecosystem is actually the Ministry of Youth and Sports with the three key agencies under it. And they are the National Sports Authority, the Winneba Sports College, and the National Youth Authority. Mr. Speaker, the National Sports Authority is actually the main agency that has to ensure that the sports run seamlessly. The implementing agency for sports, but Mr. Speaker, they have very little to show for it because there is the lack of cohesion among all these three entities to be able to see sports thrive. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, under the previous government, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who actually had a vision to reform sports, brought to this house and enacted the Act 934, which really got the National Sports Authority re-established with key mandates. Mr. Speaker, what have we said with all these years that this government has been in power? The re-establishment of National Sports Authority without key allies in place definitely means that you have just re-established the National Sports Authority without very important regulations in place to get it, manage the sports sector effectively. Over the periods, various budgets, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, there is promises to get all these allies in place. Mr. Speaker, in fact, till today, as we speak, the ally is not in place. I have heard it's been laid, but I do not know when. I'm not too sure about it, but I'll have to verify. But Mr. Speaker, we are where we are in terms of sports development, so very poorly in terms of performance as a result of lack of the ally to ensure that the act that was enacted in 2016 gets its impetus in terms of its implementation. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it explains the difficult situation sport finds itself in Ghana. The federations, Mr. Speaker, run sports and should naturally be under the National Sports Authority. There is no laid down rules, regulations, and procedures on the operations of these federations. Now, this has led to the numerous stories and issues we hear about teams not participating in competitions, bad performance, and above all, lack of progress, even in sporting codes or disciplines. We have comparative advantages in, Mr. Speaker. There is no proper planning, Mr. Speaker, and budgeting to bring all the federations under one umbrella. Each federation is trying to do their own thing, meaning that there is no direction, control, and supervision. Mr. Speaker, we lack planning, good governance, and strategies for sports development. Talent identification, nurturing, developing, and training of sale seem to be absent. When we go for competition, we do not have a concerted effort, Mr. Speaker, and strategy for preparation, training, and do not have the infrastructure, coaching facilities, and other auxiliary services, Mr. Speaker, required for excellent performance and sports development. Mr. Speaker, even the most popular sports discipline, football, where we spend millions of dollars and cedis, we have nothing to show. Monies come, but we wonder where these monies go to. The resources the resources and support we get from federations and governing bodies such as FIFA must be seen to be invested in the system to develop the game, from infrastructure to equipment and logistics, Mr. Speaker. Funding is a huge gap in sports development, Mr. Speaker. There is no concerted effort to develop a strategy for funding in sports. We've been told several times over the years that the government intends putting together a sports fund. And there's been promises and promises and promises. It hasn't been done. The inconsistency in policy implementation is one of the challenges also as well. So, Mr. Speaker, this has adversely affected sports because the central government alone, we all know, has a challenge in funding sports. However, the central government must be leading the charge for us to have an innovative and a creative strategy for sports funding, and that is a big issue for all of us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our infrastructure is suffering. In fact, if you look at all the infrastructure we have, currently all the stadia, you can talk about the Hirijan Stadium, Babayara, Esipon, Tamale, all of them, Mr. Speaker, are having challenges, even though there have been some attempts at rehabilitating them. To the extent that, Mr. Speaker, we are being banned almost from hosting any international tournament, except even Babayara. That one, we are almost, if care is not taken. We do not have facilities, Mr. Speaker, even that qualify and meet international standards. And I'm sure the Auditor General's report 2019 on infrastructure, sports infrastructure, reveals so much in there, Mr. Speaker. Our grassroots, which is the school sports, we have paid lip service to it. We've just said it and spoken about it, attended meetings, discussed it. But in terms of implementation, nothing really has been achieved or done. And at various meetings, we talked about that. The intentions are there to get it done, but nothing so far, Mr. Speaker. And then, of course, it's missing in this year's budget. I mean, the statements accompanying the policies, you realize that not much is talked about, because that is where we can get our talents developed. And that is where we can be sure, because we need to go back and look at what we used to do better those days, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talents are nurtured from tender age, but these are non-existent at those levels. And so, Mr. Speaker, competitions, no facilitation, no development of grassroots to become the hub of our national teams. So, Mr. Speaker, missing totally is the usual inter-colleges, the inter-schools, and all the
sporting activities, the mass sports that usually we all do know and usually partake in are all missing. And it's usually these events, at this event, that we identify our talents and give them all the necessary support and motivation to be where they want to get to. Mr. Speaker, certain infrastructure have been built today towards the African Games. Even though some do not meet the expected standard, as was alluded to by one of the Continental Confederation heads, by name Mr. Omo Agege, Mr. Azania, Omo Agege Azania, the acting president of the African Boxing Confederation, which clearly the two parties, that is both the visiting team and the local team, after touring the Boteman facility, realized that
Honorable Member, Dr. Mr. Omusa, please wind up.
Mr. Speaker, it will be very important that we look at these two main areas, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I can't discuss this without talking about youth development and the challenges we have also here. Mr. Speaker, the National Youth Authority was also re-established under the Act 939. And then in that, we are supposed to be giving them 5% of this Assembly Common Fund after the formula is approved here. Mr. Speaker, what we are having challenge currently is that the resources to that place is dwindling or has been dwindling. But one key thing that I want to say in my conclusion remark is this, Mr. Speaker, decisions being taken at the National Youth Authority currently to impact positively on the youth of this country is in the wrong direction. Why? When the act was being promulgated, we made sure, we supposed to have representatives of youth on that board. Currently, as I speak to you, it's been operating without any
Member,
youth
thank you
representative on the
very
board.
much.
Mr. Speaker,
I've already given you 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, who called you? Oh, you just want to speak? Okay, I'll give you the floor. Honorable Deputy Minister for Sports, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy for the 2024 financial year.
Honorable Deputy Minister, I want you to speak.
Mr. Speaker,
like a big man.
Mr. Speaker, my submission will focus on sports development.
Because he's a big man.
Yeah, I'm a big man, of course.
Yes.
He's tired. Mr. Speaker, my submission will focus on sports development, promotion, and youth development. But before them, Mr. Speaker, let me assure my colleague, Honorable Wayomi, who is the ranking on Sports Committee, that the LI for the Act 934 has been laid, awaiting maturity in this House. Mr. Speaker, it is on record that the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has done more sports infrastructure in this country than any government under the Fourth Republic. Why do I say this? Because the president has invested hugely in ultra-modern sports facilities, ahead of the African Games, which is the Africans' Olympic version. Mr. Speaker, the location of these facilities can be found at Botima, as my colleague said, and University of Ghana campus, Legon. At Botima, we have multipurpose sports hall for indoor games, a world-class swimming pool, and offices. And at Legon, we have sports stadium with FIFA standard pitch, a rugby pitch, tartan track, and warm-up track. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the facilities at Baltimore meet the international standards. It's not true that they don't meet international standards. Mr. Speaker, 55 countries are going to participate in the Games, and over 3,500 athletes and officials, 3,000 technical officials, journalists, and global celebrities are going to be in Ghana to take part in the Games. And this is going to affect the economic activities in the country positively. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of the President of the Republic, Ghana hosted the first ever Para-African Games from 3rd to 12th September 2023, and our amputee national team won the trophy when they beat Morocco by 3-1. The Para Games brought together over 621 para-athletes from 16 African countries, and over 276 volunteers took part in the game. Mr. Speaker, our national senior team, Black Stars, have qualified for another AFCON to be hosted in Ivory Coast early next year. And I am happy to say that the team emerged winners in Group E. Also, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's Black Racers competed and won the Wafu Zombi Championship, beating Nigeria 3-1 on penalties in the finals. Mr. Speaker, the Black Satellites also participated in 4-nation UEFA U16 Youth Development Tournament in Serbia, and they won the trophy. Mr. Speaker, the National Sports Authority successfully also organized the 2023 edition of the National Cross Country on 25th February 2023 in Safulugu in the northern region. Mr. Speaker, the inter-school competition that Honorable Ibe talked about. Last year, the Ministry supported the Ministry of Education where we had inter-school competition in Kumasi Babaraya Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, the National Cross Country event was also organized last year, and we had 900 young athletes from 30 schools across the nation participating. Mr. Speaker, through the National Youth Authority, government launched a program called STEP to give opportunity to our youth in the country to get startup capital to start their own businesses in hairdressing, dressmaking, and satellite dish installation. Mr. Speaker, the National Youth Authority also launched a program called National Volunteer Youth Program in the 3 models where we had youth development, gender mainstreaming, and then youth in infrastructure provision. So, Mr. Speaker, when the government took over in 2017, we had only 2 AstroTurf in the country. As I speak, as at December 2022, this government has constructed 145 astroturfs.
Yeah. And we have done well. Yes. Honorable
Mr. Speaker, members from both sides continue to knock our doors requesting for astroturf. So I am urging them to support the budget because the government has done so well in the provision of sports infrastructure. So if they support the budget and it is passed, they can also get opportunity to enjoy from the numerous astroturf that His Excellency the President is constructing in their astroturf. Working tempo. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Legon, the African Games is giving us opportunity to have a world-class rugby pitch, which we're not having in this country. So, I want to urge my colleagues to support this budget statement and a community policy so that we can do a lot in sports infrastructure. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you. I wish everybody would cut his time. I mean, 15 minutes, he spoke 8 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Thank you, Honorable Minister. So now, it is the turn of Honorable Yusuf Jaga. Honorable Jaja, you have 10 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, let me start by setting the record straight. Last week, my colleague, Honorable Alex Tete, the Vice Chairman on the Roads Committee, in his quest to mention some achievement of the government, mentioned Tema Mpakadam Railway, that's as part of the credit to the current government. And he added that is the government of Akufo-Addo that sourced the funds and constructed that rail. Mr. Speaker, my colleague Honorable Bole set the record straight that day. I'm also reiterating today. For the records, the Tema Mpakadam Railway funds was sourced under by Sectoral, Honorable Sectoral, the then Finance Minister, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, the amount involved is $398.33 million, and it was sourced from Export-Import Bank of India, Exim Bank of India. So my colleague should not distort the facts by standing before this August House to say that the source came under His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. That is not the case. Honorable Abena, you are here. The funds was sourced by Setekpe under the President of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, under the road sector, I don't know, it is because the Ministry of Roads did little. That is why, if you look at page 80 under the Ministry of Roads, they have repeated a lot of issues they mentioned last year as achievement. The project they mentioned as achievement, which was completed 100% last year, this year, Mr. Speaker, they have repeated those projects again. This simple tells us that they have not done much this year, and that is why they are repeating achievement of last year into this year. Mr. Speaker, if you look at page 132, table 31.
Honorable, hold on. Honorable Deputy Minister, you know, once you get up, I'll give you the opportunity. But he didn't mention your name by way of invitation. He didn't invite you. So,
Mr. Speaker, he said Honorable Abena is here and she can confirm. But I'm wondering what she wants me.
So you didn't even be here. So Abena, you didn't even hear. Your name was mentioned, But in respect of what?
Mr. Speaker, I think he wanted me to confirm some loan that Mr. Setekpe took during their time.
Yes.
Yes. And I cannot sit here and confirm a loan that was taken by the NDC in 2016.
He was talking about, is it a railway line from Tema to, is it Pakadan?
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I cannot confirm what he said.
You cannot confirm, that's true. Yes, Honorable Jaga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the protection, but I hope my time will be preserved as well. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier on, page 139, paragraph 709 of the 2023 budget, Mr. Speaker, under some priority road infrastructure. In that budget, Mr. Speaker, the first one, Tamale Interchange Project, as at the 2023 budget, it was given status 100% completed. Western Region and Cape Coast Inner City, 100% completed. Mr. Speaker, upgrading of selected feeder roads in Ashanti and Western Region, 100% completed. Construction of Hohoja Sikai Dodi Pepesu Road, 100% completed. This was mentioned in the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, fast forward, 2024 budget. The minister is here mentioning again the same project as 100% completed. This can clearly tell you that because they have not done much in this sector, they are even taking previous projects that have been completed into this current year. Mr. Speaker, road tolls. We were in this house in 2022 when the Minister of Finance came to announce that he's removing road tolls from all our roads. Mr. Speaker, when they said this, we were all shocked, and even people were jubilating. Mr. Speaker, the reason given to us for the removal of the road tolls, as mentioned in on page 80, paragraph 305 and 306 of the 2022 budget, Mr. Speaker, to paraphrase, the rationale or the reason is that because of heavy vehicular traffic and lengthened travel times, and again, Mr. Speaker, they are saying that congestion generated at the tolling point, beside creating these inconveniences, also leads to what? Pollution. Mr. Speaker, these are the reasons given to this House for the removal of toll levy or toll booths. But Mr. Speaker, we told them it is not true. This cannot be the reason. And the reason was that it is because of the e-levy. This is the government that said that they are against new taxes. So they are introducing e-levy with the thinking that e-levy that year will give them almost an amount of almost 6 million Ghana cedis. So if road toll, if 6 billion Ghana cedis, if road toll will give them 72 million, why wouldn't they take road toll out and introduce e-levy? We said this to this House and they said, no, it is not true. But rather it is because of the traffic congestion and what have you, that is why they are taking this out. Mr. Speaker, fast forward, the following year, and again, Mr. Speaker, the minister made mention that the road collection personnel will be reassigned immediately. Mr. Speaker, since 2022. If it is tomorrow that the road collection personnel that will be assigned, then we are here to see it. There was a time they even picketed. There was a time they even demonstrated and came here and presented a petition. Up to now, those collecting the tolls have not been reassigned. They are unemployed. Mr. Speaker, most of them are persons with disability. Most of them, they have been home unemployed. And the minister told us that he will reassign them immediately. Almost 3 years now, they are still home, have nothing to do. Mr. Speaker, just the following year, during the budget reading again, the minister came to tell this House that they are reintroducing of the road toll again. Mr. Speaker, it's normal. You decided to take it out. And you decided to bring it back again. But when you were taking it out, you were quick to mention to the good people of Ghana that you were taking it out because of traffic, because of heavy vehicular traffic, because of congestion, because of this, because of that. You gave reasons to you removing it. But when you were bringing it up, Mr. Speaker, nothing, no reason was given. All what the minister could say, Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 462, page 101 of the 2023 budget was, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read, the toll charges on the public road toll were removed as part of the supportive policy measures under the 2022 budget statement and economic policy of government. The fiscal policy measures to underpin the 2023 budget for consideration and approved by Parliament include reintroduction of road tolls and selected roads and highways. Mr. Speaker, we expected that when you were removing it, you would give us reasons for removing it. If you are reintroducing road toll again, at least we expected you to tell us. The question is, what has happened to the road traffic that you said it is because of it you were removing it? What has happened to it? What has happened to the congestion? Is the road free now? That is why you are reintroducing the road toll again? Mr. Speaker, this clearly shows that the reason given or ascribed to the removal of road toll cannot stand, but rather it is because of the e-levy. And it is simple because that year they couldn't even realize the amount they expected to get from e-levy. That is why they are reintroducing the road toll again. But Mr. Speaker, what is shocking is that we were in this country when our own brother, His Excellency the Vice President, told Ghanaians that we don't need to borrow money to construct roads. We don't need, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that we don't need to borrow money to construct roads in Ghana. All what we need to do is to levy or is to toll our roads. We'll get the money and build roads. So I was surprised for His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to say that the main source of getting money to construct roads in Ghana is road toll, only for the minister to come and be removing road tolls. This is shocking, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going forward, this is a government, when they are introducing a policy, they are quick to give reasons, but when they are reverting or backtracking or making a U-turn or taking a corner, they don't give any reasons for taking that corner. It is the same way when the high cost of importing goods in this country, Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency the Vice President organized a stakeholder meeting, including importers and Abotonkai spare parts dealers. Mr. Speaker, the Vice President said that the benchmark values on various commodities in the country are very high. As a result, there's an increase in diversion of trades away from our ports to Togo, Benin, and Cote d'Ivoire. What simply the Vice President was trying to say is that because of high cost of importation, importers are not routing their goods or commodity through our ports, but rather using our neighboring countries. As a result, the government, they are sensitive to the plight of Ghanaians. They want to introduce a reform that will make importers to route their items or their commodities through our ports. By so doing, Mr. Speaker, this government introduced a reform by giving importers a discount on their commodities, 50% on normal commodities, 30% on vehicles. Mr. Speaker, when this reform was announced, come and see the party, the singing, the dancing, Abotonkai spare parts dealers, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, you know what? 2.5 years down the line, this government came back to this house again and reversed this policy. And again, in reversing this policy, no reason was ascribed to it. No reason again. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me read page 79, paragraph 299. 2023 budget.
Member, your term is almost up. Wind up.
Mr. Speaker, in short, the government said that the government didn't say they will cancel, but they said that policy will be reviewed. Mr. Speaker, that was what the budget captured, will be reviewed. But when you go, Mr. Speaker, practically this program was cancelled. This goes to confirm that if the MPP tells you that they are reviewing something, it means cancellation to them. It is the same way when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said that when he comes to power 2025, God willing, he's going to review the free SHF. All of a sudden, our colleagues on the other side said that His Excellency was going to cancel the free SHF. My colleagues, review does not mean cancellation. Review does not mean cancellation. Mr. Speaker, lastly, on the Zongo communities, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama never created Zongo Ministry. He never created Zongo Development Fund. But yet, the NDC government did a lot for the people of Zongo. But fast forward, the government created the Zongo Development Ministry, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. That was your notes, eh? Yes. turning to my right side, I've seen another gentleman who is having a lot of notes. So, Honorable Collins Admakon Mensah, it is your time. You have 10 minutes, and the floor is yours now.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on motion number 8 on today's order paper, as ably moved by the Finance Minister. And before I proceed, I would like to thank my colleagues on the other side, especially the ranking member on Youth and Sports and the other members, for the support they've given us throughout this year. And it's this same vein that I asked them to continue to support this particular budget. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is a very special day. It's a countdown to 100 days to the All Africa Games. And the President will be joining the Sports Minister to officially launch the countdown to the All Africa Games, which will take place from March 8th to March 23, 2024. And I would like to urge members of Parliament to get involved in the advocacy and pushing for people to get to know that Ghana will be hosting the All Africa Games. Mr. Speaker, since 1965, this is the first time we are hosting what we call the African Olympics. And 22 sporting activities are going to take place in Ghana. I know I was not born, but I've read about it.
Are you listening to him?
22 sporting activities, Mr. Speaker, will take place in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure, I think it's not lost on us on the kind of benefits that hosting such an event will bring to this country. We anticipate that almost 500 to 1 million people will troop to Ghana, and of course, tourism and all that will be promoted when this happens. Question is, what is the government doing to ensure a very smooth program come March 8th to March 2023? For the past 2 years, Mr. Speaker, government has been investing strongly and heavily in sports infrastructure. And this year's All Africa Games will be held in Accra at two main venues, at Boteman and the University of Ghana College, University of Ghana School. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, during the time of President Kufuor, the university constructed the sports stadium. Unfortunately, it did not see much facelift after we left office. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, because of these games, government has invested so much into giving a facelift to the University of Ghana Stadium. And currently, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the project is 91% complete. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there will be 4 hostels that will be hosting the participants, also at the University of Ghana. And the percentage of completion, I'm told, is 92%. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Boteman, and I'll urge members of Parliament to visit the Boteman site. It's a very beautiful international standard sports stadium that has been constructed. That is being constructed. Currently, Mr. Speaker, it is 87% complete. And the details of the facility is what I'm going to mention now. It's going to have 1,000-seater aquatic center, Olympic-sized swimming pool. And for the first time, we're also going to have a warm-up pool that is also being constructed at Boteman. It's going to have 5 tennis courts, 2,000-seater indoor capacity facility. And Mr. Speaker, that is going to take care of handball, basketball, table tennis, badminton, and combat sports. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the government has shown so much commitment. Indeed, in this particular budget, Appendix 4A, an amount of 150 million has again been allocated just for this particular program. And I'll urge members of Parliament to join hands with the President and the Sports Ministry as we count down to the very, very important program taking place next year. Mr. Speaker, the Boteman facility and the University of Ghana facility are not the only facility that this government has constructed. Indeed, when the Deputy Minister of Sport was talking or was speaking, he mentioned AstroTurfs. And I realized some of our colleagues were murmuring. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands all the AstroTurfs that have been constructed by this government, and I'm prepared to tender it in for. I can mention them if you want me to. It's also instructive to note that by 2017, when we assumed office, there were only 2 AstroTurfs in Ghana. As we speak, as the minister said, we have as huge as 145 AstroTurfs in Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, I have a copy of all the AstroTurfs that have been constructed, evidence-based, Mr. Speaker. I believe it is done in regions. So every region. So, Mr. Speaker, I can tender that in later on when I'm done. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, if you recall, as one of the policies to promote female participation in sports, this government instituted a program that will at least give some stipends to female athletes who are interested in athleticism, football, and all that. And I'm happy to announce that, Mr. Speaker, about 1,000 elite athletes have benefited from this, including female Premier League teams who are giving 500 Ghana cedi stipends to all the athletes. That is also an important point. Mr. Speaker, this government has also renovated the Accra and Kumasi Bavaria sports stadiums. And Mr. Speaker, one interesting thing that this government did was the e-ticketing thing. If you recall, hitherto when you go to the stadium, you then have to go to the stadium to buy a ticket. And we all know the kind of crowding and the kind of pressures that was brought to bear at the gates. Now, Mr. Speaker, you don't even need to go to the stadium to buy a ticket. All you need to do is to go onto the platform and buy your ticket. And when you get to the gate, it can be scanned. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, the benefit of this e-ticketing platform is well known to everybody. The revenue that is accrued to all the sporting clubs and the national teams when they play their games is very evident for everybody to see. Mr. Speaker, these are not the only sports infrastructure that have been done by this government. If you recall, under the National Youth Authority, 10 youth centers were started. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that Doma Hinkro is now 97%, Koforidua is 95%, Wa is 95%, Inayini is 92%, Dunkwa Nofeng 92%, Axim 92%.
Dunkwa, how many percent?
90%, Mr. Speaker.
Dunkwa.
And Ofeng, yes, please. 90%. Navrongo is 90%. Yendi is 87%. Mr. Speaker is not surprised. Mr. Speaker just wanted me to.
I'm not surprised at all.
Thank you, Mr.
I just wanted to hear the figures well.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that hopefully by next month, 2 of them will be commissioned by the President, and by the first quarter of next year, 3 other ones will be commissioned. Mr. Speaker, these are not just sports centers. In fact, the facilities within the sports centers are as follows. And Mr. Speaker, I want my colleagues to listen. This is a FIFA standard football pitch. It has 8-lane running track. There's a tennis court. There's a players and referees changing rooms. There's a multi-purpose court that will take care of handball and basketball. There are counseling centers. There's an ICT center. There's an entrepreneurial center. There are offices. There are restaurants. And Mr. Speaker, the VIP and 3 popular stands that is going to accommodate 5,000 capacity stadium. All these 10 youth centers are going to have all these facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, when the Deputy Minister says that this government has done more in sports infrastructure, he was right. And the data and the information we have, Mr. Speaker, supports that. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would love to urge all members of Parliament to join the President tomorrow as we launch the countdown to 100 days to the All Africa Games. And Mr. Speaker, since 1965, this time now it is coming to Ghana. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Initially, I thought we were coming to speak on the economy because I know you are one of the members of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker,
not knowing you've now shifted into sports facilities.
I'm also a member of the Youth and Sports.
Oh, you are a member of the Youth and Sports. Okay. Very well. Thank you very much. So, honorable members, we will turn to Honorable Ashite Odamtin. Ashite Odamtin, Tema East.
Honorable Speaker, the name is Isaac Ashai Odamtin. I'm sure the paper you have just crucified the name, so it's okay.
The paper they've provided is Ashite Odamtin.
Yes. But I'm from the Ashite stock, so no problem.
Very well. So you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to leadership for having me comment on the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I've been observing the debate from the beginning, and I believe that our earlier position that this budget does not speak to current realities of our country has been made even more germane as we progress in this debate. Mr. Speaker, budget, as we all know, must provide a good feedback, and it must also provide some feed-forward mechanism for addressing analysis or variances that has been identified. But in this budget, we have seen so many inconsistencies in both the previous performance, as in the review of 2023 activities, and in the area of even looking into the future 2024, there is nothing to write home about. If you look at the budget as presented before us, the minister himself at paragraph 10, and with your permission, I want to make reference to that, anchors the budget on some 6 areas. And in these 6 areas, only 2 reflect to current happenings in the country. So clearly, this budget is not local content oriented. The budget is not prepared for the people of Ghana. And the budget does not seek to address the economic challenges of this country. I say this because under the 6 items listed in paragraph 9, you find only 2, and I repeat them. The government's plan of recovery, focuses on 1, restoring macroeconomic stability. Our earlier speakers have made it so clear that when it comes to macro stability, this government has done very, very shambolic, poorly. They've been abysmal. You look at the second pillar, coordinating an equitable debt operation program. Another area where currently we are all struggling with debt exchange program. The third one, ensuring that the vulnerable are well protected. And that is where I have the biggest problem. The budget itself does not seek the welfare of Ghanaians. It does not promote anything Ghanaian. And I'm tempted to believe that what ordinary analysts have said, that this budget has been prepared for the IMF, is very true. The budget seeks to address only the conditionalities and the expectations of the World Bank, just so that we can get funds released. However, we have enough grounds in this country to improve our own economic fortunes. As was said in the past by our president, Yetisikaso Ensuekomdie. Indeed, there is so much this country can do with our current situation. Let me refer you to the state entities or specified entities of this country. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the specified entities in this country made up of the SOEs, which is the state-owned enterprises, the joint venture, and then other state entities, as we speak, the losses and loss of revenue is far in excess of 25 billion. And the question is, how is it that we are allowing state entities to mismanage?
Honorable Ashiti.
No, Ashai Odamtin is the name.
Honorable Odamtin. For this one, I will ask the Deputy Minister to intervene. Yes, Honorable Abraham Osayasai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in as much as my colleague on the other side wants his constituents to know that, he's on top of issues, he should also look at the document that he is speaking to today. You cannot stand here and say that the policies in there has nothing to do with the people of Ghana. It is more of IMF conditionality. That is a big fat lie, because government is giving some concessions to local industries to enable them thrive. Mr. Speaker, so that's a lie. And then two, this house is a house of records. He's saying that the SOEs and the specified entities are in debt to the tune of 25 billion. Mr. Speaker, does he have proof? We don't say anything anyhow, because it has repercussions on our economy. So if you stand here and say that they are indebted to the tune of 25 billion, you must have proof to say this. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I expect him to withdraw this. Thank you.
Honorable Odamtin, you see, I will allow you to flow, but once you mention figures, and we assume that the figures are coming from the budget, so let's have the proof. If the figures are not there, then you can withdraw and go around it. You can speak without mentioning figures. We allow it. But when you mention specific figures, then you need to prove to us. Yes. What is it?
I think the Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance said Honorable Ashai is speaking for his constituents to know that he's on top of issues. I think she has to withdraw that. Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing wrong with me saying that he's speaking for his constituents to know that he's on top of issues. And we are speaking to this budget. And in this budget, Mr. Speaker, and in this budget, why is it that we have that the SOE are indebted to the tune of 25 billion Ghana cedis? Yes.
Please. Honorable Ladekotipon, if the Deputy Minister says that the Honorable Member is speaking honorable members, let's be frank to ourselves. What is wrong with this? Let's be frank with ourselves. Honorable Ladekotopon, what is wrong with this? Let's be frank with ourselves. Personally, I wouldn't hesitate asking him to withdraw, but personally, I don't see anything. If Honorable Andrew, resume your seat. Honorable Jaja, resume your seat. Ladekotopon, resume your seat. Ladekotopon, resume your seat. I'll give the floor to the available leader.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, yes, as it was put, might not connote or send or mark a sense of an insult, but it also depends on how it is communicated. And so, no, I mean, there was a reason behind your statement, and that is what is quite probably seen as offensive. So, please, I think, do the honorable thing by saying that, okay, probably you meant some other thing. Mr. Speaker, yeah, I agree with you. Personally, I do not see, why? What's your problem? Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, he is a available leader. Please, let's accord him.
So, Mr. Speaker, I think, well, the demand on this occasion by Honorable Odamte that the statement that you see, when you communicate on the floor, you are communicating to the general public, not necessarily to please your constituents. That one, I think you know. Our honorable Deputy Minister, you know about this. So, you know, just putting him in that jacket, I think, well, you should look at it.
Honorable Odamtin, are you offended with that? Just be frank with it. Are you offended? Okay. Honorable members, he says there's no problem. He's forgiving.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So, honorable, please. Oh, honorable, why? Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the time is running. The time is running.
Yes. So the 25 billion that you mentioned, can you quote?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had laid a premise to say that there is wastage and the budget does not address our economic situation in the light of debt exchange programs, and I'm premising my statement on the President's own statement. And let me quote. The President, in addressing state-owned enterprises, she knows that in this country, 50% of our national asset is held by state-owned enterprises. And that is the basis, and it's even on record, that over 21 million of the, yeah, that's different. 25 billion is the wastage. Let's have a debate.
Honorable member, address me. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, there is so much loss of
address me. Don't respond to anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is so much wastage or loss of revenue. There is also rising expenditure, which amounts to the over 25 billion I mentioned, and it is documented here.
Read that portion.
Okay, I read. The 2020 state ownership report, page XVII. What's your problem? Paragraph 2, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 2. It says, in Ghana, the fiscal gap created by loss of revenue and rising expenditures amounted to 25 billion. I expect her to retract her statement. Now I've withdrawn my forgiveness. I want her to withdraw her statement. This is the President's own statement, President Nanado's statement.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, why? This house is a house of records.
Mr. Speaker, again, government's fiscal exposure, both explicit and implicit, exposures to state-owned enterprises that are contingent on the state amounts to over 21 billion. If we do not ensure efficient management of our state-owned enterprises, the current economic situation we find ourselves in will persist. The challenge of this administration is their lack of admission and their lack of recognition of people who have done well. We are in this state because this government at every point would blame COVID-19 and blame Ukraine, Russia, and blame the death of Queen Elizabeth. However, at every point, the Minister of Finance would describe this country's economy as resilient.
that is resilient should be able to bounce back from shock. All the economic shocks, the stress we have had is because the fundamentals are weak. Mr. Speaker, this government inherited the economic programs of the NDC administration. So in 2017, when they were priding themselves of good economic performance, it was just the spillover of NDC's administration performance. In 2018, it was because they extended the IMF program, and so they got the they extended the program, and that gave them respite. When their policies were fully mature by 2019-2020, they started blaming COVID. They started blaming Ukraine. Recently, for a country
honorable member, your time is up, but I will add 1 minute. I will add 1 minute to your time.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunate, this government.
Mr. Speaker, I do not know. I just want some direction here. Did you take into account the various interjections by the
Honorable Leader, I'm very, very, very careful about this. Once there's an interjection, the time stops. The time stops. It is only when he resumes talking then the time. But because of the distraction of thoughts, that's why I'm adding 1 minute to it. So 1 minute, just finish it up.
Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes will do. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The gravitas of my submission is on paragraphs 780 to 784, where this government seeks to deal with employment and labor relation issues. But Mr. Speaker, employment and labor relation issues are hinged on welfare. If you look at this budget, page 23, paragraph 110, you would realize that industry, which includes manufacturing, recorded negative growth of 2.2. Even services that is performing well, with a positive growth of 6.3, that which concerns welfare, which is trade, repair of vehicle and household goods, had a negative growth of 3.6. Mr. Speaker, this is why this budget does not speak to the needs of this country. This budget
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, honourable members, you take the last round of debate. I will firstly invite Honourable Aziz Ayaba, Miom, MP. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is the last round, and I expect members to give him the best of audience. No distraction, no interjections. So, honourable member, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the name is Musa Abdulaziz Agaba. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this budget statement. Listening to our friends from the other side, I'm so worried. From our friends from the other side, Mr. Speaker, NDC and PNDC have ruled this country for 27 years. Yes. So when you listen to them and somebody gets up there and says that this our economy, this our budget, this our budget is not trying to address the challenges of the economy as well as speaking to Ghanaians. I'm worried. You see,
their last performance, the last performance of the President, John Dramani Mahama, speaks a lot when it comes to the performance of a sitting president. This House can bear me out. For the first time, a sitting president went for an election and lose. And the gap between the opposition leader and the sitting president was over 1 million.
It was over 1 million, yes.
And this happened as a result of the poor performance.
Yes.
So when we sit down here and our friends from the other side speak and try to run down our budget, I find it so worrisome. And let me also make this point very clear. Our friend from the other side doesn't see the need why President Nana Akufo-Addo will create a ministry for the Zongo, and further went ahead to create a fund for the Zongo. Mr. Speaker, if you will allow me, I would like to read paragraph 520, which states, Mr. Speaker, the Zongo Development Fund constructed 36 number 6-unit classroom blocks, 7 number 10-unit institutional toilets, 38 number mechanized boreholes, and 3 community sports and recreational parks. In addition, the fund provided tuition fee grants to 80 brilliant but needy Zongo students in tertiary institutions. So it is so disturbing when a member of parliament could get up and say that he or she doesn't see the need for the creation of the Zongo Development Fund. I mean, this Zongo Fund alone has done a lot of relief.
Honorable member, address me, don't listen to them.
For the people in the Zongo communities. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to add that the minister indicated that this is our very budget, and I would like to read from paragraph 18, which talks about stability with growth. But my emphasis, Mr. Speaker, is going to be on the last point. That is, it commits to funding existing projects in roads, rural electrification, rural telephony, IPEP, and areas. As a member of parliament representing a rural constituency, of which majority of the members here represent rural constituencies, when the budget is presented, first of all, what I would like to see, or what I normally go for, is to see if the budget will address the very core challenges of the people that I represent. And the budget, Mr. Speaker, is speaking volume to it. I will first of all mention the Agenda 111, which is under construction. I share a boundary between myself, I share a boundary with the member of parliament for Tamale South, the former minority leader.
The current.
If you move from his constituency 5 kilometers from his constituency to my constituency, we have a psychiatric hospital coming up. And there are 2 in Ghana. We have one that is under construction in Kumasi, and we have one between Tamale South constituency and Myang. And when you move about 15 kilometers from the psychiatric hospital, Mr. Speaker, you will see another edifice that is the Myang District Hospital. And from the data presented, we can testify that all the 111 projects, Agenda 111,
Don't listen to them.
We are talking. We are. It's ongoing, Mr. Speaker, and the rural notification that I mentioned, I would like to talk about it, Mr. Speaker. Like I said, I represent a rural constituency. When I came in 2020, I met a constituency that have a rural notification coverage of only 14%. Through the budget of 2021 and 2022, we were able to move it from the 14% to 35% coverage. Yeah. So when a budget that is presented by the minister
is promising,
is telling us that rural electrification, rural telephony is what is captured. As a member of parliament from a rural constituency, I mean, you have to rally your colleagues to support for the approval of such a budget. Yeah. Because we are here for the welfare of the people that we represent. Yes. We are not just here to speak and go home. But at least, whatever that is captured, it is for us to ensure that it is done. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to talk about the budget that is so significant. Our friends from the other side tries to play politics with it. But what I would like to say is that this is a budget that is the last budget of the President Nana Akufo-Addo government. Yes, that's the last budget for President Nana Akufo-Addo budget. Yes, that is it. And when you look at the budget, it is so promising that, and it tells us all that this is an indication. Because for the first time, when MPP came to power, our GDP, we were talking of 219 billion. But now we are talking of 1 trillion. Yeah. So this is so significant that, Mr. Speaker, we know what is captured in the budget. The outcome will be that there's a high possibility President Nana Akufo-Addo will hand over to it is possible. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to continue.
It is possible
with the good ways of the sitting president. Yes. That is so clear in the budget. When you look at the other aspect, that's the agreed aspect of the budget. I read a particular paragraph where it is clearly indicated that the dams that were started under the IPEP projects will not be put to a stop. It will continue. And about 18 districts are supposed to benefit from this very facility. Like I said, I'm from a rural constituency. I know what those dams have done to the people. And I'm quite certain, 100% sure, that this very budget will deliver us, will give us that performance that we expected. Yeah. And Ghanaians will be happy with it. Mr. Speaker, with the little that I have said, I want to urge my friends from the other side to support our side to approve this budget for the betterment of Ghana. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. So you take the very last debate from Honorable Dr. Kwabena Mintanya. Or what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The name is Kwamena Mintanya, not Kwabena.
Mr. Speaker, just indicated
on Tuesday, on Saturday.
Sunday. You are indicating that that's supposed to be the last debater. But then on our side, we have two more in addition to him. So
they said 10.
They should stay and debate.
Please, I'm working there. After
unless of course they are throwing the towel to indicate that they have no men and women to debate for them.
I did say this is the very last debater, and after this, we are bringing the curtains down. So I'm rescuing whole people.
Speaker, in fact, I can see you interested in rescuing the majority side. So proceed, sir.
Honorable Dr. Kwamina Minta Nyako, you have the floor. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2024 financial year. I'll be speaking more on sports, youth and sports. Mr. Speaker, I was listening to the Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports and that of my honorable member friend, that is Honorable Collins Ademaku-Mensah. And in their submission, they said that by the year 2022, 145 astroturfs have been constructed in Ghana, which is not true. On the 1st of August 2023, the National Sports Authority had a meeting with the Youth and Sports Committee in Parliament. At that meeting, a document was presented, and that document indicated that the available update on AstroTurf pitches in Ghana as of July 2023 is 112. Oh. And out of the 112, only 65 have been completed. Oh. Only 65 have been completed. Again, they claim that the 145 have been completed, but even out of the 65 that have been completed, we have 47 that are still ongoing. Mr. Speaker, they said that the policy promise of every constituency being a beneficiary of AstroTurf seems to be very dim. Why? Because when you look at 275 constituencies, and the current government is claiming that they've done 145, which indeed is only 65, that will mean that the remaining constituencies that are likely to be beneficiaries have a very infant likelihood of having AstroTurfs. Mr. Speaker, I also want to make mention of the fact that the Deputy Minister was claiming that all the facilities that are being put up are meeting international standards. I would want to beg to differ. The Botema Sporting Complex is noted to be not meeting the international standard. Again, a letter dated October 2023, which is by CAF, sent to the Ghana Football Association, indicates that the Cape Coast Sports Stadium does not meet international standards. And for that matter, that should be upgraded. And this is the document I can tender in to submit with that. That is October 23rd, 2023. That's just last month, Mr. Speaker. So that is a assertion that almost all the facilities are meeting international standard is false. Mr. Speaker, according to the Deputy Minister, he was making an assertion that the inter-district sports activities have been ongoing. This area is very worrying, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because in paragraph 989 of the 2020 budget, a 4-day inter-district sports festival took place in Accra. At that particular meeting, they were supposed to organize inter-district games. There was no mention of these district games in the 2021 budget. It was reintroduced in the 2022 budget, and conspicuously, it is missing in the 2023 budget. Surprisingly, in the 2024 budget, it's made its way in. These inconsistencies are very frightening, Mr. Speaker. As I speak to you now, sporting games at the GHS level, at the schools and colleges, have come to an halt. As I speak, there was supposed to be a national sports that was supposed to be staged in the Western region. As I speak to you now, that particular game is also on halt. What is the reason? The reason is that the government has failed to release the capitation grants for the organization of these particular sports. So if the Deputy Minister is claiming that these are ongoing, I want to really affirm that that particular assertion is false, Mr. Speaker. When we come to the African Games, as I said earlier on, it is very sad, Mr. Speaker, that as I speak now, many of the facilities are still not ready, even for test run for Tingana. So even Tingana do not have any residential area where they will start campaign for other requirements to host for the international games. Mr. Speaker, it is sad that Team Ghana is yet to get into any residential campaign. Even after that campaign, there's no facilities that are ready for them to test run to ascertain whether those facilities really meet the standard that they need to use for the African Games. Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention that the sports was talking about issues regarding the allies. In the budget statement of 2020, paragraph 975, page 117, one will notice that there was a key promise to ensure that the allies are very key in establishing these agencies in Sports Act 2016 and then the Youth Act 2016. Unfortunately, all these were missing in the subsequent budget. Now, as I speak in 2024, that is also not in the 2024 budget. That means that the government is not really pushing for these particular allies to come to the floor for Parliament for us to look at it. Mr. Speaker, it was also made mention that there was supposed to be an establishment of a sports fund. And this sports fund was supposed to formulate strategies to be able to help with sports development and also to address financial challenges within the sporting environment. As I speak today, 2024, there hasn't been any establishment of any sports fund at all. As we may know, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, whilst he was in government, was able to visit some heroes, some sporting individuals who are having issues with accommodation, health, and so on and so forth. If these funds have not been established, it's going to be difficult for us to also appreciate our sports heroes and personalities who are facing some financial and economic issues. I am of the view that this particular sports fund should be established and to ensure that our retired sports personalities will equally be taken care of. Mr. Speaker, as I come to the end of my submission, I want to also speak up on the issues of ensuring that these monies, there's a different story increasing the grant and there's a different story releasing the grant. You may increase it, but if you don't release it to the district, the regions, the sub-circuits and so on, all these interdisciplinary interdisciplinary games cannot be held. So I am entreating the government that in as much as it is looking at building or improving sports in Ghana, they should also look at addressing the issues that are not present in the budget, for which reason sports development is also drilling at a higher rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we bring the debate to a close. Honourable available leaders, any indication?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this stage you are in your hands.
Well. Yes, Honourable Wayumi.
Absolutely the same, sir.
Well. Honourable members, we thank all of you. Tomorrow, we are bringing the debate to a close by the leaders. The leaders will conclude the debate tomorrow and will take the estimates from the various ministries and agencies. So on that note, I will thank you once again for your cooperation and proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.